Doing it live from the 2017 USAC Bouldering Open National Championships. Welcome everybody to the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City, Utah. We are here for the qualifying round of this year's championship. Getting underway here. Just a moment here, Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, Neely Quinn joining the booth this year. Neely, welcome.
Thank you.
Really looking forward to your insight this year, guys. We have a very jam-packed schedule today. We're going to be here a long time as we go through this really massive list of qualifiers. For the men, 123 climbers. For the women, 60 coming up a little bit later in just a couple of hours. Who are you guys looking forward to seeing today?
Gosh, I'm really looking forward to seeing a couple of the young guns coming up who have not been able to compete in adult nationals until this year. For example, Brooke Rabatu, Ashima Shiraishi. I'm looking forward to seeing them, that's for sure. How about you, Neely?
Me too. You took the words right out of my mouth, actually. I'm really excited to see these girls compete with the women for the first time, and the same thing with the guys. And some of these problems look really, really cool, so I'm excited to see how they go down.
And we're getting our first look at men's prom number 1 there. Gentry Cole out on the wall. Our first male competitor. 10:30 local time. We are scheduled to be done around 7:40 local time tonight, so just over 9 hours of qualifying action to come here. So,
did you say 9 hours?
I think I did, yeah. So to get settled in, the women will be starting around 12:30. So until then, it'll be men only out here on the wall today. For the first time, we have 2 qualifying walls to accommodate this larger field.
You'll notice some tape on the wall for the men's problems. After we have a colorblind competitor go, the route setters will be stripping that tape off. So that is why it is there at the moment.
For the qualifying round, the competitors will have 5 problems to work on. This is an on-site format. This is the first time Gentry and all the competitors will be seeing all the problems that they're climbing on. They will have 4 minutes to climb on each problem and then a 4-minute rest as they work through their set of qualifying problems. Looking to take the top 20 competitors to semifinals tomorrow morning. We'll, of course, be bringing that to you live starting at 9:45 in the morning. Mountain time.
Must be a lonely time up there, being the very, very first competitor in this empty feeling warehouse in the Salt Palace. But somebody's got to do it.
It is quite cavernous in here. It's huge, huge venue.
And as Chris mentioned, there's going to be a break with the next round here where the route setters will be taking down that tape that you see on the wall. That is just up there for this competitor, Gentry Cole, to accommodate his climbing here.
We are going to have a 4-minute gap in between Gentry and our next climber, which gives me an opportunity to...
Looking forward to some of our upcoming climbers here in the first hour or so. We've got Carlo Traversi, Sean Bailey, the reigning rope national champion, Daniel Woods, all coming up in the next hour or so.
And not too long after that, we're going to have Sean Rabatu, whom I'm also very excited to watch because he's been crushing it lately in the National Cup Series.
Yeah, in those comps he did first. He came in first at the Yankin Yard, first at the Vulcan Cup, and he did quite well in the other ones. Came in 5th.
Event from beginning to end is streamed online by Louder Than 11. Now is your chance to call everyone you know. Let them know to tune in on LT11.tv for the live stream of the 2017 USA Climbing Bouldering Open Nationals.
Our next male competitor is going to be Riley Varner, and that'll be happening in just a few minutes. And again, the women do not start competing until 12:30 There are about half the women as there are men in this competition, so that's why there's a time delay.
Looks like they finished taking that tape off. There's always going to be a 4-minute gap between him and the next climber so that they can take that tape off.
A reminder that all weekend you can go to usaclimbing.org for all the results, running orders, information, schedules, everything you need. Keep up with nationals. And as always, you can join the conversation on Twitter with the hashtag USAC Bouldering and in the chat room on YouTube. Neely already getting some love for the Training Beta podcast in the chat room.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, got some listeners out there.
Thanks, guys. Love to see my people. Well, hear from them.
Just under a minute left here, and this is always a little bit of the calm before the storm as things are going to get pretty busy on the wall once we get to full capacity. We'll have 4 climbers climbing at the same time here in just a little bit. And then this afternoon, once the women start, we'll have 8 climbers climbing at the same time. Do our best to bring you all the action. It gets a little bit hard to follow all the different things that are happening.
But now that we have 3 commentators up here, hopefully it'll be a little bit easier. This is going to be a great time. We're happy Neely has joined us.
I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I love comps. I love watching them. I've watched them for a really long time. And of course I have some of my old favorites, but you know, I love watching Pujo. I love watching Daniel Woods, but it's really cool to see these young guys come up too.
So we've got Gentry stepping up to his second problem, men's number 2 there on the left side of your screen. Neely, we had a chance to go preview some of these problems before the competition. Things always look easier from the ground. But it's definitely an interesting mix of styles and wall positionings here for the competitors.
Yeah, as has been the trend, most of the holds appear to be slopers, but there are the occasional little crimps that actually look like real holds.
Yeah,
some of them are kind of hard to read.
Very open-handed set of problems. So you can see these giant slopers Gentry's working on here.
He's actually doing quite well. I think that next white hold's pretty good if he can snag that thing.
So Gentry is 18. He's from Texas. He's 5'9". He's done really well in comps. 8th at 2016 Youth Bouldering Nationals. 2nd at 2016 Youth Speed Nationals. Been climbing since he was 9 years old. I wish I had been climbing since I was 9.
Yeah,
dude. For sure. That'd be pretty rad.
You see both of these walls here this year, new for Nationals 2017. The women's problems and the men's problems are up on the wall, but the women's problems will sit idle for a little bit longer. But the competitors will climb on both walls that you can see on your screens right now.
Just about a minute left here for Gentry Cole on men's problem number 2. He is our first competitor on the wall.
Nice. It's got to be a little lonely still.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword. Starting at the start, the holds are a little fresher, but the energy in the room was a little bit lower.
Yeah.
You don't really have any sense of how anybody has done any of these problems.
And who usually boulders alone? I mean,
Right, yeah.
it's kind of a little awkward thing to do.
And there's no easy introduction. The first problem, like all the problems are difficult, so there's no, soft entry into nationals. you warm up in the back, and all of a sudden you're out trying to onsite problems you've never seen before. That tend to be pretty tricky.
Right, and that is one thing, I'm not sure if you mentioned that they don't get to preview these. They come out and they're on-siting. I heard an interview with Alex Pujo where she was talking about how it's kind of hard this way because you have to spend a minute of your time just previewing and figuring out what you're going to do.
Yeah, that's definitely something we'll keep an eye on as we go through the rounds here, how competitors utilize the time they have in each round. It's a definite strategic thing that you'll see competitors weighing the balance of previewing and resting versus giving the number of attempts they think they need.
And next up for the guys on problem number 1, we have Riley Varner out of Richmond, Virginia.
We get our first look at Riley Varner out there on men's number 1.
19 years old, 5'9". He's climbing for Team ABC, even though he's from Virginia. Team ABC in Boulder, Colorado.
I wonder if he just goes and trains with them sometimes and uses their coaches.
Of note in his little registration info, he is sponsored by Evolve and My Parents. That's probably the case for a lot of folks.
Mom
the
and dad
parents'
are
part.
frequent sponsors.
He says he likes to climb at the New River Gorge.
It looks like there was a gap in the running order there. Looks like we're maybe 4 minutes behind schedule now. Riley was scheduled to come out at 10:38. He came out at 10:42, it looks like, so adjust accordingly.
Looks a little slopey, a little compression-y.
Yeah, in years past, the first problem at Nationals has maybe been a little bit more approachable, but this one seems tricky. But one thing we'll see as we go through the 120 some odd male qualifiers here today, that very wide range of skill levels at Nationals here. Really relatively open event for people to compete in. Obviously, we have some of the best climbers in the world coming up. So you get to see a wide range of outcomes on all these boulders.
With 1 minute left, Riley Varner's going to do his best here on the first of the men's problems.
Tricky.
Gonna get our next set of climbers out on the wall here, as well as Gentry Cole giving us our first look at men's number 3 on the far side of the wall there in the middle of your screen.
And next up for problem number 1, out of Ranch Cucamonga, California, we have Michael Zapata Bolduc.
Up on men's problem number 1 now is Michael Zapata Bolduc from California. He's 22 years old.
Sweet Gentry trying to press onto the slab on men's 3 here. Walls have a wide range of angles on them, from vertical to overhanging to slab.
Every competitor has 5 problems to attempt during qualifiers. Now that differs from the semis and finals where they only have 4 problems.
I was talking to one of the route setters, and I asked him how hard the problems were. And I know that's not something that's usually, you know, talked about or divulged. And he said that they don't really grade them, but he thought maybe the grades ranged between V6 and V11 among men and women.
Nice.
He wouldn't give me any more details.
Yeah.
That's interesting to think about, though, Neely. A lot of people at home might be thinking that, you know, those grades don't sound that difficult, or, you know, especially for these top climbers. You know, V6 to V11 is not a crazy difficult range, but what a lot of people don't have experience with is the format of these competitions doesn't give you very much time to sort out, you know, intricate sequences or rest. So it really ratchets up the difficulty for the climbers.
Right, and a V6 outside compared to a V6 on these walls, I feel like can be very different. Like much more dynamic on these walls, a little bit just different in a lot of ways, which we'll see throughout the day, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I also think by the time finals happens tomorrow night, these climbers will have done a ton of climbing. I mean, a lot of minutes of really focused, hard bouldering. And so in a way, it's kind of an endurance event.
Yeah, I wonder about that with their training, like if they train 2 days on, and I know that some of these athletes will give themselves
Nice.
the 4 minutes only and do like 4-minute circuits.
Looks like Michael over there on problem 1 is now getting a high point here for that problem so far. Looking good.
Nice footwork.
Not quite able to sort that out. He's got about 40 seconds left. Climbers' time to climb ends when the clock hits 0. They will have to come off the wall. It is on to the next as soon as the clock strikes 0 here. At least during qualifiers.
I feel like on to the next must have a hashtag before it.
Doesn't everything?
And with that, we have our next male competitor out of Newburyport, Massachusetts, Ethan Chase.
As you heard the voice of our in-house MC, Brian Rafferty, announce, Ethan Chase out next for the men on problem number 1.
Ethan Chase is actually out of Lakewood, Colorado, near Boulder, where I'm from. And he's 19 years old, 6 feet tall. So we'll see if that gives him an advantage at all.
Nice. Stick and hold, no.
Man, that white hold must be real bad.
You have to see a competitor get past that move, I believe.
Yeah, it's funny. It appears to be the best hold on that panel. It's just there's no footholds.
And I think you really have to press with that right hand, and the hold just gets a little too bad for the competitors to hold the swing in.
Got some success over here on men's one, though.
Nice, Ethan Chase.
Not able to sort it out.
So I had to kind of get my bearings out there and to figure out where all the problems were. And it is pretty simple. It's basically men's, women's from left to right. Not all the time, but it does go from left to right if you're kind of looking for the problems.
Just over a minute left here for Ethan Chase, and there's a shot of Riley Varnes, men's two.
Ethan Chase says that he likes to climb at Pawtuckaway. I have never heard of that. Do you guys know where that is?
I think it's in Rhode
Yeah,
Island.
that's in the east, right? That's
Yeah.
Pawtuckaway. That's actually a pretty famous spot, locals place. It's supposed to be cool.
Sorry to the locals out there. I just, nice.
Looking for our first top here, men's number one. He is just one hold away.
Oh, nice.
Finish hold is pretty good if he can move off. Yeah, that last crimp there is not very positive. I almost couldn't see it on the picture there. It was so small.
That you're looking at as well to see a lot of these problems.
And stepping up to problem number one, we have Dom Speranza.
22-year-old Dom.
Is that, I think it says.
Awesome. Yeah, climbing has definitely been growing into more and more of a collaborative team. It's been growing around the country. Climbing always growing and evolving.
Hashtag always psyched.
Adult competition and for youth.
And the growth for the adult comp has been pretty staggering. This is by far the biggest group of competitors for adult nationals I've ever seen.
Be doing it live all day long.
Take the United States of Elvis pushing.
So many interesting storylines this year.
You can enter to win a
our defending champions for the first time in over 10 years.
Alex Puccio fan, so I'm rooting for her.
Nationals like Ashima Shiraishi, Brooke Rabatu, threatening for the last couple years.
And Alex Puccio's brother Shane is here.
Had her out in qualifiers.
Hopefully he's not asleep by then.
And next up out of Bozeman, Montana.
22 years old and 6 feet tall. We have yet to see a top on any boulder problem.
It will be whatever he does here this weekend.
Nice. Because, yeah, that highlights the fact that anybody could enter nationals next year.
That'd be a show.
It'd be, at least for me, so quick, I'd be back in the... i.e. Carlo Traversi.
Yeah, Carlo made podium last year in 3rd place. Right behind Jimmy Webb and the Webb fans out there. Not in the running order.
I wonder if he's just too busy doing sick FAs all the time. Aaron Boo grappling with, oop.
Out here.
Yeah, certainly not for another Bailey, our current sport climbing champion. And then Dan.
So it's interesting, the ranking system, because
About the national rankings for
Right.
the national cups. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Yeah, and I think a lot of those climbers just simply didn't
they didn't
compete.
show up. Yeah.
Yeah, in all of them. So the ranking is a little misleading in terms of their status.
But we do have Sean Rabatu as ranked number 1 national rankings because he showed up to all the comps and did really well.
Brooke and Sean, yeah, the spawn of 2 of the best competition climbers from the late 80s and early 90s.
The spot. Yeah, they have some good genes going for them.
So we get a nice look at men's number 4 over there.
Wow,
Gentry
nice.
trying to
Yeah.
figure out that steep section. That's going to be a cool one to watch.
Airworks cinema shot right there. Beautiful work.
And stepping up onto the mats down that problem number 1, all the way to your left out of Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey, Charlie Schreiber.
Charlie Schreiber from New Jersey stepping up to the wall.
Years old.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
The Gunks is
Tomorrow's semifinals. The most boulder problems and the fewest number of tries. That is the main scoring criteria here at Nationals.
He's looking
Charlie
pretty good.
doing well, yeah, on number 1. Doing really well.
Climbs at high exposure. He's been climbing for 10 years. He's done well at some comps. First place at Feats of Strength, first place at the Gravity. He does really well. Video.
Nice.
So I'm not.
Kayaking used to be like the thing that climbers did as a side sport, but now it seems like it's American Ninja Warrior.
I think now it's moonboard.
Great. Good headway here on men's 3. This looks like a
Let's see, that was awesome.
last minute and a half he was climbing.
Yeah, definitely.
This one, look off to your far left.
So apparently the bolt holes are off,
Dave and Nicole. They are
but the
giving away
bolt
all
holes
sorts
on
of
the actual
photos here. It's a
holds
free
are
raffle.
on.
You can go over, fill out a form, give it to them, and some
Yeah, anything that's on the holds themselves is on. But yeah, the T-nut holes on the wall, you can use for your toes, but not for your fingers.
It'd be awfully tempting to use them on men's 3.
It sure would be, I know. That's. Although, I wonder how useful they'd be for most of the men. I guess it's something.
Yeah, it's something. I mean, Tommy would use it on the Dawn wall.
Starting to see a lot of new faces heading on into the Salt Palace Convention Center. Once again, welcome to the 2017 USA Climbing Bouldering Open Nationals. See a lot of cameras, a lot of phones up in the air. Make sure that if you send anything out into the social network, Facebook, Instagram, any of those, throw on the hashtag USAC Bouldering. Once again, that's hashtag USAC Bouldering. Let the world know what's going on here in Salt Lake City.
So one person I was looking forward to seeing here was Angie Payne. I've watched her compete for a really long time. She's a friend, and I found out that she is not competing today. She is here taking pictures, but she did pretty well in a few of the World Cups, or the Cup Series comps.
Yeah, Angie has been a super strong competitor for so many years. I think she's semi-officially retired a couple times, but every time she comes back, it's as if she hadn't.
Yeah, the last time Angie did compete at Nationals, she made the podium 2
Right.
years ago in Madison.
Yeah, she got 3rd at Mesa Rim this year and 3rd at Vulcan Cup.
Seeing some good action on men's 3 there. I want to say Charlie Schreiber. Or, no, that's Ethan Chase. Yeah. Okay.
See if we can get a top on men's 2.
We got Riley Varner on the right side of your screen there on men's 4. Not much progress has been made on that one so far. The extreme right is men's 5.
Yeah, getting our first look at that.
It's looking real hard. Tricky.
Ethan Chase again with just 23 seconds left.
And that's probably going to be it for him. I think I have a Carlo Traversi sighting.
I think he's on deck.
He is about to step up to the wall on men's number 1, Carlo Traversi. Last year's 3rd place finisher.
California, Carlo Traversi.
All right, so now stuff just got real. Carlo's impressive resume for so many years. I mean, he just seems to always be near the podium or on the podium. and it's been that way forever. And not only that, but he's also outside all the time, crushing boulders and sport routes and the diamond and just doing all sorts of stuff. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and we can definitely expect some tops from this guy.
Yeah, last year at Bouldering Nationals, he was third after Jimmy Webb and Nathaniel Coleman.
And Carlo never quite able to break through in finals. Always Daniel Woods in the way. But always a threat.
Yeah.
Stepping onto the wall for his first qualifier problem here at 2017 edition of Bouldering Nationals.
Carlo has historically performed very, very well in qualifiers and semis, and then just pretty darn well in the finals. Let's hope that he has a repeat performance here. Qualifiers doing his best.
This is his kind of problem. Yeah, that must be real hard. Oh, we got a top on men's too.
Oh, nice. Nice. That was Charlie Schreiber topping out men's 2, the very first top we've seen. That'll bode well for him.
Nice work, Charlie. So Carlo there on the left, men's 1. He's 26 years old. He's originally from California, but he lives in Boulder. He's 5'7". And his wingspan is, he's got a +3 ape. I think he has more.
You can see that he's not resting too much in between attempts. I think he not really expending too much energy to get to the point where he's been falling. He just has to figure out the right sequence here.
Oh, nice.
There he goes.
It's the double clutch. Currently, Carlo is ranked number 5 nationally in the 2017 National Cup Series, so he definitely showed up for some of those.
We'll certainly expect to see him be able to figure out this last sequence here.
See if he can hold on to that.
Oh, yeah.
pin.
Pretty well suits his style.
Nice, Carlo.
Yep, no problem
So
for Carlo
They-
Traversi. First one to the top of 1.
when they get to the top, they need to control the top holds. So both hands need to be anywhere inside the blue box. And then usually they look back to their judge, and the judge gives them the okay. So that's why you'll see them look back.
Definitely want to give a big shout out to all our judges and volunteers helping keep this event moving this year. Would not be possible to run nationals without a large group of people giving up their time to make this event possible.
And next up on problem number 1, out of Denver, Colorado, we have Tristan Chen.
Tristan Chen is up next on men's problem number 1. I have here that he's from Concord, Massachusetts, which differs a little bit from what our in-house DJ said. He's 20 years old, 5'9".
It says here that he climbs at Earth Tracks in Golden.
Hmm.
So maybe he moved. That's Golden, Colorado.
Seeing a number of competitors have a little bit of a hard time with that initial sequence on men's number 1.
Yeah. They should have like a coffee station right before men's 1 so they can get all amped up for that double clutch sequence.
It seems to take a lot of the right body movements, plus concentration, plus squeezing ability.
Well, that's a difficult thing to do when you come out of isolation, and the first thing you're confronted with is sort of not necessarily a difficult move, but a sequence where you have to be really in line and in tune, and you're a little nervous and you're a little bit excited. It's hard to.
I would argue that that is a difficult move, though. But
Sure.
just joking with you.
Speaking of difficult moves, everybody's standing on the floor right now.
Yeah. Yeah. We'd like to report that people are throwing themselves at these walls, but really, most people are standing around baffled.
Tristan Chen also has his sponsors as his mom and pop.
All mom and pop.
Yeah. And he was the 2015 USA Climbing Collegiate Champion for sport. So
I like to see the sport climbers and boulders kind of mixing it up. It's cool to see what their primary discipline is and then watch them compete in the other. You know, good to be well-rounded.
well, yeah, and they're going to need to be for the Olympics.
Heck yeah. So just over a minute left here, and what happens is each competitor has 4 minutes for the wall, and then they sit down and rest for 4 minutes, and they face away from the wall, so they do not get to watch anyone else climb. So meanwhile, right now, Carlo, for example, is staring at the audience, and in about a minute, he's going to be up on the wall again on men's number 2.
So Tristan not able to reel in that move. About 50 seconds left for each of these competitors. And then we will get to see what Chris and Neely were just talking about, as Sean Bailey is up next for the men, our reigning sport climbing champion, out here on the boulders. Expect to see him do pretty well here.
I think I have a Daniel Woods sighting.
Sean Bailey's from Shoreline, Washington. He's climbed at a lot of the crags that I grew up on, me being from Seattle originally.
See Daniel and Sean there exchanging hair care tips.
And next out of the gate from Seattle, Washington, we have Sean Bailey.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the ones I've wanted to see compete here. Sean Bailey nailed it in sport climbing nationals last year. I'm excited to watch him in this bouldering comp.
He's 20 years old, from Seattle. He's ranked 17 in nationals.
The action will continue here at the Salt Palace Convention Center all day long.
Here's Sean Bailey
We have 100
stepping on to men's number 1.
total competitors that are going to have to go through qualifiers all day. The ladies do not start until 12:30. The last guy comes out at 7:45 tonight.
Carlo in the middle there on problem 2 for the men, and Sean Bailey on the left of the screen.
Only
2
of these
very likely finalists.
semifinals that starts tomorrow morning.
And we have seen one top on men's number 2 so far.
On LT11.tv for the Louder Than 11 live stream.
We'd certainly expect to see Carlo be able to do this problem as well. That
Nice.
strength from Carlo Traversi.
God.
Very good on slopers. Nice, Carlo.
Making it
And
look
there's
easy.
Carlo making the top of number 2, and at the same
Bailey.
time, Sean Bailey on 1.
Sean Bailey's 5'3". Is that right?
And it's worth noting that Sean and Carlo both finished the first problem, but Sean did it in fewer attempts, so that's going to improve his score ever so slightly in the overall ranking.
It's just amazing to me how some of these competitors are obviously strong, and they climb super well. But then you see the climbers like Carlo and Sean Bailey come out and just destroy what the others have done. It's just amazing to me. I guess that's the difference between world class and pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting dynamics at this event, given that it is basically an open field, draws a wide range of abilities. but it really gives you context around how difficult these problems are, because if you just watch the best of the best climb on these, they may look kind of easy. But once you see a wide range of people trying them, you get a sense for just skill of these top competitors. So Charlie Schreiber trying to press this problem out.
Oh, yeah.
Still looking for our first top of men's 3.
And men's 4. And men's 5.
We'll have a pretty good sense in the next half hour how hard or easy some of these problems are. Carlo Traversi and Sean Bailey out on the walls already, and Daniel Woods on deck in just under 1 minute. He is, of course, the 9-time national champion, Chris.
Yes, he sure is.
I've heard that a few times.
Charlie Schreiber on the right of your screen there. He did top number 2. Let's see what he can do here.
And as Daniel Woods comes out, one of the craziest things to think about is that Daniel won his first national championship in 2005.
Wow, that is kind of crazy to think about. 2005. Life was a little different then, wasn't it?
Feels like he's been on the circuit for 20 years at this point. Still not even 30 years old.
Yeah, only 27.
Next up on the far left out of Boulder, Colorado, Daniel Woods.
Got some
Yeah,
applause for that announcement.
If this was anyone's event, it would be Daniel Woods' event for the men.
Been seeing him on the moon board a little bit, the Boulder Rock Club in Boulder. Seems to be a pretty popular training tool right now. See what it's been doing for him. Well, he's having troubles on number 1 too.
Yeah, even D Woods didn't flash number 1.
Oh,
Wow.
sick from Tristan Chen.
Tristan Chen, yeah, holding on even though the feet cut on that one. Nice.
Looking good. There it is. Tristan Chen says one of his hobbies is being a better climber than his brother Roland, who's also in this comp.
And D Woods takes that one down. Nice. Not take it down, but that move.
We'll see.
That was good.
Says
Nice.
rest of this
Nice
problem
feet.
fits in with Daniel's preferred style of climbing pretty well, I would say.
Which is basically climbing anything.
Grabbing grips and
Yep.
pulling.
Wow.
Nicely done by Daniel Woods, finishing men's number 1 on his 2nd attempt. On his way here.
I think that may have been his 3rd attempt, actually.
Oh, very good.
It's hard to tell because the attempts can be rapid fire when they fall low, but that's one of the things, thankfully, the judges, of which there are 2 per problem, are paying attention to more than we.
Yeah,
Oh.
they don't have to watch 5 problems at the same time.
That's right. Yeah. Call me crazy, but is that Gentry Cole back on men's 3, just climbing for fun?
That is interesting, Chris. There must be some
Maybe there was a technical?
some kind of situation that came up. Obviously, the judges would be keeping track of that.
Yeah.
So, some kind of situation. Just under 30 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, so another thing to keep in mind is when these climbers, like Daniel Woods, sends problem 1 so quickly, they have the remainder of that 4 minutes just to chill. So D Woods is going to be entering problem 2 way more rested than the people who had a harder time with it. So it's an exponential increase of effort when you suck. Trust me, I'd know.
And next up for the guys from Huntington Beach, California, we have Ryan Whitney.
Yeah, the easiest way not to get tired climbing is just to send on your first try.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it?
It's going to be a fun dynamic here. We'll have Sean and Carlo side by side again on men's 2 and 3. Always fun when it works out like this in qualifiers. This is effectively a random order, the 125 male qualifiers. It's always fun when we get some of the top competitors side by side here.
So in men's 1, we have Ryan Wythe. Is that how you pronounce it? I hope so. He's 22 from Huntington Beach, California. He's 5'4".
It's interesting how so far not a single competitor has read the double clutch, which it seems like everyone who's succeeded on that move has used. Nobody's onside that section.
Got Sean Bailey on men's 2.
Yeah, just out of your view is Sean Bailey getting very close to the top of 2. There it is. And
Sean has
this thing looks pretty interesting. It's
Yeah.
an around the corner jug swoop.
Seems like you really need to use your legs to power up to it.
seems like one of those moves where you can look really cool or really foolish depending on how it goes. And Carlo,
Oh,
knows how
Carlo
to look
yeah.
did it.
Boom, baby. And all very quickly, I'd say, except problem number 1 gave him some trouble, but geez, that was awesome.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who flashes number 1, if anybody. Still no tops on 4 and 5.
The right side of your screen, you're looking at Charlie Schreiber attacking men's 4 in his mind.
it's pretty helpful how he has his name on the back of his shirt like
It's
that.
very
That would be-
helpful.
I think that should kind of be a thing, I think.
Well, you know what I just learned is the numbers actually help because we have this list right here. It's amazing. Yeah, this is the first time I've been able to recognize people I didn't recognize.
Everybody at home should have that list too.
That's right. But that's why they have us.
That's right, and if you are looking for running orders results, go to usaclimbing.org. That is where you can find all the information for Nationals weekend.
You're seeing Ryan Wythe, well, you were on number 1 there.
Oh. Exciting attempt by Charlie Schreiber.
That was a little bit of a wild fall there. It seems like we might see some wild action on top of men's 3 there. But we just saw Carlo snatch up.
I know you have an eye for the wild action, Brian.
We had some exciting moments last year with some of the competitors falling, almost injuring themselves because they were just going so hard. That's why we've got medical staff on site here. Johnny Hork,
Johnny Hork, my
On the
former
scene.
roommate.
hoping that he has to do 0 work today. And with that, Daniel Woods will be up on men's number 2 there on the green holds on the left side of your screen there. See Daniel in the gray shirt there. Daniel just whispering to that chalk before he gets off the ground.
Step out of the wall, I want to talk to you about another one of our sponsors. This one, Entreprise Wall Systems.
Paparazzi.
Once you build this wall, they're the
On the scene.
wall supplier of USA Climbing. They're the world's leading manufacturer of climbing walls and continues to raise the bar for product design, development, and manufacturing. Entreprise.
D Woods establishing here on men's 2.
Looking strong. Those big slopey green holds. If
Getting
anybody's,
pretty stretched out. But he's just reeling it in.
if anybody's got the body tension, it's Daniel.
Yep.
Flashed.
There's a
men's
flash.
Number 2 for Daniel Woods.
And
Almost.
there it is.
There
Yep.
he is.
I believe that Sean Bailey also flashed that.
Yeah, we've seen a few flashes of that problem now. Starting to get a measurement here of what it's going to take to get into semifinals. Seeing the first 3 problems go down. And I would expect to see the last 2 problems get sent here as well, just based on what we've seen from Carlo and Sean and Daniel in the first 3 boulders. That's not unexpected.
Problem 1, we have Caleb Sheffer, aka Caleb Dole, according to his registration. He's 16 years old from Reston, Virginia.
I actually have here that Caleb Sheffer is 18 and from Houston. Maybe you're on the wrong. Who knows who has the right information, but
I'm-
got
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Tristan Chen here on men's 3.
There's about 25 seconds left in this round. And coming up in just under an hour, we'll have our first female competitors out on the wall to get the women's qualifiers underway here. 60 women. We need to whittle down to 20 for semifinals. The women and the men climbing at the same time.
Got Carlo Traversi on men's number 4.
And next out of the gate, we have Emmett Cookson.
I think I'm on the same page now as Neely was earlier, who was correct. Now we have Emmett Cookson from Austin, Texas on problem 1. That's a look at Sean Bailey on men's 3.
See if he can pull off what Carlo pulled off. Oh,
Classic climber look of disbelief.
looking down at their hands. What happened?
Why did my shoe let go? See Carlo trying to be the first male competitor to finish men's number 4 underneath that big roof.
I've seen him turn toward the crowd on climbs before at comps. He's no stranger to this.
And this wall is brand new to Adult Nationals this year.
I don't think I've seen anybody get that next hold successfully on men's 4.
I don't think so either. It seems like the kind of style that Carlo would be pretty good at, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's only got 2.5 minutes left, though. 4 minutes goes by. Super fast out there.
Sean Bailey here, men's 3. Trying again.
See him just leveraging with that left arm.
Yeah. no
Nice.
foot.
Excellent camera shots. It's cool to get a view so close up of each hold and how difficult they look to actually use.
Sean Bailey trying his hardest not to fall off.
And he is on a full-on slab right now.
Yeah,
He
and
does.
his next actual handhold is the finishing hold around the corner.
He can kind of relax and gather himself. Knows he doesn't have a whole lot of time left if this attempt is not successful. About 80 seconds left.
Ryan Wythe on men's 2. Oh, wow.
Nicely
That
done by
was
Sean
impressive.
Bailey.
Excellent.
I think the finish hold is so good that if the climbers can just get out to it at all, they'll be able to hold on to it. Definitely got his heart rate up a bit there. So we see Carlos struggling at men's 4. A little bit surprising, but we knew from talking to the route setters newly that they were turning up the difficulty a little bit once the climbers got on this side of the wall.
He said there was definitely a difference between 3 and 4 and 1 and 2.
Yeah. I wonder which tips they were swapping there, Brian. D. Woods and Bailey. Brian is laughing silently next to me.
Carlos got 17 seconds left if he chooses to get back on. He's done.
So men's 4 really proving to be the most difficult boulder of the set so far.
And stepping up to prop number 1 for his first qualifier of the day, local boy Dalton Bunker.
Dalton Bunker out on men's number 1. I think it was a couple years ago at Nationals. Dalton went into semifinals in first place after the qualifying round. Not able to keep it together to make it
Yes.
into finals, but that was surprising then. So not going to be sleeping on Dalton Bunker this year.
He's local. He's from Orem, Utah. And he's 19 years old. 5'9". He says he really likes climbing in Little Cottonwood Canyon.
Got Daniel Woods there climbing just to the left of the stage. To the left of the giant North Face logo.
Yeah, Dalton Bunker, I can expect him to place quite well. He's, like you said, a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, dry fires right off that tiny crimp. That's what you get for trying to match. Seeing a little back and forth here. Daniel and Sean Bailey both struggling on their initial attempts on men's 3. Carlo flashing the problem. Sean was able to pull it together. See how Daniel does here.
Ooh.
You can see Daniel not making the adjustment that we saw Sean make, where Sean was pressing harder with his left arm, not trying to pop up with his right hand so dynamically like Daniel was right there. We saw from those earlier shots that those right hand holds that he's on are pretty terrible.
Yeah, Sean basically just mantled that left-hand sloper.
Every competitor takes quite a lot of time in between these attempts, it seems, other than just a quick fall off the very, very beginning. Even just making a few moves seems to take a lot of energy.
It's a constant calculation the competitors have to do, knowing that they still have 2 or 3, 4 problems left, how much energy they want to spend on each individual boulder versus how much reward they think they can get out of the efforts that they do have.
It's a little bit like our time here on Earth, Brian, isn't it?
It's just like life, Chris.
Yeah, D. Woods is getting stymied so far.
Yeah, this is a potential development. If he can't figure out this move, we'll know that he's a little bit behind in the rankings then behind Carlo and Sean. But as we've seen, his trying to make up ground on men's number 4.
Yeah. Let's just say I'm not the slightest bit worried yet about D Woods.
Dalton making progress on men's 1 over to your left. And he
All right.
sticks it.
Yeah,
Wow.
Dalton
Nicely done.
Bunker. Nice one.
Daniel trying a bunch of different sequences here, and looks like he's found one that going to work for him now.
Oh,
So he's able to press it out now.
And he will absolutely have to rush this final
Oh,
bit.
wow.
Oh, okay. He might be done with less than 20 seconds left.
And that's going to be it for Daniel Woods on men's number 3. No top.
That's going to cost him.
Mark that on your scorecard, Chris.
That's right. Because again, the main deal here with the scoring is that tops are what count the most. And since Sean Bailey and Carlo did top it out, mind you, we still have over 100 men to come out. The fact that D Woods did not stick that top is, yeah, like you said, a bit of a development.
I got a little dizzy when you said that, Chris. And one thing to keep in mind with this combined rank scoring format is that it really rewards unique outcomes on each problem. So the fact that Sean and Carlo are the only people that finished the 3rd problem so far is going to really benefit their scores. But a lot of it depends on how the rest of the 100 and some competitors that come
Yeah.
still do. So a lot to figure out there. We're scoring a fluid situation throughout the afternoon here.
Got Sean Bailey on men's 4. Maybe we can see somebody grab this next hold.
Oh, wow.
It must be hard.
It looks like Sean was on the right track there, trying to double clutch with the right hand and the left hand underneath, but
Did you say double clutch?
double clutch.
Maybe we can see somebody, Carlo, get this black hold. There he goes. Nice. Close. Oops.
That's Emmett Cookson here on men's 2. Probably so far the most repeated problem.
Well, maybe
Ish.
1 and 2 have been very
Hard to say.
popular,
Yeah.
which is about what you would expect from nationals in years past. First couple problems are usually on the easier side when compared to the overall set of boulders that competitors climb on.
Sean Bailey not appearing to feel rushed with just about half of his time left, a little over 2 minutes. It would be big if he could make this one.
Carlo got that hold. I think he's the first person to do that.
Oh yeah, there's Carlo on the right. Heading up men's 5. Not quite for Carlo. Meanwhile, Sean in the center of the screen.
Almost.
Oh, brutal. So it looks like for Carlo Traversi, he'll give that number 5 one more shot here. He's got 3 out of 5 tops so far.
And this is the hard thing for the competitors. They get nice and tired on the first 4 problems, and they've got to figure out this delicate slab as their last boulder.
A delicate slab that involves full body leaps.
And I guess the wall is just about vertical down there on the far right side.
Oh wow.
This entrepreneur wall. Carlo Traversi looking for the first top on men's 5.
So close.
Not quite able to reach it.
And in the center left of the screen, Sean Bailey will probably be giving this one more attempt. About 40 seconds left. Ooh.
That's probably going to be it for Sean Bailey. You can see him calling it there to the judges. Carlo back on the wall, 23 seconds and counting. Plenty of time for him still. Seems like he's got the bottom section dialed in now. Just got to get both hands in that finish box in the next 12 seconds. Looks like he's found a foot out left. Try a little different approach here. Oh no.
Gosh. Brutal.
Not going to happen for Carlo Traversi, but still a high point for the men on the 5th problem there.
We need all female round volunteer judges, all female round volunteer judges to please meet in the volunteer room right now.
Got Daniel Woods on the far right side of your
Next up
screen.
on male one, Sean Rabatou.
And joining the panel, Sean Rabatou on the far left side of the wall, just outside your screen right now. Sean definitely somebody to watch out for this weekend.
What we could have here right now, Neely and Brian, is several of our finalists at once. This is just a guess, but definitely some of the favorites are on the wall right now, including Sean Rabatou right there, number 1.
Daniel Woods falling on the first move on men's 4. Looks puzzled as we watch Sean here on his first problem. Keep an eye on Daniel.
Ooh.
Did he just flash
The
that?
first person to do that first try.
Great.
And he didn't even have to double clutch.
So Sean trains at ABC, his parents' gym, his sister, Brooke Rabatou. He's 18 years old. He's ranked first, like we said.
He's getting kind of weird in this sequence.
Yeah. His parents, by the way, Robin Urbisfield and Didier Rabatou. If you've been around as long as I have, those names mean a lot.
Daniel Woods showing
D.
some
Woods.
Daniel Woods strength over here on men's 4.
Oh, yeah.
Blowing right past the high point of all the competitors before him.
I couldn't tell whether Sean topped it out.
He did.
It looks like he did.
He
Okay,
did.
and now D. Woods.
Making the first.
Oh,
So
Swing and a
close.
miss for Daniel Woods.
So Sean Rabatou did top out men's number 1. He flashed it.
Very impressive by Daniel Woods, getting much further than anyone else yet on men's 4. He will have time, it looks like, for one more try.
But keeping in mind that he did not finish men's 3, he really needs this top to get back on pace with Sean Bailey and Carla Traversi's results so far.
That's right.
Hey, people, if you're starting to get hungry or thirsty, make sure to head onto the
Keep in mind all weekend you can join the conversation on Twitter, the hashtag USAC Bouldering, as well as over in that their YouTube chat room. A lot of people out there watching from all over the world. We appreciate everybody tuning in here for the 2017 Bouldering Nationals.
Also, for those who do that kind of thing, there is beer being served all day long. Head
It's
on
Caleb
back
Schuffer
there
on men's
for a
3.
bunch of food and beverage available for you.
See if he figures out. Looks like he's calling it with 40 seconds left. Or maybe he's resting. We'll see.
It's like Daniel kind of flubbed his sequence a little bit. There he is. 28 seconds to go. Come on, Daniel.
Oh no. And that's a big miss there for Daniel Woods, just missing the finish hold.
We have a top on number 5.
Is that Tristan Chen down
Chen,
there?
yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, impressive.
Wait, what did we just see?
Tristan Chen just topped 5.
Wow. That's the first top of number 5.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
He topped 2 problems then, 2 and 5. Tristan Chen.
See if that makes it better than his brother.
And that's Ben Hanna.
Seen Ben Hanna in a lot of comps over the years. Seco Block, bouldering, and rope nationals. Really strong young climber.
18 years old, out of Santa Fe.
I want to say it's Hanna. I think I messed that up.
Got Sean Bailey on the far right side of the wall. And he'll have a sense that Tristan Chen just did that problem. We said the competitors they're not watching each other climb, but they can kind of get a sense from the crowd and the reaction how their fellow competitors are doing. All part of the game.
It is. There's Ben Hanna on his first attempt on problem 1.
Taking his time on that crimp. Oh, there's the crimp. It's a pretty big jump move to that top. Oh, not for him.
Nice. A cool top for Ben Hanna of men's problem number 1, Flash.
We're watching Sean Bailey on the right-hand side, men's number 5.
As Brian said earlier, the scoring rewards unique results. So the fact that Tristan Chen is so far the only man who has summited problem number 5 is a pretty big deal for him in terms of the placing and points.
Got Austin Purdy over on men's 2, pretty close to the top here. Matching that top looks a little hard.
Emmett Cookson on the right of your screen there on men's 3.
Sean Bailey just topped number 5.
Oh, nice.
Nicely done for Sean Bailey. 4 tops, our first competitor in the clubhouse with 4 tops. I think you can expect to see him in semifinals tomorrow.
For sure.
Top 20 out of the 123 or 4 male competitors here will make it to semifinals, so pretty high bar to clear compared to years past. Have to beat over 100 people to make it in the semifinals.
And you're looking at Ryan Wythe on men's 4.
.15 seconds in this round, and we've got a development going on here with Daniel Woods coming up on men's 5. He only has 2 tops so far.
Which is, yeah, that's fewer than Carlo, fewer than Sean.
But he did do better on men's 4 than anybody else.
And next up for the guys from Flagstaff, Arizona, we have Gabe Schuster. See a lot of new faces in the crowd. I do want to make sure to welcome you to the 2017 USA Climbing Bouldering Open Nationals here at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City. Keep in mind, if you are taking any photos, videos, if you are putting them out for everyone to see, throw on the hashtag.
This is a big one for Daniel Woods.
Bouldering. Once again, that's hashtag USAC Bouldering.
Looks like he got called down for something. I wonder what just happened.
So it might be, I heard them talking in the beginning, it might be that his left hand wasn't in the box.
Ah, that's right, yep.
From beginning to the end here at Open Bouldering Nationals.
You have to establish both hands on the start hold or holds.
Or yeah, at least in the box, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, somewhere in the box. If it's anywhere else, it's a technical or...
Daniel's struggled on the start of a few of these problems today.
Sean Robitou there, feet flying on men's 2. I expect this one will not be too hard for him.
Dalton Bunker there on the right side of your screen, eyeing up the last move on men's 3. Nicely done.
Nice.
See, he
Both
shot
of
a
them.
little too high, but able to reel that in. Very positive hold at the top of that problem.
Dalton topped 1 too, didn't he?
That's right, Chris.
Dying.
And 2?
Yeah. We're looking at Gabe Schuster there, and he is from Flagstaff, Arizona.
He's 17 years old.
Six feet and a quarter inch. Daniel is starting again on problem 5, but falling off again. Yeah, this could not bode greatly for him.
He's got that clock staring him right in the face there. You can see counting down.
Be ashamed to not see him in semis. Well, this problem is definitely not the moon board.
It's anti.
It is anti.
We've seen Daniel struggle on all the technical boulders so far today. The first problem, he had a little trouble on the first couple moves, and then on the third problem, technical slab mantle, took him a little while to figure out.
I don't remember what Carlo did there to do that so easily.
I think he stepped across to the far volume with his foot and perched up to the with his right hand. It's a little hard to see what the grips are like on that volume that Daniel's touching right now.
There's nothing on the one he's touching right now. It's just a bald head, like mine's about to be.
And that's going to be it for Daniel Woods' qualifying round here. Just 2 tops. We'll have to keep an eye on the scores. A lot still to be determined here. A lot of competitors still to come out on the wall. Won't have a real good sense for who's going to make it to semifinals until after all the competitors are done this evening around 8 o'clock local time. So just under 8 hours from now, we're scheduled to be finished. Chris and Neely, want to thank everyone for tuning in to the 2017 USAC Bouldering Open National Championships. We're here at the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City. Just a little bit under half an hour from the women's qualifying round beginning, and we are deep into the men's running order right now.
Deep. With Simon Hibbler from Boulder, Colorado. One of my personal favorites. Super nice kid. Very strong climber. 18 years old, 6 feet tall. He trains like a beast. I'd love to see Simon do real well.
What do you mean? What does he do? What do you see him doing?
I just see him training all the time. He even actually sent me his training program, and because he saw me pathetically trying to work my abs one day in the gym, and he was like, "No, dude, this is what you need to do." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Well, it's working for you, apparently.
Working for him too. Appreciate that, Neely. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you're sending. I haven't seen your abs, but
I can, you know.
Somebody on this panel is sending, and it's not me. Nicely done there from Ben Hanna. Starting to see a lot of tops out here on the first 3 problems especially. No tops yet for men's number 4, and I think just 1 for men's 5 from Tristan Chen and Sean Bailey, I think.
And Sean Bailey, yep.
So how many people are we in here so far? About 20 or so competitors out of not even a sixth of the way through.
Whew, yeah, only 100 more. And that's just the guys.
After the first 70, it's all downhill. Just about 90 seconds left in this round. Climbing with a hat, Chris, is kind of not common, but I respect it.
It's like Sonny Trotter doing all of his hard descents with a hat on. I think, though, he has it right. You got to turn it backwards so you can actually see a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we'll be proved wrong here. Nice. Simon Hibbler, men's 1. He had to work those first few moves a couple times, but Hopefully this will be it for him.
Nicely done.
With steez.
It is about that time again, people. The walls would not look as beautiful without all those amazing holds that are on them. Want to give a quick shout out to all the official climbing hold suppliers of USA Climbing. That's Technic, eGrips, Flat Hold, Working Class, and Element.
On deck for the men, coming up in about 10 seconds, is Nicholas Rummel from Golden, Colorado. 18 years old, 6 feet tall.
Got Sean Rabitou out on his third problem. 2 tops on the scorecard already for Sean.
I saw his mom, Robin Erbisfield, in the audience just a moment ago. That must be pretty amazing to watch both your kids compete here at Nationals.
See Sean there just off the left side of the center of your screen. Already just one handhold from the finish, but 15 feet from the finish.
That's right. This has a dancing crux, really.
Sean a little bit shorter than some of the other competitors, so just different approach to some of these moves. We'll see how he figures this out. Chalking up, but there are no holds.
And by a little shorter, we're talking 5.5 for the guys. Sean Rabitou.
It's got to be a little bit hard to see the hold. We've seen some of the climbers actually overshoot the finish hold, but still be able to reel it in just on the strength. Well, on their strength and the fact that the hold is actually pretty good.
Gabe Schuster there on the left, topping out number 2, and Sean Rabitou with the catch on 3.
And what this means, Chris, with the scoring system is that tops are the most important thing, but the competitors get ranked on each problem that they do. And so the fact that problems 1, 2, and 3 are getting climbed by a lot of these competitors means that it's not going to be as important to their scores. They don't get as strong of a rank score because so many other competitors are also topping out these boulders.
Got it.
Which is why a top on men's 4 would really catapult whoever does it above the field, since we have yet to see anybody finish that problem. And we've really not seen anybody besides Daniel Woods make any meaningful progress on it.
That's right.
And that missed top on that problem could come back to haunt him. We'll have to see.
Nicholas Rummel there, about a minute left. See if he can make the first problem go down. A reminder that in about 25 minutes, we're going to have our first female competitors coming out. So that'll be exciting. For the women, getting off to a start in the first 3 is Michaela Kirsch, whom we expect to perform quite well.
Yeah, Michaela was the winner of the last comp we did together, Chris, at the Seco Block Masters.
That's right.
Back in August.
Yep.
She destroyed.
Yeah, and since she's climbed 14C outside, and gosh, who knows, all sorts of stuff. Sierra Blair Coyle will also be coming out. Nina Williams, they're all in the top 10 of.
Chauncey Carroll as well made finals here at Nationals quite a number of years ago. See if she can make it back into finals. I think she finished second one year. Back at the spot.
Next out of the gate for the guys from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Noah Ridge.
Seems like a long time ago, Chris, that they used to be able to hold Nationals at a climbing gym.
That's right.
A number of years now they've had them in bigger facilities where they can have much bigger walls, much better experience for the competitors and the spectators alike.
Yep. Noah Ridge has stepped out from Minneapolis, Minnesota for problem 1. He's a name we've heard before. Noah Ridge, 22 years old.
Yeah, Noah's made podium at Rope Nationals a couple times, I think. He's done pretty well at Bouldering Nationals, never broken through into finals. See how he does here this year on his first problem.
Wow.
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 Impressive from
Yeah.
Noah Ridge.
Jeez. We've only seen Sean Bailey do it like that, I believe.
We've seen a lot of competitors do it much more dynamically. Noah looking very comfortable.
And just off your screen to the right is Simon Hibbler, almost topping number 2. And we have a close top on 3 as well. Starting to get exciting here in this little arena.
Yeah.
All right.
We're seeing lots and lots of tops after a slow start there. Nice top for Simon. I think that's 2 for 2 for him.
Yep.
Ben Hanna there, like an Egyptian on problem 3. Looking for his 3rd top in the round as well.
Did he do 2? Yeah, he did 2. Half the notes I take, Brian, are from your commentary. This is great.
You're welcome, Chris. We're seeing quite a few climbers with 3 tops so far. I have to guess that the cut line for semis will be somewhere in that 2 to 3 top range. Probably 2 in points. Which I think bodes well for Daniel Woods if that's what it comes down to, because he's going to have a pretty strong score based on how he did on men's floor. Reminder, you can go to usaclimbing.org to get the results as soon as they are available. And in fact, you can go there right now for some live scored updates. Looks like there's about 12 competitors in there right now. Sean Bailey in first place with 4 tops. Carlo and Daniel right behind him, but so much action still to come.
So much action.
And because of the way this ranked scoring system works, the results of the competitors still to come actually impact the scores that the climbers that are already done have, which is sort of one of the wrinkles of the scoring system, because the competitors are ranked as a whole on each boulder problem. So problem number 1 is a competition between 124 competitors, and they're ranked according to how they do, and so on through the round. And then that score is averaged.
Ben Hanna has less than 10 seconds to make this final jump.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Just barely reels it in with the Puccio pull-up for style
That's right.
points. Nicely done for Ben.
Yep, he's gotten all 3 now. Wow.
Next up for the guys from Colorado Springs.
Yeah, so thus far,
Jeremy
of the competitors whose scorecards are in the system, only 4 competitors with 2 or more tops. In fact, only 5 competitors with any tops in there yet, but that will not hold up as we get through the round. We've got our defending national champion still to come, our champion from 2 years ago coming up in the next half hour, Mohammed Jafari.
Yep. Jeremy Finnegan, Colorado Springs, Colorado. His entry here on men's 1, he is 30 years old. So far, the oldest competitor. And you're looking at Sean Robitou right there on the left of the screen. on men's 4, which has not yet been topped. So this would be huge if he would be able to do this.
Plenty of time left for Sean. It's proven to be a pretty difficult move. See Dalton reeling in that black pinch on men's number 5, cutting for the finish. This will position him nicely for semifinals if he could finish this bowler. I think that would give him 4 tops. Put him right up there with Sean Bailey.
Oh, and Dalton Bunker, top number 5.
Nicely done, Dalton Bunker in front of the hometown crowd.
Nice.
It's always fun when the hometown competitors do well at nationals. Chris really brings the energy out in the crowd in semis and finals.
That's right. And speaking of crowd, it is starting to feel like a crowd here. There's more empty seats than not so far, but still early in the day. But as the minutes roll on, more and more folks are coming in here.
Sean just pouncing on that move that time. Nice view of that. Suzanne Summers on that big white pinch there.
Heck yeah.
Sean trying to be the first male competitor. Lost his right heel there, and that was it. He's got
a
minute 18 seconds left. Let's see if he decides to give another try. See, he's thinking about it.
Evo, we are only about a quarter of the way through our male qualifying round. The girls are going to get started in about 15 minutes time, and once again, that is a perfect time for you to let everybody that you know tune in live online for the Louder Than 11 live stream. Once again, that's tuning in at lt11.tv.
One last attempt for Sean Raboutou with 30 seconds on the clock. It would be a minor miracle if he was able to pull this off in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think he left himself enough time here, Chris.
Yeah, if you plan on being here for all the action tomorrow, which I strongly suggest you do.
15 seconds.
Semifinal start at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
You can see he had to rush himself a little bit there. Still nicely done for Sean Raboutou. One of the only competitors to even stick that move, so not in bad shape at all. 3 tops so far for Sean Raboutou.
Next up for the guys from Michigan, Eric Libby.
Eric Libby out for the men on problem number 1. Eric just recently moved to my home area over in Milwaukee, climbing at Adventure Rock there. Hearing a lot of rumors about him around the gym about how strong he is.
Oh, nice.
This kid from Michigan. See him out here at Bouldering Nationals for the first time.
Eric Libby is 22 years old. He's 5'9". He likes to climb at the Red River Gorge.
Meanwhile, Ben Hanna fighting for men's number 4 and falling off.
Oh.
These competitors have been in isolation for a few hours by this point, so they're pretty amped to get out here and start climbing.
I heard they have a ping pong table in isolation, though. So at least they have something to do. And they have some climbs back there.
Yeah, a lot of walls in the back for them to warm up on. Fun scene back there. On the right, there's Simon Hibbler trying men's 3.
Oh, attention audience, if you haven't already, I suggest that you head on over to the North Face van off to your left. Chris and Corey are over there. They are allowing people to go into the van where they have some games.
So Ben Hanna there making pretty good progress in men's 4, still no top.
In the next couple of days, they will be raffling off 4 North Face packs. It is $1 per ticket, and all proceeds
Noah
go
Ridge
back to USA
in red.
Climbing, helping make this event possible.
Men's 2.
If I remember correctly, I think Noah did not compete last year because of a knee injury. You can see he's got that tape on his knee still. So I think he had to miss nationals last year.
Oh, good memory there, brah.
Going left hand to the finish for Noah Ridge. Nicely done.
Nice. Nice
I
top.
haven't seen that too often. Great to see Noah back here at nationals.
Did Noah top number 1?
Yes, he did.
Well, he's on his way.
Ben Hanna looking really strong in this qualifying round, finishing the first 3 problems relatively easily and making pretty good progress on men's 4 in his last attempt.
Yeah.
Trying to get a knee injury himself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I wonder if he did some weird stuff like that for his shoulder before, which is why he has the tape tattoo going on.
Tape tattoo, nice.
Simon Hibbler with 17 seconds on the clock, trying to evaluate this jump to the jug.
Oh, he made that
Ooh.
look easy.
No problema.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen anybody come off that move once they go for it. At least not when I've been watching.
That's right. Life lesson there. You just got to commit, man.
Smart.
Commit and have good coordination.
Golden, Colorado is home. Will Anglin.
Oh, Will England. He's a Colorado guy. He's up on number 1.
Yeah, I saw Will actually had some sort of accident making holds for his climbing company this week. Had to go to the hospital.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what happened?
It sounded like in one of the pieces that he was drilling on or something got spit back at him, hit him in the face, and his hand is hurt and stuff.
Oh, wow.
It got pretty raw out there. That's why I work at a computer.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'll affect his climbing. We'll see.
You can see he's got his right thumb taped. He said yesterday on Facebook that he can't use his thumb.
Well, that's problematic.
Yeah, wait till he gets to the Thundercling crux sequence. Will is a super strong climber though. Not how he wants to spend his week preparing though, by going to the hospital.
No, he's probably really bummed. So Will is 26 years old. I'm pretty sure he lives in Denver. Climbs at Earth Treks. And he got into semis last year and the year before. He said in his notes that he squeaked into semis the last couple years.
I remember he was pretty psyched to make semis.
He trains hard.
And semis is a super fun round to get into for the competitors. It's really high pressure, really hard problems. A lot of action during semifinals tomorrow. Don't forget to check that out at 9:30 tomorrow, Mountain Time. That's when we'll be kicking off semifinals. 9:45, excuse me. Make sure you go to lt11.tv. Check out when we'll be on the air. At this rate, we might never stop.
Be here all night. So Will has his own training blog. He is way into training. I actually interviewed him on my podcast on trainingbeta.com. And he's got a lot of good information, and I know that he does it all himself too.
Yeah, it's really smart stuff that he writes. Really enjoy reading it.
He also works a lot, and he still makes it work with training. He's just super efficient about when he climbs. Sean Rabatou on the right side of the wall, men's number 5, making really good progress.
Sean,
Would this be the third top of number 5 if he does this?
at least that I've seen, yeah. It's a little bit out of our viewpoint here, so
There he
possibly miss
goes.
one, but Sean, 4 tops for Sean
Yep.
Rabatou. Nicely done for him. Definitely expect to see him in semifinals tomorrow.
Yep, he did 1, 2, 3, and 5. No 4 for him, but that is pretty good. Really good.
And next up onto the mats, time to give some local love to Palmer Larson.
Coming up in the next hour, we have our defending champion for the men, Nathaniel Coleman. Ty Landman coming out a little after 1:15 or so local time. Muhammad Jafari, the winner from 2 years ago, coming out in the next 10 minutes or so. So lots of strong competitors still to come. And we get our women's competition underway here in less than 10 minutes nearly. After seeing the men climb here for the last 2 hours, I'm super psyched to get the women out here.
Me
and
too.
Start seeing how their problems look.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting having 10 people on the walls at all times.
Should be pretty easy to keep track of.
Yeah, super easy.
And that's actually the first time that that's happened at Adult Nationals. Usually women climb in separate time of the day, but because the men's field has gotten so large, they have no choice but to run them concurrently. Otherwise, we'd be here until next week trying to get these competitors through qualifiers.
Yeah, they said they had something like a 25% increase in membership and it for the USAC this year alone. So there are way many more people at this particular comp as well.
You see Palmer Larson there on the left side of your screen on men's number 1, another local climber from Salt Lake City. Tons of support for him here in the crowd.
Wow, crushing.
Crowd loves when you send.
Yeah, he's 21 years old, 6'1", climbs at Momentum. On men's number 4, we have Simon Hibbler. Let's see if he can get that left crimp.
Yeah, Simon's had a really nice round. As has Ben Hanna over there on the 5th problem. Ben's got 3 tops. I think Simon might have 3 tops as well.
Yeah, Ben Hanna did 1, 2, and 3. Again, no number 4. Trying to go at it statically on men's number 4.
And next up on our list of sponsor shoutouts, you know if you love Cliff Bar. It's simple. Put good food in, get good performance out.
We've got Eric Libby here on men's number 2.
That respects and protects places where people live, work, and play. Cliff Bar.
See how he navigates this transition.
Just about 25 seconds left on the clock.
Making some progress over there. You can't see it on your screen. Yep, there he is on number 5.
All right, Ben Hanna finally made that first move. 2 seconds left, though.
Come on. There he goes.
Oh! It appears that he probably just missed the time.
That's such a bummer that it has to be within the time because for sport climbing, I'm pretty sure you can continue to climb, right?
That's right. That's right.
Not for these boulders.
That was crazy. Yeah, Ben was trying that move many, many, many times and finally just made it.
Yeah. So no top for, well, top, but doesn't count for Ben Hanna.
Ian Dory, another name well known in these circles, very strong for a lot of years.
He's 25 out of Fort Collins, Colorado. He likes to climb in Rocky Mountain National Park. Oh. He's been climbing for 20 years, Ian Dory.
Nice.
He got second at ABS Nationals in 2013, and he's an American Ninja Warrior. He came in third for 2015 and 2014. He's part of the Wolf Pack.
Jeremy Finnegan on the right side of the screen there on men's 3. There's a closer look at him. It's always hard to tell from a distance, but up close you can tell these athletes are trying hard.
Trying to get that foot up. I don't think that right hand is something you want to be hanging out on for very long.
Will Anglin, men's 2.
It's looking really strong.
The thumb tape is apparently not affecting his performance too poorly.
Yeah,
He's looking great.
You'd think it would even affect some friction, but nice, almost. There
All
you
right.
go, Will Anglin. Top men's number 2.
It seems like it's going to be a prerequisite to top number 2 to make semis. Just a
Yeah.
guess, but seems like that's should be in the bag.
Yeah, we already have a good handful of people who've done 1, 2, and 3. And we have 20 spots for semis.
I guess the only other thing to consider would be, since 4 hasn't even been topped out yet, if someone, say, doesn't do problem 2, but they do number 4, that's going to be a lot more meaningful. Of course, it's hard to imagine that happening because 2 seems so much easier.
Well, we'll see.
Hail Mary attempt here for Nicholas Rummel with less than 10 seconds.
And with that, our first female qualifiers.
We have our first female qualifier, Hannah Han.
And it looks like for the guys we have Mohammad Jafari from Iran. He was he won the competition a couple years ago, being a foreign national. However, he can't actually officially be the champion, but he actually beat Daniel Woods 2 years ago.
I feel like it was a little controversial there that year.
It was, but I think it's mainly just because a new scoring system was put into place, and it was difficult to understand at first. But But yeah, he in fact did beat Daniel Woods, and I think he made finals last year. So we can definitely expect some good things here from Mohammad Jafari.
So Hannah Han is 20 years old. Oh. Well, it said Gentry Cole there on your screen, but that's actually Hannah Han. And she's from Colorado Springs. She's 5'2". The 5'5" She climbs at the Sport Climbing Center.
Mohammad Jafari has lived in Golden, Colorado now for several years.
We have a top here on men's 2.
Local boy, Palmer Larson, with a top of men's 2. All right, crowd favorite for sure. It really does make a difference when you have the cheering crowd behind you.
Yeah, the crowd is small, but a lot of them must be locals because they're cheering pretty loud for him. We have Muhammad on number 1, making pretty quick work of this.
Oh, wow, surprise fall there by Mohammad Jafari.
So Hannah Han there in the background, still on women's number 1. She's actually only been climbing for 2 years, it says here, so. Started when she was 18. That's about when I started, when I was 19.
Nice, nice. Yep. That was probably kind of starting early too.
Yeah, back then.
And now it just gets younger and younger.
Hannah Han doing really well on number 1.
Hannah is the first of 60 women competing. There are 123-ish men competing.
There was supposed to be 124. Somebody didn't make it. There's Muhammad again on men's number 1. Hopefully he will not slip off this time. There he goes.
And next up for the guys, another local climber from Salt Lake City, Drew Klaus. And to Drew's left, our next female competitor, we have Tori Perkins out of Atlanta, Georgia.
19-year-old Drew Klaus for the men from Draper, Utah. It's gonna get real now. We are gonna be having eventually here 10 climbers on the wall all at once.
To the left of the North Face logo is Will England. There he is, starting up.
Victoria Perkins on the far left from Milton, Georgia. "17 years old.
She's 5'9". Making quick work of that. Did she just flash that?
Oh, wow. Look at that. Yeah, no stranger to comps. We've seen her name again and again, Victoria Perkins. Excellent work.
She made the U.S. team for IFSC Youth World Championships in 2016 for bouldering, sport, and speed. She made semifinals in Seco Block Masters of 2016, so not bad.
Ian Dory, top in men's 2.
Got some attempts on men's number 5. It's just
Will Anglin.
looks like he's about to lose his glasses. That would be bad. There he goes. Come on, Will.
Oh yeah, it looks like maybe above his eyebrow is where that shard hit him.
There he goes. So Will's got tops on 1, 2, and 3. Will Anglin. Will Anglin. There is no D there.
He's angling for semifinals.
Yeah, all that training's paying off. Well, I, for one, would like to see some action on men's 4 and 5.
I'm not leaving until somebody finishes men's 4. Might
Victoria
have to be Chris.
Perkins. Or, no, Hannah Hahn. No,
No.
no, forget it.
And with that, we are just out of time in this round.
Yeah.
Brian Runnels, Chris Widener, and Neely Quinn with you here at the 2017 Bouldering National Championships in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the bowels of the Salt Palace here.
Yes, exactly, the bowels. There's Michaela Kirsch. Excited to see her out here. She is a potential probable semifinalist at least, if not more. She's been climbing super well lately.
And Michaela hasn't been competing in too many bouldering competitions lately, but she did win the Seco comp in August and been climbing really strong on a rope. So we'll see how well that translates here to the boulder problems. I know she's been training.
She was the 3rd place finisher in the 2016 Sport Climbing Nationals. Curiously, at the time she was 21 years old, and she was also the 3rd oldest competitor in Sport Nationals, which I thought was shocking. She's now 22.
She sent the golden ticket 514C in the Red River Gorge this year.
Great little film about that send, actually. We're seeing.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see how Michaela's climbing has progressed over the years. I've been watching her climb in the Midwest seemingly forever. I feel like she's always been super good, but she's gotten even better the last year or 2.
And with a cool flash of women's 1.
Crushed that.
That's it. Now she gets to rest for a minute and a half extra.
Yeah.
2.5 extra.
I watched her send God's Own Stone in the red, the 14A, and she did it with ease. Men's number 2 here, Muhammad. He is so tall. Climbed
Yeah, he
really
is.
well.
Muhammad Jafari, 2nd top.
He's got 1 and 2 under his belt.
Seeing a pretty steady stream of people doing the first 3 problems for the men now.
Oh, looks like
may
Muhammad
not have made it on time for the first problem. We'll have to look into that. Very strict here. Got to finish in 4 minutes or they call you off. Local crowd favorite Palmer Larson going for his 3rd top.
Got his
Let's see if he can
try-hard
do
face
it.
going right now.
Trying to readjust with one foot and one hand. That is amazing.
Really nicely done.
Well, it seems like most of the time, well, every time, if you hit that last hold, you don't fall off. So we'll see what happens with him.
He knows it's his last attempt because the clock is reading 35 seconds.
Not much to hold on to make his way up to that.
He'd better
He's getting everything
think
dialed
about
in here.
He'd better think about going soon.
14 seconds. It's just got to go.
He's got
Yeah.
nicely done.
Wow.
So Palmer Larson has tops on 1, 2, and 3.
A very pleased crowd.
For the ladies, we have Emma Howard on women's number 1. She is out of your screen, but you'll see her in a moment. She's on the very left.
Looks
There
like
she
they're doing a
is.
little
Yeah, there's actually a brushing
repair on
break
one. Yeah.
in the schedule here, so they're going to take this round for the men to clean up
Got
problem
it.
number 1 and then work their way through the entire set of boulders here to clean up the problems for the men. Means we are 31 climbers in for the men so far.
And 4 for the women. We're on Emma Howard here. She's 18 from Colorado Springs. She's 5'3", and she climbs at the Sport Climbing Center as well. She's been climbing for 6 years. Is that Michaela Kirsch on women's number 2?
I think that's Victoria Perkins.
Oh, Victoria Perkins. Well,
See Victoria in the top left of your screen there, trying to match the finish on women's too.
there's not a good left foot. There's not a left foot. Oh,
Nicely done.
that is
Victoria
tenuous.
Perkins, very nicely done. On women's too, that's 2 tops for her, I believe.
That's correct.
Setting an early mark for the women. Obviously a lot still to come.
Drew Klaus, eyes up, problem 2.
Attention crowd, I want to take a moment to tell you a little bit about the official climbing floor supplier of USA Climbing. That is Flashed. Dedicated to their curious approach to innovation, Flashed aims to make bouldering gear that propels you to dream and move with confidence. Flashed.
Is that Ian Dory on men's number 3?
Yep.
Our American Ninja Warrior here. Let's see. He made quick work of that move.
And Ian has made the podium at Nationals in the past when it was in Colorado Springs a few years back. Has pulled back a little bit in the last couple years. I believe he had a child in that time. Family man and a climber and a ninja,
And a
apparently.
ninja.
Drew Klaus from Draper, Utah. 19 years old. Men's 2.
So their scoring is also dependent on how many attempts they give each problem. And each attempt, it's just you getting off the ground, and if you come back to the ground, that's one attempt. So even if it's at the very beginning on that first start hold.
And next up out of the gates on the far left from Scottsdale, Arizona, Sierra Blair Coyle. To her right from Bend, Oregon, Eric Williamson.
Sierra Blair Coyle is up on women's 1, a name you've probably heard for many years. She placed really well last year.
Yeah, she always does really well at nationals. No, it's a real focus for her. Competition she takes very seriously.
She's there at the far left of your screen. She's been climbing for 14 years. She's 23 years old. She is very popular on Instagram, I believe.
Michaela there in the center of the screen on her first attempt, I think, here on women's 2.
Yeah, she made that look easy.
Yeah.
Her technique is just incredible.
It was a cool flash. That's a flash for both 1 and 2 for Michaela.
Is that a flash for Sierra?
Yep. Bam.
So far, the women's problem's yielding more tops more quickly than the men's.
That's for sure.
Remember that these competitors have 5 boulder problems to climb on in this qualification round, 4 minutes of climbing and then 4 minutes of rest as they move through each problem. Not very much time at all. But you don't need that much time when you flash the problem.
That's right.
Turns out.
Seats are filling up here. The Salt Palace, slowly but surely.
Yeah, I would expect it to be jam-packed here tomorrow for semis and finals. I've heard some pretty outrageous numbers that they're expecting for finals here. Obviously a huge climbing community in Salt Lake City.
So Eric Williamson, I believe, is in the green on the left of the screen on men's 1.
He's 30 years old from Bend, Oregon. He's 6 feet tall, and he likes to climb at Smith Rock.
Boom. Smith Rock rules.
We asked them in the beginning when they register, some highlights of their career in competition, and he says it's been historically bad. No, like really bad, in quotes. So that's kind of funny. I think he's probably exaggerating.
From here, from these 183 competitors, we're going to take the top 20 to move on to semifinals tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure to be here on time because the action will begin then. If you are not going
I wonder how chalky and slippery those holds are getting.
Well, so they did just brush that one.
Yeah.
And they do have, like Brian said, some planned brush breaks, which is cool. And of course, all of the competitors, as you've seen, do have the option of brushing them by themselves if they want to. So, but yeah, you've got to think that later on in the comp, it's just simply harder to hold on.
Yeah.
We had Muhammad Jafari with the top on his third problem off your screen there just a moment ago. And we also had a top on men's 2. I'm not quite sure who that was. Couldn't see from my vantage point here. So it'd have to be Eric Williamson. Starting to find our level with the men's competition here. A lot of people getting in that 3 top range. A couple of people with 4 tops, but nobody has finished all 5 problems for the men. And in fact, nobody has finished men's 4 there.
Lots of brushing going on right now.
Yeah, and I think when we have 3 tops among so many men, it will come down to attempts and high points. High points first, of course, and then attempts.
So on the far left, you have Chauncey Carroll for the women. She's 25 out of Colorado Springs. There's a lot of people here from Colorado Springs today.
Yeah, Chauncey made the podium several years ago. Comp was in Boulder.
Was that Chauncey Carroll or Chauncey Cox? They're two. I'm getting them confused.
Same person, yeah.
Oh, they are the same person.
Ryan Copeland from Atlanta, Georgia is climbing on men's one. 23 years old, 6 feet tall. And Chauncey just trounced that one.
Yeah, no big deal. I haven't been watching women's number 3. This is interesting. Oh, you can't see it on our screen.
There's Victoria Perkins on the center right of your screen on women's 3. Tricky problem she's about to encounter here. The holds disappear.
Yeah, officially the smallest grips of the comp are on women's 3.
This is actually the one that I was the most interested in watching because of the size of those crimps.
Yeah.
They are minuscule.
I think they'd be bad feet.
She's the one just to the right of the North Face logo. Currently perched.
Really time-consuming problem. She's got about 85 seconds left.
85 seconds. Nice.
So she's asking if she can grab that left arete, and they said no.
You can see that black tape there. That's what indicates that that's out of bounds. That is a tenuous move.
That's Victoria Perkins. She's the one out of Milton, Georgia, 17 years old. This is Ian Dory that you were just seeing on men's 4.
Yeah, men's 4 just has a way of chewing them up and spitting them out.
Yeah, by that point, the climbers have been climbing pretty hard for 15 minutes or so. 20 minutes.
See if Victoria Perkins can.
She's going to have to gun for it here. 5 seconds left. All right, we are just getting underway here. So many climbers still to come. Coming up very soon, Nathaniel Coleman, our defending champion for the men. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, we are right back in here at the 2017 USAC Bouldering National Championships. Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, and Neely Quinn with you all afternoon as we continue through our qualifying round. We just had Kasia Pietras finish women's number 1 as we're in that commercial break. Stephen Jeffries out for the men as well.
It's cool to see Stephen Jeffrey out here. He's among our oldest competitors at, what is he, 38 years old. He also helped set for Seco Comp, I believe.
He's been setting for a while.
Local boy, Salt Lake City, Stephen Jeffrey.
We also just saw Michaela Kirsch almost top out women's number 3.
We got Palmer Larson on the far side of the wall finishing men's number 5.
Really?
Really strong round from him.
Wow, he finished that one, huh? Nice.
I think that's
So
4 tops for him,
that's
right?
4 tops.
It is. He's
1, 2, 3, and 5.
very impressive from Palmer. Expect to see him in semifinals tomorrow.
got Hannah Hahn in the center, Michaela Kirsch on the left.
We saw Michaela near the finish on women's 3, not able to figure out the finish. The hold looks to be upside down, which is always fun.
When you're jumping to it.
There's about a minute left for the competitors in this round.
Michaela has flashed both 1 and 2. Just working on number 3.
And yeah, it is in fact a very time-consuming problem. There's only 50 seconds left for Michaela here.
I feel like this is only her
Perched
second try. Yeah.
Meow. Oh.
And that's probably going to be it for Michaela Kirsch on women's number 3.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
And Mohammed Jafari has also given up on men's 4.
There's Stephen Jeffries on men's number 1. Stephen always a character to talk to at these comps.
It's a Salt Lake City guy. He's been climbing for 30 years.
Did they even have climbing 30 years ago?
Come on now.
Barely.
Next up for the guys from across the pond in the UK, Alex Waterhouse. And Alex's left, we have Georgia Banks from Brooklyn, New York.
Alex Waterhouse is stepping up to men's number 1. Living in the East, but from the UK. He is one of our few foreign nationals who will not be able to be ranked necessarily, but
He can
we'll
still
see.
take home that money.
He can still take home the money. That's right. And really, that's what it comes down to, doesn't it, Brian?
That's right, Chris.
So- Alex Waterhouse is 19 years old. He's 5'5", and he likes to climb in Rumney.
Chauncey Carroll, women's 2 without a problem. Nice Colorado tights.
Yeah, I'm digging those. Love the state spirit.
It's a Georgia Bank on number 1, I believe.
The first problem is not seeming to be much of a problem for the women.
Georgia Bank is 16 years old. She's a youngster. And the rules are interesting on that. You have to be 16 within 2017 in order to compete here today. So well, some of these girls are going to be only 15 right now, like Ashima and Brooke Rabatu.
That's right, Neil, and it all goes toward the goal of the competition, which is to select the U.S. national team for bouldering so that these competitors can compete on the World Cup circuit. And one of the criteria for that is that you are 16 years of age.
Victoria Perkins on women's 4.
Yeah, this is a really fun-looking problem.
Yeah, it's also a complicated problem. I mean, 4 minutes suddenly does not seem like that much time. I mean, they have, what, a couple attempts?
Yeah, she's only got a minute left.
Looks like she's going to call it there. So we transition back to women's 3. Another tricky problem. It's got to be a little jarring after the first 2 problems are kind of easy, it looks like, for some of the women, and then to get to these third and fourth boulders, they really turn on the heat.
That's Emma Howard right there, number 4. She's on women's number 3, contemplating her next move.
Another top on men's 2 there.
Ryan Copeland.
Ten seconds left in this round. We are just about full on the wall at this point. I think we are. 10 climbers on the wall at the same time, if you need it.
Just to make our job a little more difficult.
Next up on the far left, currently living in Salt Lake City, but originally from the East
Remember, you can go to usaclimbing.org for all the results and updates for the weekend. Check out how your favorite climber did. We'll try our best to bring you the results as we are made aware of them here.
Andy Lamb from Lexington, Massachusetts, up for men's problem 1. And Nina Williams, now in Salt Lake City, on women's 1.
And on the,
Andy's done really well here in the past. I believe he's made finals.
Yeah, Andy Lamb has done very well in these.
so Nina Williams used to live in Boulder. She recently moved to Salt Lake City. She's there on your far left. She's 26 years old. She's done really well with her career so far. Climb V13.
See Kasha swooping into the picture there on her second problem. On her way to an easy top flash for Kasha Pietras. Ditto for Nina and Andy Lamb there.
Yeah, both. A flash and a flash.
Always feels good to get that first problem under your belt.
Confidence booster.
Sierra perched like a kitty.
Not sure. She's talking to the judges.
Yeah, it seems like it's not clear whether they can pinch that arete right there that she's using now.
Oh,
I think
but
that's
There's
what
a little
you
bit of
can
an
use.
Inner.
And there's black tape around the corner.
interesting. So
And
that
it
is
looked like Victoria Perkins was trying to use that.
Oh yeah, there's a slight angle in the wall where her hand is there.
Yeah.
It's just not like a sharp edge.
wow.
Really
that's-
smart climbing from Sierra Blair Coyle, checking with the judges to make sure that what she wanted to do was legit. And it was, and it worked.
It's a seasoned competitor, that one.
Now what do you do?
Right. This is the first we've seen anybody up there. Well, no. Yeah, that's a high foot for her.
Yeah, it seems like you'd want to perch your foot up above where her hip is.
Or maybe throw your body way over to the right.
Yeah, well, this is her attempt, and there's only just over a minute left, so you got to make the most of it. Meanwhile, Michaela there in the center of the screen for what's probably her last attempt here on women's 4.
Kayla is also a coach for kids for climbing. Nice. And she's in college.
SBC trying to figure it out. High point on 4 here for Michaela.
Oh,
Sierra just got her foot way up.
yeah, she committed to it and looked like the right thing. I think that foothold is really bad.
See if Michaela can hold this final hold.
Nicely
Oh.
done, Kayla Kirsch.
Excellent
footwork.
work.
3 tops for Michaela out of 4. Looking promising for her.
Absolutely.
Trying to be one of our 20 competitors to make it into the semifinals tomorrow.
The odds are so much better for her than any of the guys.
And stepping up for the men is last year's champion, Nathaniel Coleman. Excited to see what he has to bring to the table here, especially on that unclimbed men's number 4. Nathaniel Coleman has been a very consistent competitor in both roped and bouldering competitions.
Unfortunately, I heard that he has a finger injury, so I don't know how much that's going to affect him, but
It's really not what you want coming into a big competition like this. I mean, that goes without saying, but I'm excited that he's here and
Yeah.
really hoping that he can give a title defense his maximum effort here.
He's 20 years old from Utah. As a seasoned competitor, Nathaniel knows to give every single one of his attempts 100%. Often you'll see the competitors who've been around for a while take even more time than usual to look at the problems first. Those crucial first 30 to 60 seconds of staring down the problem can really make the difference.
on women's number 1, we have Maddie Morris.
Another top there on women's 2. That was Georgia Bank, I believe.
The
Got Chauncey perching on women's 3.
I wonder if she'll do the same thing with that left hand.
So her hands are on a really good side pull. It's hard to get out of that position sometimes.
Men's 3 on the right there and men's 2. A lot of action on the wall now.
Nicely done.
To the
That's
top.
got to be one of the best moves on the wall.
It's exciting.
Got Tori Perkins high on women's 5 over there. Getting our first good look at that boulder. Another really fun looking problem. Really curious to see how she finishes this last move here. She tries to use that hold out left, which is
Pretty terrible.
And I think it might be more of a foot, just based on looking at it from the ground.
Ah, close.
Be fun to see the women on that problem.
Maddie Morris there, finishing number 1. Awesome.
Nathaniel struggling with just a minute left to figure out this first problem.
That's a little bit of a surprise. You never know how much his alleged injury is affecting him, though. You never know.
He just looked like he wasn't quite ready first couple tries there. Looked upset with himself when he fell out, but he's back where he wants to be here. Finishing off men's number 1, Nathaniel Coleman. Starts off his title defense with the top of the first problem. Taking almost the entire 4 minutes.
That would be stressful coming into this, being the last year's champion, knowing that you can only equal your performance from last year. There's no way you can do better. Yeah, that would be stressful.
Yeah, there was an interview with him where he was talking about that pressure and that, you know, he can only do the best that he can, but he definitely feels it.
Yeah, he seems to have a pretty great attitude about it.
Next up for the guys, currently living in California, Solomon Barth, and all the way to the from Seattle, Washington, Miriam Timpson.
Solomon Barth up for the men. He's been around quite a bit. He's had some strong showings.
Kasha Pietras, Sierra Blair Coyle climbing there on the left side of the wall.
And Michaela Kirsch on the right.
Kasha is a V12 climber outside. She runs the Tennessee Bouldering Authority in Chattanooga. It's a climbing gym. Nina's making quick work of number 2.
I think that knee bar is off, Chris.
The Colorado Atria.
Nicely done for Nina Williams.
Well done.
2 quick tops for her.
It's only off if you strap the rubber to your thigh like we do outdoors.
And Michaela Kirsch making it happen on women's number 3. She was hanging out there that entire time we were looking at Nina just chalking up on the last hold. And then she just pounced for the finish. No problem for Michaela Kirsch. I think that's 4 out of 5 tops for her.
That's correct.
Definitely be seeing her in semifinals.
Got Kasha there on the left side of your screen. She's on her knee on this hold.
Sierra Blair Coyle for women's 4. May only have time for 1 good attempt left. There's still 1:40 on the clock, but this problem seems to take quite a while to climb. We have Miriam Timpson on the left there on women's 1 from Seattle, Washington. And Sierra may decide to give it another go. We'll see.
This is Eric Williamson that we're watching on men's number 4. He's from Bend, 30 years old. Well, Kasha's got 45 seconds to get up this thing there on the left.
For any of you who are just joining us, I want to welcome you to the Salt Cows Convention Center for the 2017 USA Climate Bouldering Mobile Nationals qualifiers.
So we are still waiting for our first top on women's 3 and men's 4.
Later into the night. For anyone you know that is at home that might
Daniel Woods' high point at men's 4 is starting to look better and better
Yeah.
as we get deeper into the round here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, actually.
Also, if you take any pictures or videos, send them out into the world with the hashtag USAC Bouldering.
Really excited for the next competitor coming out for the men, Ty Landman, one of the best bowlers in the world.
According to John Glassberg of Louder Than 11, Ty Landman is the best style of any climber on earth.
Confirmed.
Ties left from Boulder, Colorado. We have Lillian Fryfield.
Really glad to see Ty coming out for nationals again this year. Love to see him make it through to the final. We will see what happens here.
I took a sewing class this past year, and Ty's mom was my teacher.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that random?
Good to know.
Mm-hmm. He lived for a while. Actually, I don't know where he lives right now. Is he in England, or he was for a while?
I do know that he has climbed V15. It's got to be helpful.
Yep.
You would think. See Nathaniel trying to get in the groove here on problem 2. He struggled on the first problem before finishing it.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit more his style.
That's some good tension. Haven't seen anybody do that.
He's just, yeah, using these holds every which way.
Just playing on it.
Nicely done for Nathaniel Coleman.
Maddie Morris on the left there on problem 2. 2 tops for Maddie. In the very center of the screen, Alex Waterhouse on the infamous no hands sequence of men's problem 3.
Women's problem 3.
The men's in the center there.
Yep.
Oh, and he's our first competitor who actually fully missed the jug. Wow, it was a leap and a miss. He was above the hold, actually. Well, now we know it's possible to fall there.
See Ty recovering nicely on the first problem. We've seen a lot of competitors struggle on that first sequence and then sort it out, get to the top.
Was that a flash? That was not a flash?
No, he
see?
definitely
That was not
fell
a flash.
on his first attempt. As we watch Alex Waterhouse there, get you a quick scoring update here in just a second.
Just to the left of the North Face logo. There he is. See if he can recover from that. Interesting windup.
Oh, man.
That's a bummer.
Just going a little too high. It looks like it's so hard to see that finishing jug. Oh, wow, going for it again.
That is
20
ambitious.
seconds left.
He is getting his money's worth here.
It is pretty impressive how easy he makes that beginning look.
For real, yeah.
Wow, he actually might have time.
10
He's
seconds.
got-
He's going to have a chance.
Oh, my.
Wow, he's got this
This would be
dialed.
super impressive.
Oh,
Oh, my gosh. All right.
That
He
was
deserves
great.
spirit points for that
yeah,
one.
he does. That was incredible.
Proving us
Go
wrong. That
UK.
was-
And next up, out of the gates for the ladies from Sydney, Australia, Stephanie Hopkins. To her right, coming out of Salt Lake City, Daniel Popkowski.
So coming up for the men, we have Daniel Popowski.
He's from Moncton, Maryland. 21 years old.
You're looking at Miriam Timpson on women's number 2.
Solomon Barth there, center right in the red shirt. Men's 2.
Making quick work.
And as we watch these competitors, give you some very unofficial updates on some scores that we have in so far. These are unofficial and subject to change as the competition unfolds. But right now, with 4 tops for the men, we've got Sean Rabitou, Dalton Bunker, Palmer Larson, and Sean Bailey, all with 4 tops. So they got to be feeling pretty good about their round so far, as we're, I guess, not even quite halfway for the men still. But those are pretty likely to hold up for semifinals. Only a handful of men with 3 tops so far. Ben Hanna, Carlo Traversi, and Simon Hibbler. Really nice round from him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really psyched to see that. He deserves it.
Sierra Blair Coyle just topped women's number 5.
And Nina Williams there struggling, sort of, actually looking pretty good on women's 3, which still has not been topped out.
And you can see the foot chip that we saw Sierra have to push off
That's
on.
right.
You can see how terrible it is. See if
Those are
they
the
can
kind of
sort
holes
this
you
out.
test. Nope, nope, not this one, nope.
It's like, is there another one somewhere? It's like bad hold, going to a bad hold. Got good tension with her left arm there, though. Oh, nice effort by Nina Williams.
Wow, yeah.
She was super strong on the left arm, which helped her get up to that finish hole, but it seems curious how you're supposed to grab that.
Also, that's a sweet shirt. Well, she's got 40 seconds left. This will be her last attempt.
Kasia Pietrus there, just left of center, trying women's 4. Michaela topped that one out. I'm not sure anyone else has.
There's 20 seconds left. Nina can see right there. She's gonna have to get going if she's gonna try and match. I think she realizes that she's in a bad spot right now. That's it for
Time's
Nina
up.
Williams. As soon as the clock goes to 0, you're done climbing.
Next up for the guys at Newport Beach, California, Jordan Keys.
Jordan Keys from Newport Beach, California, for the men, stepping up on number 1. He's 18 years old, just shy of 6 feet tall. Jordan Keys.
And as these competitors get this round started, we're gonna remind you how the competitors are scored this weekend. Most important thing, keeping track of his number of tops. That is the most important criteria for scoring. And after that, it goes to what's called the combined rank, where you can consider each boulder problem its own competition. And the competitors are ranked using the criteria that you see on your screen there on each individual problem. And they're given a rank, and then that rank is combined with the combined rank formula over the course of all 5 problems to give them their ranking score, and that is what is the second criteria. So it goes tops and then their rank score, and you'll see that when you look at the results at usaclimbing.org. Kind of tease apart what this all means. But most important thing, get to the top of some boulder problems here, Chris and Neely.
That's right, the teasing comes later, Brian.
As we get back to the action, you see Ty Lamon and Nathaniel Coleman side by side right now for the men on the left side of your screen.
Oh wow, Ty Landman falling off too. Interesting. I do like his skinny jeans. That's Nathaniel Coleman. No problem.
So 3 tops for Nathaniel Coleman. He's going to want to get one more just to be sure.
Maddie Morris on the left there, trying to decipher women's 3.
And I know each one of them is either readily off or giving away swag. Be sure to head on over to any of them and talk up some of the reps that are giving away some amazing
She's the 19-year-old from Houston, Texas.
Texans are representing heavy here too, as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not surprising at all.
No.
They've got a youth climbing factory down there.
Not surprisingly, she says she likes to climb in Waco tanks.
Who doesn't?
That's a good question.
Good point. It's a little bit out of vogue, I think, for a lot of people right now, but still, who doesn't like it? Come on.
It's the best bouldering.
Chauncey Carroll, near the top of women's 5.
It's an interesting method here. See if this works. If she can reach it, she'll be in good position, but not able to get any leverage.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see how Sierra did that.
And a top on men's 5 on the right, and I gotta say, I did not see who that was.
Oh, Chauncey not able to figure out that move. Did have Ty Lamon finishing men's 2 while we were watching Chauncey on women's. Number 5 there. Probably going to be it for Chauncey's qualifying round. Strong climbing from her.
Yep, she's trying again. Yeah.
I guess that's, once you're on the last problem, you might as well.
Yeah, right. Once you're on their last problem, you're probably really tired too.
And we saw with Nina on women's 3 that you know, she kind of wasted that last attempt. She didn't have enough time to actually get
Mm-hmm.
a solid effort in on the last move, so she did half the problem over again for nothing. So it's always some of the calculus that competitors are going through as they move through this 5-problem qualifying round, determining how much effort to give
Next two climbers on number 1.
and how much energy to save for the next problem that's coming up, which they have never seen before, so they don't know if the next problem is going to be easier, harder, how any of the other competitors have done, so
That's it.
it's a lot of unknowns.
And from
There's a
Dallas,
shot of
Texas,
Nina Williams
Caitlin
on
Walker,
women's
men's
4.
1. Go Texas.
We have Maya Madere on women's number 1. And Nina on women's 3, 4.
You know, it was interesting. The way that Michaela did that was she just grabbed only the black hold, and I've seen now a couple different women trying to do the 1-2 move, but maybe the way to do it is just stick to the 1 hold.
Yeah, I think they're almost overreading the sequence.
Yeah. Yep. And Maya Madere had a quick flash of women's 1, no problem for her. 18 years old from Austin, Texas. No stranger to comps. We've seen her name in the top few women climbers for sure. And there it is. Nina did it the way Michaela did.
Yeah, the hold that Nina's on is actually pretty good. It's pretty in-cut. Now she's trying to get weird out there. That did not work.
Well, it's so interesting because so often with these problems, weirdness is the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of become the prevailing style on a lot of these boulder problems, especially on the World Cup circuit internationally, because the competitors have gotten so good that you can't just put holds up the wall and let them pull on it because it's too easy for them.
Too easy,
Yeah, you
brah.
gotta make them hang by their toes or something.
And she has less than half of the time left. Looks pumpy.
Miriam Timpson is on women's number 3.
Yeah, it's funny too. She's only a couple feet off the ground, but she's already been climbing for 2 minutes.
She's the 16-year-old from Seattle. To the right there of the North Face logo.
Still looking for our first top on that problem that Neely was just talking about.
Yeah, that final hold is pretty terrible.
Yeah, 3 and 5 haven't been topped, have they, for the women?
No, Sierra topped number 5.
Yeah, we've had a couple tops on number 5 down there.
Well, where was I?
You were everywhere else. There are a lot of climbers on the wall.
There's a lot going on.
You get a really nice look at the angle of the wall here. That lets the competitors kind of squeak their way up that corner.
Nina with 40 seconds left. I think she can do this. Knee bar.
Yeah. Yeah, she's used her knees on everything so far. Oh.
Because she's smart. Not too long from now, we're going to see Margot Hayes, Crusher, coming up for the women.
The kids in the crowd are pretty psyched for Nathaniel Coleman,
Kevin Parker.
or at least a kid.
And female 1, Janelle Thurnauer.
Let's see if Nathaniel Coleman can unlock this men's 4th problem. So far, Daniel Wood's the only climber to even sniff the finish hold. He got his left hand just tickling it just a little bit and was not able to reel it in. Uneven round for Daniel Woods this morning, but he is going to be on the bubble. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Nathaniel on this problem. I feel like of all the men left, he's definitely among the few who could do this.
It's not going to count that one. It's a little hard to tell from this angle, but the wall bulges out just a little bit on the hold that he's on now, so pushing the climbers away from the wall, making it a little bit trickier than you would think. And then it just gets really steep. Probably not the best problem in the world if you have a finger injury.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be in any discomfort or anything like that. He just
I don't even see any tape.
not quite the juice that you would expect from Nathaniel Coleman. Not even some sympathy tape.
Yeah, a lot of that going on. With less than half his time left, Nathaniel is really apparently investing a lot into his next attempt. I mean, he's resting, he's brushing. He's not going to have time for more than one or two. That was Maddie Morris. On women's 4, didn't quite stick that. Lillian Freifeld just right of center. Women's 3.
Ty Landman is just to the left of the North Face logo on men's number 3.
See if Nathaniel can really pull into this sequence now.
He looks tired.
I think that's going to be it for Nathaniel Coleman on men's number 4.
Not a huge loss since so many men have tried and failed. We'll see though, because he didn't get very high.
Yeah, he does have 1, 2, and 3 under him though.
It looks like he's going to give it one more try.
Nice one by Maddie Morris on women's 4.
Seen some pretty strong jumping on that problem.
Just over 30 seconds left on the clock. This is got to be feeling the pressure here.
Oh,
You can see
loses her grip.
Lillian Freefeld to the left there on women's number 3.
Nathaniel reeling in men's 4.
Wow.
He's got 15 seconds to motor through this finish.
I think he got pissed.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
Nathaniel Coleman
Oh.
busting it out on men's 4.
You're kidding.
5 seconds left.
You are joking. I cannot believe that.
He just
20
sandbagged us
seconds
all
ago,
for
I would have
3.5
said he's
minutes.
just done.
Wow.
That
Bravo.
was incredible. And he is the only top of that one. That's going to count for him big time.
Yeah, it is. Wow. You could see the angst. He's
Jeez.
like, let's do this.
He just flipped the switch there, guys. That was
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah.
So 4 tops from Nathaniel Coleman could be the first male competitor with 5 tops here. And we did see Ty Landman finish his 3rd problem as well there.
I'm excited to see Drew Rawana is now stepping up on men's 1 from Redmond, Washington, 17 years old.
Female number 1.
Mega crusher outside and inside. Awesome, awesome kid. I'm psyched to see him here in this comp today.
Nina Williams on women's number 5. She's making it look pretty easy. She does well on slopers.
Wow, is that Solomon Barth?
Wow, he is really pulling it out here.
That is
on men's
Solomon
4.
Barth
That was fast.
on men's 4. Oh
That's
my.
super impressive. Wow, back-to-back sends of
Did he just flash that?
men's number 4.
Oh my
wow,
goodness.
Lee, send train.
Wow, that just came out of nowhere. Has he done all 4?
No sends in the first 36 male climbers, and then 2 back-to-back
Huh.
for Nathaniel Coleman and Zalman Barth. That was awesome.
The mental barrier has been broken.
And that probably did help that he was sitting there when Nathaniel did it.
Yeah, he
That
knew
he-
it was possible.
Yeah,
It's
it's,
like, oh,
it's
maybe
actually
everyone's done it.
It's hard to overstate how important that mental advantage is.
Certainly Ty sitting there as well now knows
Yeah.
that Solomon sitting there with his shoes off means that he's finished the boulder.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Ty has been struggling a little more than I'd expect.
I would agree, Chris.
Janelle Turnauer there on women's 1.
Yeah, men's 4 is about to get downgraded by the chat room.
Janelle here is 31 years old, out of Golden, Colorado. She's 5 feet tall. So am I. I understand her pain. She looks to be doing super well. She climbs out of Earth Treks. She's only been climbing for 4 years. Here's Nina again on women's 5. Nina's a V14 climber.
We've seen a lot of different people, a lot of different approaches contemplated here, but only a couple actually work. This would be a new one.
Oh yeah, that might.
Come on, Nina.
It's almost like that hold out there is kind of suckering some of the women into thinking that they need to use it. You are watching continuing coverage of the qualifying round of the 2017 USAC Bouldering National Championships. Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, and Neely Quinn with you here as we see another top from Andy Lamb on men's number 5, closing out this round.
In not too long, we're going to have some other heavy hitters. We got Michael O'Rourke for the men coming out next. We're going to have Kai Leitner in another 16, 20 minutes, something like that. A lot of fun stuff happening and about to happen. Margot Hayes for the women coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, we're really getting in the thick of things here. A lot of action for the men and the women. All gunning for those 20 spots in semifinals tomorrow.
And then finally the 8 spots for finals. 6 spots for finals. What am I talking about?
See if Nathaniel can figure out this tricky men's 5th problem. It seems like one of those problems you either get or you don't. We saw Daniel Wood struggle on it quite a bit. One of those technical problems where it's easy to kind of bang your head against the wall.
Yeah, it kind of goes quickly, the time here for each competitor as they're just going from problem to problem, knowing that unless they do really well, I mean, this is it. They travel to Salt Lake City for a really short bouldering session, unless they make it on. So, yeah, it's really meaningful for all of these athletes here. They really want to make this happen, and you can see it in their faces. I think Ty is feeling like he's struggling a bit.
Still looking for our first top on the women's 3rd problem there on the left. And not very many tops on the 4th one either there.
No.
On the right.
It's Lillian Freefeld on the right, attempting 4. And
Is that Miriam Timpson on number 3?
I think we have Stephanie Hopkins
Oh, there
on
it is.
women's 3.
Couldn't see your number. Stephanie
Yeah, the
Hopkins.
chalk bag was getting in our way.
You can see her there to the right of the North Face logo. And to the left, we have Jordan Keys on men's number 3.
All right, and as this round winds down, we've got a bunch of super strong climbers coming up. Kai Leitner, Alex Puccio coming up. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Back at the Salt Palace here in Salt Lake City with the 2017 USAC Bouldering National Championships qualifying round. Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, and Neely Quinn with you all day and into the evening today as we move through 124 male qualifiers and 60 female qualifiers. Guys, we are almost halfway through for the men, but not even close.
No, we're not even.
We're not even past the first page.
There's that much excitement left in the day, Brian. I can't believe this. This is great.
Well, we just had some excitement with Nathaniel Coleman. He just topped out number 5, which makes 5 tops for him.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, the only person for 5. I wonder if Solomon Barth is going to be able to follow that one up and get the 5th top as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick sequence there. Nobody had sent men's 4 in the first 3 hours we've been here. And then Nathaniel Coleman looked pretty bad on it. He was really struggling, and then all of a sudden, his last attempt with 30 seconds left, he just crushes it.
He heard you. You
Yeah.
said something about him, like about his energy levels, and then he just crushed it.
I think he heard you, Neely, say that he was tired. And he was like, boom.
And then Solomon Barth comes up right after him and just crushes it like it's no big deal.
MBD, mofo.
Impressive sequence of climbing there, and like Chris said, we have a lot of exciting action still to come. We've got our defending women's champion, Megan Mascarenas, still coming up. Alex Puccio coming up in a couple hours here still. Claire Burfine, Margot Hayes. A lot of strong women still to come.
We've got a couple of the 4 nationals for the guys coming up much later in the evening, like 4 o'clock and beyond. We have Sean McCall and Alexei Rubtsov, both of whom could easily be in the finals.
This is Daniel Popowski that we're looking at right now.
And in fact, Sean McCall's won this comp in the past. I think it was 2011.
Do you have notes for that, or is that just in your mind somewhere?
I just remember.
Wow.
Warehouse comp in Boulder.
Yeah, he interrupted Daniel Woods' streak in 2011 and won. I do not have
But
that
you have
memorized.
notes.
I have notes.
Still, bravo.
He also came in 3rd in 2007, 2008, and 2009.
Yeah, so it'll be exciting to have Sean back out here.
Oh,
Always
and
a crowd
Solomon
favorite.
Barth just missing the final hold. That would be, he's done 4 out of 4. It would not be shocking. That's Drew Rawana. Easy top of 2. It wouldn't be shocking if Solomon did get men's 5, but man, it's a toughie.
See Solomon checking the clock. The competitors have 4 minutes to climb, and then they are done. No overtime in qualifiers or semifinals. Gotta save that for finals tomorrow night.
Nice. Is that Andy Lamb?
That's Daniel Popowski.
That's Daniel Popowski. Okay.
That was strong.
And on the right there, I believe that's Solomon Barth.
Solomon Barth with 2 seconds left.
Oh!
Oh, no.
So close.
Would have been really tough to match there, but still a good score for Solomon Barth. And 4 tops is going to be more than enough for him to make the semifinals tomorrow. Really impressive round from him.
You know, it's interesting as I'm looking back on the tops here, like Carlo only got 3 tops. Daniel Woods only got 2 tops.
Yeah, we're starting to see the round shake out a little bit more. When Daniel and Carlo came out, we hadn't seen a lot of competitors yet for the men, so we weren't quite sure where the level was going to be, but we're seeing that four tops is kind of a really strong performance. 3 is pretty good, and 2 is going to be close.
You're not going to get to semifinals with 2 tops, are you?
I think it'll be close.
It's going to be close.
I mean, like there's 70 climbers still to go, so
Yeah.
that would be a big shocking surprise if Daniel was to not make semifinals. But out of the people right now in the unofficial scores with 2 tops, he has the highest score based on the strength of his performance on problem number 4. But we'll see how that shakes out. The scoring system really is fluid.
We're seeing Michael O'Rourke here on men's number 2.
Such a signature style of shouldery strength. First time I've seen his beard, but man, I'll never forget those muscles.
I remember when he was a kid. When did he get a beard?
He might have
I
bought
don't
it.
know, happens. Happens sometimes.
He lives in Boulder. He's 21 years old.
Got Maya Madare, women's 3. There's Michael O'Rourke.
He's originally from Chicago.
Yeah, Michael grew up climbing in the Midwest, same gyms I was at. Really fun to watch him grow up over the years. He's been crushing it at comps for a long time.
In the middle of the qualifying round of the 2017 USA Climbing Bouldering Open Nationals.
He's climbed V14 outside.
Stop here. We will be going on it all day long until
At least.
tonight with the qualifying
Feet always optional with Michael O'Rourke.
He's climbed V15 outside, actually.
Move on to the semifinal round starting at 10 a.m.
Yeah, this
From
looks
that
pretty easy for
semifinals,
him.
We will take the top 6 competitors from each category, and they will move on to the finals tomorrow night at 8 p.m. You can catch the whole thing live online at lt11.tv, or since you're already here, make sure that you come back and watch the whole thing in person. You will not want to miss any of it.
Looking at Maya Madare. They're on women's number 3. Maybe we'll see a top. I think they forgot a foothold on this problem. No, I'm sure when Pooch comes out, hopefully it'll be a different story. Oh!
Sticking it.
She heard me too.
Maya Madare.
Nice
at that.
work.
First top of women's
Really
3
well done.
from Maya Madare. Excellent.
Nice work from Maya Madare, and you can see with that last camera angle that there's actually a nice pinch on the bottom of that hole that she made work for her. Nice work.
Did she do number 2? Did you guys get?
I'm gonna guess yes based on the fact that she could do number 3.
Yeah, that's great.
So yeah, in the scoring system, topping out a boulder problem that nobody else has done is really valuable. It gives you that extra top and also gives you a much higher rank on that problem because everyone else is going to be below you.
That's right. Speaking of tops, Ty Landman just got number 5, which has not been topped that many times. So that's going to be valuable, especially for him, who's put in what I would say is a maybe lower than expected performance from him.
Well, it's a very uneven round, and I think he still got 4 tops though. But
He did.
It didn't look easy.
Well,
Yeah, so he did get 4 tops. Okay.
yeah, we'll see him tomorrow
But he
then.
used his full 4 minutes on a number of the problems. So not an easy round for Ty Landman, but tops are tops.
Boom.
We've got Nicholas Marucci there, second from the left, our newcomer to the qualifiers, not to climbing.
That's Stella Noble from Boulder, Colorado. Team ABC, she's been climbing forever. In fact, I think she has the youngest descent of the Diamond of all things in Rocky Mountain National Park. She climbed it as like an 8-year-old or something. Stella Noble, been climbing a long, long time, even though she's only a teenager.
Yeah, she's been training with Brooke Rabatou for years and years at ABC. It's Janelle Thurnauer on women's number 3. She's a 31-year-old from Golden.
Only one top so far on this tedious problem.
So we got another top there on men's number 2. Popular problem.
Attention audience, one of these sponsors or multiple sponsors
Petruana on men's number 3 here, eyeing up this last swoop move.
Blue Pill, Locks, and Dimension Volumes. Check them out in the vendor village where you came into the area. Each one of them has a booth set out.
Nice work from Drew.
Swooped it.
Solid round thus far.
Just about 40 seconds left. Janelle Thurnauer is going to give it her best shot.
I think she has enough time to top it out if she wants.
Dallin Faulkner there in the center of the screen on men's 4 and off.
And you can see way at the right side is Daniel Popowski going for the top of men's number 5.
Yeah, she'd better pick up that pace.
4 seconds. Just gonna have to jump down.
Not moving like somebody with 10 seconds
No.
left on a boulder problem.
And stepping up to number 1 on the far left of the stage for the ladies, we have Denise Lopez from Upland, California. To her right, we have Brian Anthony's from Austin, Texas.
So you're looking at Zoe Steinberg. They're on women's number 2. She's looking really strong.
I expect Zoe to do quite well in this comp. She's always seemed to place pretty highly.
This is Denise Lopez that you see on the very left on women's number 1.
Brian Anthony's there in the blue on men's 1. An easy top for Brian.
You can see Denise there on the left. She is a 28-year-old from Upland, California. 5'7". She's been climbing for 7 years. There's a Kai Leitner sighting. That's Michael O'Rourke that we're looking at here. He's gotten tops of 1 and 2.
No problem. I like the feathered chalk marks of the fingers on that wall.
The contemplation marks.
Shane Messer.
Denise Lopez having sort of a hard time on women's number 1. She's got 40 seconds left.
In less than 30 seconds, we're going to have Kai Leitner entering the stage. Certainly one of the men to watch out for. He's 16 years old from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Placed well in the National Cup Series. And he is also a sport climbing podium finisher many times. We also have Margot Hayes out for the women, and Margot Hayes, another favorite. She's our current sport climbing champion. She's been spending time in France this year, but back for this competition, and she is another who will likely be in the finals. Got two of the best talent on the wall right now. Margot Hayes on the left and Kai Leitner on the right.
Margot's 18. She'll be 19 very soon. She's from Team ABC. She grew up in Boulder. She's 5'5". She got the gold medals in lead, bouldering, and combined at World Youth Championships in China last year. She's making quick work of this number 1. She was first in the Sport Climbing Championship last year. I think Chris just said that. Second in 2015. And fourth in bouldering in 2014. She's been doing this for a while.
Kai on his flash attempt. Oh, interesting. Lost his foot there, and that sent him off. Otherwise, making it look easy.
I think he had a really bad back injury last year. I think he's recovered from that. Kai's sent 514D.
Stella Noble on the left of the screen there. Women's 3. Only been climbed once to the top by Maya Madare earlier. Right at the crux there with a perplexing kind of no foot sequence. That's exactly what Maya Madera ended up doing. He's getting that right foot super high. Let's see what Stella comes up with. Wow, Kai Leitner surprisingly having a hard time on problem 1 with less than a minute left.
Ah, Stella Noble's off.
I'd be surprised if Kai didn't manage to make this up here, but he is running out of time.
45 seconds. Come on, Kai. See it.
Once again, that's LT11.tv.
There he goes.
Better hurry it up there. 15 seconds to go for Kai Leitner.
Another youngster. He's only 16 years old. There he goes.
And with 2 seconds left on the clock, Kai Leitner does make it to the top of 1.
Good for him.
Might be having a Ty Landman repeat here. Getting the job done, but having to take quite a bit of energy.
Did you see the movie about him and Ashima?
Yeah,
It was pretty good.
that was awesome.
It's cute. His mom, that was my favorite quote, I think, of any climbing movie. She was like, so I'm his belay bitch, his chauffeur, and his ATM.
There you go. Love it.
So up next we have Jennifer De La Torre.
And that's Finn Stack for the guys on the right. Boulder, Colorado. 17 years old and 5'1".
Okay.
Michael O'Rourke there on men's 4. Ooh, Maya Madera
Look at that.
making the top of women's 5.
Look
Wow.
easy.
She is definitely front runner so far for the women, having topped out 2 problems that nobody else has.
Yeah, she got 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Or actually, yeah, Sierra did, a couple others did 5, but she was the only one to top out number 3. That's right. Amazing.
Yeah, we'll definitely see her in semis, probably in finals.
Brian Anthony's men's 2. Jennifer De La Torre finishing women's 1. Little brushing break here for at least one of the problems. Denise Lopez testing out women's problem number 2. Just about 35 seconds left on the clock. All right, just 10 seconds left for this round. And we have Nathaniel Coleman has joined us in the booth right now. Welcome, Nathaniel.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. You are our defending champion from last year. It appeared like you were off to a little bit of a slow start, to be honest, but it turns out you topped out every single problem. And yeah, and you're the only guy to do so far. Tell us a little bit about how it went and how it felt.
Yeah, I agree with you. After the first problem, I was a little bit bummed. My finger was hurting a little bit more than usual, but then, luckily, thank God, the route setters threw kind of like an easier slopey boulder for the second one, and then my finger felt great.
Nice.
You just needed some slopers.
Yeah, from then I was just on a roll. I was lucky enough to flash number 3, which is kind of, it's tedious. You're always on the edge of falling off, and from there it was just momentum.
Well, and then you were the only guy to have done men's number 4.
Solomon Barth finished it right after.
Well, up until that point,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
right
yeah.
after you, yeah, Solomon did it as well. But that was amazing because we were all commenting on kind of how tired you looked, how it just looked hard, and then 30 seconds to go, bam.
Yeah.
What happened?
How did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I was kind of putzing around at the beginning for a while, but I just needed, once I had already gotten to that hold and kind of felt how it was, I knew that I was able to do the problem. And I was honestly thinking, if I can stick this white hold, that'll put me above a lot of people in the rankings, because I know that the scoring system is it's comparative to other climbers.
Exactly.
So I was just really intent on catching that. And once I caught that, I knew I could finish the problem if I went fast.
Nice work.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, super, super impressive.
So tell us about your finger. What happened to your finger?
I was climbing in Mose Valley, St. George, just trying to flash this boulder problem, and I was on a good hold actually with my left hand, 3-finger crimping, and I pulled in to try to get a right heel hook up, and it popped. I heard it, but my buddy didn't hear it, and the camera that was recording didn't hear it, which was funny enough. But yeah, so I think the diagnosis is either a partial or full rupture of my A4 pulley in my left ring finger.
So how long has that been?
That happened, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Oh, so this is new.
This is new, yeah.
Have you taken time off?
Yeah, I didn't climb for about 2 weeks. Maybe it happened more than a month ago now that I think about it. But I didn't climb for about 2 weeks. I wasn't able to compete in the Dark Horse Championship, which I was really bummed about. But I've been climbing pretty well in the gym. I've sent my first V10 in the gym since being back
nice.
right before this comp, so that was a confidence booster.
That's awesome. Well, yeah, and it's showing here. Again, only person to top out all 5. So,
Thank you.
yeah, I wish you the best of luck, Nathaniel. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
thanks so much
talking
for-
to us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Well, that was a treat.
Yeah, great times here with Nathaniel Coleman, our defending champion from last year. And there's Stella Noble trying the 4, infamous women's 4. Yeah, we're going to keep trying to have some of the competitors after they're done come in and join us at the booth, both today and tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get a lot of perspective.
We also want to have some other people in. I want to have the head route setter. His name is Ian McIntosh. I want to talk about the setting and who the setters are, why they were chosen, what that process is kind of like. He's scheduled to be in by finals tomorrow, so that'll be interesting.
And now stepping up to problem number 1 from Richmond, Virginia, Matt Laundry. To Matt's left.
Got Matt Laundry now stepping up to men's problem 1.
He is competitor number 52 of 124, so we are not quite halfway through our guys.
It's all downhill after the first 60, Neely. Well, that was an interesting conversation you guys had with Nathaniel Coleman there. A lot of interesting things at work with his preparation and that round that he had. That was
Absolutely.
great to hear from him.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy that it was only a few weeks ago, a month ago, that he hurt his finger and he's still out here crushing.
It'll be really interesting to see if he can keep the momentum going tomorrow. Tomorrow's twice as much climbing, basically. It's a much harder day. Semifinals is probably going to be really hard.
Well, especially because with finger injuries, I feel like you can feel good climbing on it, and then the next day it's all swollen and it's painful.
Yeah.
So it'll be
Kai Leitner with an easy flash of men's 2, coming back from his struggling on men's 1 with just 2 seconds left. So yeah, that's good. He's going to get some rest.
So we'll definitely be watching Nathaniel Coleman. There's a big storyline going into tomorrow, trying to defend his championship from last year.
So right there we have Madison Larson on women's number 1. She's got some long arms.
Matt Laundrie there.
Madison,
Zoe Steinberg on women's 4. Nice, sticking that move. She's tried a couple times and fallen. She's got just under 2 minutes.
Zoe is a 20-year-old from Philadelphia. She's at Temple University. She's 5'4". Yeah, she is strong.
Ooh.
It's been a really entertaining set of problems to watch here during qualifiers today. Always want to give thanks to our route setting crew, led this year by Ian McIntosh, helped out by Garrett Greger, Brett Johnson, Dave Wetmore, Chris Danielson, and Brad Weaver, among others, putting in a lot of work to put out these problems for the competitors to test themselves on.
Yeah, a lot of veteran setters there. My husband, Seth Leighton, was a setter for nationals for a while, and I know what kind of work goes into these hours and hours, and they have to be strong to keep up with forerunning, and it's quite an ordeal. So yeah, good job to these guys.
Matt Laundrie is 26 years old from Richmond, Virginia.
Oh, we have the same birthday, May 11th. No, that is not what that says. Disregard that. He likes climbing at the New River Gorge. He's been climbing for 13 years.
Zoe Steinberg pushing towards the top of this 4th women's problem, not able to figure that out. Just 7 seconds left to go as we continue with our qualifying round here. Reminder that tomorrow we'll have semifinal coverage starting at 9:45 Mountain Time, and then finals tomorrow night at 7:30, where we will crown national champion and new this year, a National Cup champion. That's something that we'll be talking about throughout the weekend. New National Cup series this year, of which this is the last stop. Some extra money being handed out tomorrow night to the winner of the National Cup. Stella Noble there. Excuse me, Margot Hayes.
Margot Hayes, women's 3.
Margot having a pretty smooth round so far, but this is the first real test for the women.
So Margot Hayes has climbed V11 outside, and she also had a really, really strong summer last year at Rifle, having done the crew, 14C, Bad Girls Club 14D, the first woman to do that. And she did Pure Imagination 14C in the Red River Gorge too. She had a big year. And then she went to France.
Seems like the style of problem that I would expect Margot to be able to figure out.
Yep. Her feet are like hands, pretty much.
I learned something today. I did not know that. it's a little bit of a recurring theme with a lot of these competitors who are barely 20 years old, not even some of them, but they've been competing for, in some cases, over a decade. They've got tons of experience in competitions like this. They're used to figuring out tricky sequences in a short amount of time. Here's Margot having a look at these last couple holds. We know this problem is doable.
Yeah, and just again, I mean, already she only has a minute and a half left. So, I mean, this is it. That's exactly what Maya Madare did.
Oh, it looks like she just missed the hold there.
Wow.
Her hand was a little bit too far to the left. She did a really nice job of moving her right hand up, and she's right back on the wall. She did a really nice job of reading through that sequence, but just missed the finish hold, and I think that's given her some confidence here. And she probably also knows that she can kind of relax on the wall as she goes through this problem. There's not a lot of strenuous moves at the bottom here as we cruise across the right side of our wall here. All the competitors near the beginning of their respective problems.
Yeah, less than a minute left for Margot here.
As we welcome into the booth, Ian Dory. Ian, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
We just check in on Margot here. Ian, you were out there competing for the men this morning. How did the round go for you?
It was interesting. It's been a while, so definitely could have done better for myself. I'm a competitor, so obviously there's room for improvement, but I had a lot of fun. The problems were really well set. It seemed like they had some nice diversity. They were challenging the upper body, lower body, coordination, balanced, upper body strength. So they did a good job. It was hard. It was really hard.
Yeah, it looks really hard. I mean, yeah, as we were mentioning earlier, a lot of the guys were making some of the beginning problems look super hard, but then kind of the heavy hitters came along, made them look easy. But at the end of the day, these are all very hard problems, especially in the time limitations you have.
Yes, this is the national championship for bouldering, so you expect that the problems are going to be difficult. They're going to try to, weed out just the specialized climbers. You're going to have to be well-rounded in all the parts of bouldering to move on. So, and there's always a little pressure on yourself when you come out, and things that would be easier in the gym are harder out here just because you are competing.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the on-site format sure adds a lot of difficulty to it as well.
Yeah, on-siting the boulder problems is definitely challenging. I mean, 4 minutes is just not a lot of time.
Yeah.
And if you try a problem too many times, you get tired. I mean, you're just going to be pumped. And so there's definitely some strategy that goes into this. And I think as you watch the veteran climbers, you can tell that they're pacing themselves, not giving too many goes. There is some, thinking that goes with competing. So if you don't do, really well on one problem, you might just want to sit down and not give too many attempts because it could come down to falls.
Yeah.
And if you just decide not to get back on, that could bump you to the next round, squeak in.
That's right.
Yeah, that's tricky as a competitor. You don't know what you need to do until after it happens. So it's hard to know in the moment if you're making the right decision. Is that just an experience thing that you need to build up over time, or is there some that you can do in the moment to know, like get a sense for maybe you kind of realize this problem's really hard, so maybe other people have struggled as well, or how do you evaluate that as you go through the round?
That's interesting. I like to think of each boulder problem as sort of a box, and every time you finish a box, that box is no longer there, so you move on to the next one. And honestly, my rule of thumb is about 3 tries. Unless you know you can do it, you should never try a boulder problem more than 3 times. So you're probably not going to do any better on your 4th go than your 3rd go, and then you're just wasting energy and an attempt.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. A lot of these things we don't really consider when we're watching. But yeah, there's a lot going through your mind, a lot of calculations, a lot of decisions you have to make on the fly.
Yeah, and it's hard because you can't really watch the competitors as you're going, but you can kind of feel, the crowd and watch the people looking at the climbers engage. So there is some reading of the crowd you can do, but you don't want to, push yourself too hard just because the guy in front of you sent the problem.
Yeah, that can happen where the competitor that goes before you sits down after 30 seconds and you're like, whoa, I guess this problem is doable, and it puts a little extra pressure as you're sitting there.
Totally.
About a minute left in this round here. What do you make of the field here this year? It's the biggest field we've ever had at Nationals. Tons of competitors for the men and the women. Who are you watching here this afternoon?
It is a stacked field, and it's usually a stacked field at the Nationals. I mean, everyone wants to come out and show what they can do and try to make it to Vail and some World Cups. And honestly, I mean, last year's finalists are always going to be people to watch. Carlo, Nathaniel, he was out here, Ty Lemon. I didn't get to see Daniel Woods climb, but he went early. So a lot of the heavy hitters and experienced guys that really know how to just look at a problem and get it done. I mean,
Have you thought about the women's field at all? Any sense of what you would expect to see in the semifinals or finals especially?
you know, that's an interesting question. The competitions are so, you just don't know. Everyone here is so talented and so strong that it's whoever's on today. It's going to come down to, can they execute right now?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, obviously we'd expect the finalists from last year, like I said, for the
Yeah,
men to do
yeah.
well, but you never know. There's quite a few girls here that can climb really well,
Yeah.
and they just need to put it together here at the Nationals. So,
From Riverside, California, Erin De La Cruz.
As we see Margot Hayes eyeing up her fourth problem, we'll say thank you to Ian Dory. Thanks for stopping by the booth.
No problem.
Great to see you back out here, Ian, and best of luck to you.
Yeah, thanks for the interview. Great talking with you.
Thanks to Ian Dory for stopping by the booth. Great to see Ian back out here at Nationals again this year. And like Ian said there, Chris, there's so many competitors that are capable of winning this thing, but it all comes down to execution
That's
in the
right.
moments that matter. To not so much today, but tomorrow, especially during semifinals and obviously during finals. It only takes 1 or 2 hole difference between finishing first or sixth. It can be that close.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, and example was Margot just then, kind of like we talked about earlier, over-reading perhaps that sequence.
Yeah, a lot of the women have been overreading this fourth problem. It sort of reads from the ground as a little bit more tricky than it needs to be.
Well, that's the way that other women have stuck that move.
Yeah, you can see that she didn't get her left hand all the way on that hold.
Well, she has plenty of time. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. She should be able to give it one more good go.
That was kind of cute. I think she was asking for a brush, and they were like, go ahead, brush it yourself.
It's very self-service out here.
Yeah. Oh, Kai
Kai.
Leitner kind of bobbling number
Got
3.
Sloppy there. He just kind of looked like he just thought he was going to be able to walk across and lost his focus there and cost him. Certainly capable of doing that move. Might just be able to reach it from around the corner. Kai has definitely looked a little bit out of sorts here today.
Well, now that you say that, he's going to send.
Yep.
Classic.
Here's Margot again on number 4.
And we've seen a couple women trying
Yes.
to go this way. Look at that lock-off strength from Margot Hayes.
Knee bar strength is what that is. Oh,
She's had a lot
She's
of
been
practice.
practicing.
That's
Yeah.
true.
where's the knee pad and gold tape?
She did Zulu and double rainbow in one day, so
You can see she's just trying to look for any purchase on that hole, and it's not that great, but doesn't matter.
Oh.
Disappointing. Looked like she got the wind knocked out of her a little bit.
Well, she's determined. She's got just over a minute left, and gosh, she is not going to take any extra rest now, is she?
This is what we were just talking about with Ian, you know,
Yeah.
just weighing the value of another attempt versus resting, and I think she knows she can do the problem now
Come
that
on.
she got to that hold, and she just kind of lost her concentration there for a second.
45 seconds.
See her checking the clock there.
Well, if
Plenty of
anybody
time.
can rest on her route, it's her.
Kai did, in fact, finish number 3 as expected. Took a little work.
See her maintaining tension a little better here.
20 more seconds for
Come
Margot
on.
Hayes.
Wow.
Wow.
That was strong.
Oh my.
Good
She's
for
got to
her.
be happy with that. She gambled and it paid off.
It looks like she's in a little bit of pain, though, from that fall
Yeah.
on her previous attempt. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But another top for Margot Hayes.
So that is, did she top 3? I don't remember.
She did not.
So she's got 1, 2, and 4.
Coming up next on the far left-hand side of the stage from Westchester, New York, we have Molly Gaynor.
Molly Gaynor out on the wall for the women there. We're getting close to halfway done with the women already.
Yeah, she's number 27.
Things are moving quickly.
Yeah. Molly Gaynor is a 22-year-old out of Hartsdale, New York. She's 5'3". And she's been climbing 11 years. She's done well. She's gotten second at the Dark Horse in fall of 2016, first at the Brawl, which is a part of the Tri-State Bouldering Series. And she did a World Cup in Shanghai in 2016 and got 16th place, which is pretty good for Worlds.
Yeah, that's a great result. Looks like we've got a break on men's one, or
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. That was a
yes, I think we're on a brushing break on the men's proms. Still not even halfway done with the men's field.
Molly Gaynor's still on women's number 1. Almost there.
Just trying to tickle her way on top of the hold.
Inching her way up.
Always
She
feels
got
good.
that. Yeah.
As you watch these competitors, keep in mind the most important criteria for the scoring here this weekend is getting to the top of as many problems as you can. So, great start for Molly Gaynor.
That was Madison Larson to the right of the North Face logo that we just saw. Women's number 3. And they have about a minute and a half left. This is Emily Ziffer. We have Finn Stack here on men's number 3. Team ABC. He is 17 out of Boulder. Lot of ABC representation here.
Yeah, starting to notice a trend.
Yeah, for years. I'd love to know how they train their kids. I've tried to get an interview with Robin Erbsfield, and hopefully I will someday.
Brian Anthony's there on men's 4. Looking pretty strong in that roof sequence, but running out of gas. And that's going to do it for this round. Kai Leitner stepping up for men's 4 there on the far right side of your screen. See how he fares. He's had a difficult qualifying round so far, but doing okay on the scoreboard. But he has used up more energy than most.
From Burlington, Ontario, Bronwyn Carnes. And for the guys, finally from Riverside, California, we have Aaron De La Cruz.
Kai sizing up men's number 4, which we've only seen a few tops to. 2? Has it only been 2?
I think it's only 2. I think it was just those back-to-back sends from Nathaniel Coleman and Solomon Barth.
And right to the right of him is Margot Hayes. She's on women's number 5.
We've seen a handful of tops for women's 5, so probably the third most difficult problem in this set for the women.
Yeah, we'll see how she does the top of this.
She's climbing super fast.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the more straightforward problems in this round for either the men or the women. And we've seen that a lot of the women climbing it very quickly, at least to this section.
Right. And then they get stymied. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
nice work from Margot Hayes, just powering up to that finish hold.
Flash on women's 5 from Margot Hayes.
I'd expect to see Margot Hayes in semifinals tomorrow. And we're taking the top 20 men and the top 20 women through to semis.
Yep, she's got 1, 2, 4, and 5. So good job, Margot.
See Kai continuing to struggle a little bit, but that is a little bit more to be expected on this fourth boulder. Such an interesting dynamic when Solomon did it right after Nathaniel. I wonder if Nathaniel hadn't done it right before him, if he would have been able to do it, or if he just kind of rode that wave,
Yeah.
riding that energy that Nathaniel put out there,
Yep.
knowing that it was doable.
I wonder if he's lost a little confidence somehow.
He has done pretty well in the National Cup Series leading up to this. But I think I would say that rope climbing is more his forte. He was national champion 2 years ago for rope climbing. Obviously a talented boulder as well.
I mean, he's done 1, 2, and 3, so he could pull this out. He might just be tired from all the attempts.
And realistically, you just need to get through to semifinals. The score's reset tomorrow, so as long as you get through, it doesn't really matter what your score was today or how
Right.
long it took you.
Yeah, that happens so often. You come in like 19th in qualifiers and then you win.
Yep. Great look at Kai Leitner there. And as we see that, we have Michael O'Rourke joining us in the booth. Michael, what's happening, man?
You know, just got finished with the round. Felt pretty good. Did a couple problems, and yeah, just here having a chat with you now.
Yeah, how many tops did you end up with?
Ended up with 4 tops.
Oh, nice.
Got numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5. Number 4 is a really burly, tricky problem.
I would have thought that would suit you pretty well, though.
I thought so too, but you know, after a couple attempts on problems 2 and 3, I was a little gassed and didn't quite have it in me to finish number 4, but got high enough, and I'm happy with that.
So how's training been going? What have you been doing to prepare?
You know, this last couple months I've been busy with work, so kind of put training at the wayside, but the last couple weeks I've been able to dedicate more time to it and just going into the gym a couple hours at a time and really give it my all.
So do you have a full-time job?
I do. I'm a framer in Boulder.
Whoa, so that's pretty physical work.
Yeah, pretty physical, so it keeps me strong, but yeah, climbing with that definitely helps.
Yeah, it must be a little bit hard to get the motivation to train after a long day of work.
Yeah, some days I just go home and, you know, kick it on the couch, and yeah, but it's definitely good to really focus my time and get in the gym when I can.
What are your hopes for this comp?
You know, make it to semis. Hopefully I'm in right now. I feel pretty good about my result, and then, you know, give it my all tomorrow and just make finals, and anything can happen from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's been going on with you for outside climbing lately?
So, you know, most of my life right now is just consumed with work and building houses and getting really involved in that. And, you know, I'm really enjoying it because most of my life I've just been climbing and climbing all the time, and I've never been able to really expand my knowledge of what else is out there. And I think this is really good for me to learn something new, and I'm really enjoying it too at the same time. So.
Yeah. Do you think you'll keep competing?
Oh, definitely. I love competing and being in front of a crowd and just giving it my all when I can.
Yeah, the crowd likes you.
That's good.
You're good to watch.
Awesome.
Fun to watch.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Michael, best of luck tomorrow. It's great to see you back out here crushing.
Great. Thank both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Michael O'Rourke. In with 4 tops in the qualifying round. Very likely to make it through to semifinals tomorrow. Trying to make it back to finals, where he has come pretty close in years past to winning. Gonna keep getting guests in here throughout the day as we still got about 5 hours of qualifying coverage to bring for you here. The men's qualifiers almost halfway through our field of 123 or 24 men. Likewise for the women, just about halfway through, 60 female competitors here this afternoon. Still a lot of strong women to come, including our defending champion Megan Mascarenas, 9-time champion Alex Puccio, Claire Burfine, Kyra Condi, Grace McKeon. We're happy to be joined right now by Carlo Traversi. Carlo, welcome to the broadcast booth here, sir.
Thanks. How you guys doing?
Great. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good. Good to see you guys. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's great to see you as well.
A whole year, maybe.
I don't
kind
know
of like
about
a
How
that.
you doing, Neely?
I'm doing great, Carlo. How'd it go for you?
It was all right. Just another round of competition.
Just another round of
It
the
is.
hundreds that you've done.
Yeah, I've literally done hundreds, I think, at this point. This is my 10th ABS Nationals, and
Wow.
it's cool. I had a good time. I mean, I came here to have fun and challenge myself and just see how things go, and it's always different every year. And
What does this do for you? Like, why do you keep doing it? Not saying that you shouldn't. I love watching you compete.
yeah, I mean, to be honest, last year I almost didn't do it because I had a busted finger, and I barely got into semifinals, and then I barely got into finals, and then ended up taking third.
I know. I
was like, I don't know. I was like thinking about just hanging up the shoes before that comp. Then that happened, and I was like, oh, maybe things are okay if you just get out there and try hard. So
yeah.
I just I figured, you know what? I'll just keep doing it, and if things go bad, then they go bad. And if they go good, then I'll be psyched. But not really attach anything to it.
So do you think, like, if you do well here this weekend, you'll go to Worlds and do that whole
circuit?
Yeah.
No.
I didn't think so.
Definitely not. No. That's not what I'm psyched on. I mean, I like it because I get to see who the up and coming kids are, see who's strong, and you learn things from like a lot of the up and coming climbers, and you kind of stay on your game with all aspects of climbing when you're forced to come out and compete against like some kids that are, really young, and they kind of have like a new idea and a new style about how things are supposed to work with comp climbing and whatnot. And they're all really good. It just keeps me fresh and psyched. So
is that how you feel about it in general? Like with
Yeah.
these young kids coming up, is there any negative
No.
feeling about it?
No, I mean, some people do, but I don't feel any negativity towards it. For me, it's a source of motivation, really. Like going climbing with younger people than me that are sometimes stronger at me than in different things. And it's a great motivator for keeping me on top of my game, as I get older in climbing and whatnot, and just staying psyched. So it's cool to always come out here, even if I get totally destroyed at this comp. I'll know what I need to work on to continue moving forward, and all the younger competitors and pretty much all the competitors just keep me psyched to keep pushing myself. So
Yeah. So who do you think we need to look out for in general, not just the youngsters?
in general here at the comp,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's so many people. It's crazy. Like
I
anyone
know.
could have a great day and
I
do
know.
really, really well. And I think that's what gets harder every year. Is that the level isn't necessarily pushed much harder. It's just the amount of people that are at a high level. It gets bigger and bigger every year. I think Sean Rabbitu's been having a great year.
Yes.
I've been climbing with him a lot too over the last year, outside here and there, and then I had a lot of comps with him, and I've been really impressed with his climbing more recently. So I think definitely he's at the top of the pack right now. Actually.
Yeah, he's
or
number
just
one.
or actually just under
Just
Nathaniel
under
now.
Yeah,
But still.
and Solomon I think might have 5 tops also. Which is pretty sick.
Cool.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Cool.
But yeah, I think as far as younger climbers go, a lot of respect for Sean. I think he's climbing really well. And stoked to see how he does here, but also stoked to try and beat him.
Yeah?
So,
Does
yeah,
that
of course.
motivate you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, there's always competitiveness at the event. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I want to come out here and and do my best and take first. That's why I compete no matter what. But there's definitely no like hostility in that. There's no negativity. I'm not wishing people to not do well.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that I can do well, and do better than their best effort. You know what I mean? But
Is that different than when you climb outside with him? Is there like a different
for sure.
kind of...
Yeah, I don't really bring. I think for a long time I had some competitive vibes in the outdoor climbing. Maybe just because that was the scene a couple years ago in bouldering, especially. It was like everyone's kind of pushing through these like V15s and like pushing into V16s and whatever. And there was a little bit more of a competitive vibe going around. But I'd say in the last couple years I've kind of taken a step back. I've been doing more trad climbing, more alpine stuff, and there's not really a competitive vibe outside for me anymore, like at all. And there wasn't a huge competitive vibe for me back in the day, but I'd say now more than ever, it's more of just like get out, have a good day with your friends, make sure you're surrounded by like a good crew of people, and just enjoy being outside climbing on cool stuff.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
Yeah.
It's good to see you here.
I'm psyched. I'll always be here, I think, unless I'm like really injured or something like that. So.
So how do you evaluate your round today? You had 3 tops. Did that give you, and it seems like you probably going to make it through the semis. We're not sure, of course, until
Yeah, I'm on the line there.
All the calculations are done. But does it give you, do you take any confidence away from this round, or is it just another round that you got to get to the next round and it starts over? And
Yeah, I mean, this round for me, I don't feel tired at all. I feel like I didn't even climb, basically. And what that tells me is that I climbed pretty okay considering the difficulty of the problems. I think 4 was a little bit above where I felt like I was at power-wise today, which is fine. I took a couple days off, and usually my first day back on, I'm not feeling super powerful, so I think that power will come for the next round. 4, I should have done. That last move, I'm not really sure why I dropped it like I did. I should have definitely stuck
Oh,
that.
you mean 5?
Or sorry, 5.
Yeah, you
the
came
last
really
problem.
close.
I slipped off, or I came off the finish hold, and I should have stuck that. That's definitely a bummer. It's a failure on my part. The first problem, I think I could have not slipped when I did. But other than that, I mean, I flashed the men's 2 and men's 3. I was psyched to flash the slab, felt really strong on that. I do know that in the later rounds of this comp, the slabs are going to get way harder and way more tricky.
yeah.
So feeling good on the slabs makes me feel really confident. But no, I mean, I feel strong. Hands feel strong, body feels strong.
What did you think about number 1, that like pinchy squeezy move?
It was just like a little trick double clutch kind of thing to make it the easiest. I've seen other ways of doing it, but I think the easiest way was just to move quickly and land on the holds right. And I don't know. I mean, it's definitely hard for coming out of the back in ISO and going straight into something
That's
like
what
that.
we were
but,
saying, yeah.
But I think that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
The second problem is a lot easier.
Yeah.
Like a lot easier than the first problem.
Just trying to
And so I
shock
think
you.
they want people to be like, okay, you're competing now, and kind of shake them up a little bit, and then give them number 2, which is a little bit more mellow, a little bit more straightforward. There's not too much to really figure out. You just kind of have to like pull through it. And then 3 gets slabby and kind of weird, but not super physically difficult, really. Just kind of some squeeze power on the hand. And then 4 was like just the absolute power problem, like just really physically hard. And then 5 was definitely difficult, but more of a trick boulder than anything. It was really just like one jump move and then a hard move to the slot, and then match the slot and go to the finish. So it's short, tricky, kind of like subtle. So that's my feel for the breakdown of the problems.
As a route setter for a long time, like, do you feel like this is good route setting for a comp?
Yeah, I think the problems were really well set. The only thing that I thought was kind of weird is on the 5th problem, we had a black mark that was keeping that a dihedral off on the left.
Oh.
And when I was climbing on it, I felt like I was like very conscious of that fact the whole time and trying to avoid it, which I don't think that that's the right way of setting something like that when I'm like having to avoid a feature, because I honestly felt like I could have just jumped through and grabbed that finish hold in my right hand.
But
and
you
then,
would have touched
and then
it.
I would have hit the wall.
Yeah.
Which normally would have been fine, but because I was conscious of that, it was almost like they were ignoring the fact that there's a giant wall over there, and by doing that, they just, box it off or whatever, which is fine. It's making that off limits, but it makes it so that you're like having to adjust your climbing style based off of a line rather than the features on the wall.
Yeah.
Which
that makes
isn't-
sense. Yeah, it's not natural.
It's not natural
Yeah.
feeling. I thought from a route setting standpoint, you try and either use it and use it well, or totally avoid it so that you don't want to use it,
Yeah.
rather than just being like, oh yeah, we know you want to use it, but we're gonna box it off, you know?
Yeah, and we can't even see that. I didn't even
Yeah,
know
you
that.
can't even see it over there.
Mm-mm.
The line, at least.
Yeah.
But that was my only critique of the route setting, for sure. Yeah, I thought there could have been a little bit harder moves, kind of more sporadically placed through 2 and 3.
Yeah, they seem a little like specific,
either like-
small cruxes, and then
It's like either people fall here, or they like fall, you know, at the end or something like that. Or even at the men's too, it's kind of like everyone's falling really in the same spot.
Yeah.
And you don't really see anyone fall anywhere else. And that creates bottlenecks. They could have easily made the start of that boulder problem a lot harder. Not like a lot harder, but maybe just a little trickier or a little bit weirder, so that it was harder to get through, or that you get a couple more people falling on it.
Well,
That would be my critique. But I'm not route
Yeah.
setting this, and I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying that they need to make those decisions, you know what I mean, like make those changes or anything like that in the way that they're setting. Like, I think these guys do a phenomenal job, and it's a really, really hard job to
It
do.
is, as you
Especially
know.
for 124 competitors. I think that's absolutely insane to try and
Yeah.
break that down. So
all right. Well, we'll let you get some
Cool.
rest and get going.
thanks, guys.
Looking
Yeah.
forward to seeing you through the semifinals. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's hope, right?
Yeah. Good job.
Best
Good
of luck to you.
see
Thanks, Carlo.
Cool. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks to Carlo Traversi for stopping by the booth, giving us his insight into the competition here as we reset ourselves here, catch up with
What's been going on?
what's
the
been going on
action.
here.
Whoa, some sports action on the men's number 2.
I know I saw Megan Martin out there while we are talking to Carlo. Got a lot of strong women coming up. Kyra Condi, Lily Canavan, Claire Burfine, Delaney Miller, all coming up in the next half hour or so. Not even. Be sure to go to usaclimbing.org for all the results and updates for the weekend. There is some unofficial live results being posted on the USA Climbing website, so go to usaclimbing.org for that, and you can see some of those unofficial results. See how your favorite climber is doing and see if they make it through to semifinals. Remember, we'll be taking the top 20 men and top 20 women from our fields of 123 and 60 respectively for each gender, so ton of climbers to get through to make it to semifinals. And speaking of getting through to semifinals, another competitor hoping to make it through here is Sierra Blair Coyle. Sierra, welcome to the booth.
Thank you for having me.
How did the round go for you out there?
You know, it went pretty well. I flashed 3 problems, and then the other 2, one I felt the top on, and then the 4th one I kind of got to like the 3/4 way mark. So it was good. I think I'll be good for semis, but you know, you never know until the round's over.
Yeah, it seemed like the women's round started on some easier problems. Did you get a sense that they were easier than you maybe in years past? And how does that set you up for the 3rd and 4th problem seemed like much harder without a lot of ramp up between?
Yeah, that's definitely what I felt like. The first problem was, you know, it's slab, so even when it's easy, you still feel like a little sketched out, especially first problem. But second wasn't too bad, and then 3rd problem, it just started to get real, and then especially 4th. 4th was hard, and then I felt like 5th ramped it down again, so it was kind of nice to end on that.
Well, it's been always a pleasure to watch you climb in these comps. You're a consistent competitor. It seems like in the last couple of years you've gotten even better. How has your training and your climbing and your experience kind of helped you consistently perform so well?
Well, I mean, I've been competing forever, so the experience factor is obviously there, but I think one of the things that comes with competing forever is you're not only getting more comfortable at it, you're getting more used to it, but you can like identify your weaknesses. You know, every comp I walk away from, whether I do well or not as well as I want to, I always try and, you know, work on what I got exposed on, and I think doing the circuit last year for the World Cup, there are definitely a few things that really stood out, and I was like, okay, I need to take care of this and get as good at it as I can, because I want to, you know, be able to send everything.
Yeah. If you had to point out one of the so-called weaknesses of yours in this comp, can you even think of anything?
I definitely wasn't too pleased with how I did on the dyno on 4. Like, I felt like I did well, but then I couldn't get my feet in, and I wish I'd maybe tried to go 2 hands to the black hold instead of 1 hand to the black and 1 hand to the pink. Overall, I didn't totally mess it up, but I think I could have done it a little better.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of women on that problem sort of reading the sequence like you did, maybe making it more complex than it maybe needed to be. Is that something you evaluate after the round and think about like different ways that you could have approached the different problems?
Definitely, and it's really helpful to see, your other competitors too when you're done climbing, because it just gives you so many ideas. There is a set number of ways you can climb a boulder problem, but sometimes you just won't think of something and someone does, and you're like, wow, that was the way to do it. I have to keep that in my bag of tricks.
Totally.
Yeah, it's super hard when I think the people at home don't realize just how pressure-packed the situation is here. Like, you don't have any preview. You've never seen the problem until you turn around, and then the clock starts ticking, and the 4 minutes goes by really quickly.
I think that's totally true, and I was talking to Connor Gursey the other day, actually, and he was like, when you're a spectator, you see one person do the boulder problem, and you're like, oh, that's obvious. That's the obvious beta.
Right.
And then you forget the next 20 people don't have the obvious beta to send, so they're starting from scratch again.
Yeah. Does the 4-minute break between problems feel like it goes really quickly?
Sometimes it goes by quickly, and sometimes it's slowly. For me, if I'm flustered when I come off a problem, it goes by so fast. I'm like, whoa, I have to get my shoes back on and chalk up, like what happened. But if I, did well or sent, I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm ready for the next boulder problem. Let's go.
Cool.
And what do you make of the field this year for the women? Who are some of the competitors you're looking at and watching, and who should we be watching at home?
Oh, I mean, all the women are really strong, but definitely Ashima and Brooke. I think this is their first year in Open. And, everyone knows they're good, and I think they'll perform really well. But that being said, there are a ton of other strong competitors. Those are just kind of like the 2 that I know of that just aged in.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing them this year. It feels like they've been competing for a long time as the people that follow the youth circuit. And then obviously Ashima is one of the most famous climbers in the world, but her first year of eligibility for adult nationals is kind of crazy.
I can't believe it. I remember a few years ago, I was like, man, Ashima's so good, but at least I have another 4 years where she's not an Open, and now I'm like, oh man, she's an Open now. I have to compete against her.
Everyone's on notice now.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, well, Sierra, thanks for stopping by the booth. We really appreciate you stopping by, and best of luck with the whole weekend.
Awesome, thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it, Sierra.
Bye.
Big thanks to Sierra Blair Coyle for stopping by the booth. Always bringing her best performance to Bouldering Nationals, Chris.
That's right. Yep, she did quite well. 3 flashes, she said. Meanwhile, we had Megan Martin, one of the favorites here. She competed on women's #1, so she is now in the round. We'll be looking for her. Man, I took a real quick break, and suddenly all new climbers on the wall. This is going fast.
I know, we gotta reorient.
Yeah, we're just over halfway through the women's field already. A reminder, there are 60 women in the field, and that's Jenny Knoll on the left, right there. And we are about to have Kai Leitner join us at the booth.
Hey everybody.
Kai,
Hi, Kai. Welcome.
welcome.
Thank you.
That sure was a pleasure to see you climb today. There were a few moments where you looked a little flustered, but ultimately you came away with 4 tops. Tell us how you felt.
Well, like I'm happy that I got 4 tops and that I'm in semis, but I definitely made a lot of mistakes that I wasn't very happy about. But I think that it just gives me something to improve on for tomorrow, and so I'm just ready to go in and try my best.
What are some of the mistakes you made, you think?
Well, I think sometimes I may have lost a little bit of concentration, maybe on like number 1 and number 3 and number 5. But I think that just tomorrow I just have to really be in competitor mode and make sure that I make every attempt count, because with this scoring system, every attempt does count. And so, and it can make the difference between being just out of finals and in finals.
Is it hard to keep your concentration? Like, are you nervous or what's going on?
I mean, I've been competing for 11 years, so I've figured out how to keep my nerves under wraps. I think what it was is I haven't done so many competitions since I had a back injury last year, and I have done Dark Horse and such, but I'm still kind of getting back into the groove of competing and being in this atmosphere. So it's just I got to keep my head in the game.
Do you feel more comfortable or less comfortable in a bouldering competition than you do in a roped comp?
Well, I think that I've gotten a lot better in bouldering in the last few months. So I think that I feel a little bit more comfortable, but I still recognize the fact that the bouldering is really stacked and we have a lot of really great competitors that have yet to come. So I just have to stay on my A game and make sure that I'm on point.
Can you tell us a little bit about your back injury, what happened and how you're recovering?
Well, last year I fractured 2 parts of my back, and my T1 and my T2, and because of that I took about 4 months off of climbing, where I couldn't raise my arms above my shoulders.
Wow.
And then after 4 months I spent the next 2 months just kind of climbing in the gym, maybe an hour at a time, doing lots of rehab exercises and just trying to get mobility back in my arms. And then that was about maybe around October. Then I still had to do the Youth World Championships, and
wow.
And so so it was a little bit stressful of a time and really frustrating for me. But I definitely think that I'm back from that, and I'm really psyched to move on for these next competitions.
Good.
Nice, nice.
So what's your hope for this competition?
I hope? Well, I mean, obviously the goal for everyone, I think, is just go out there, approach each boulder by boulder, and just focus and do your best on each climb. And really, if I do that, then I have nothing to be disappointed about. But last year I did make finals here, and I hope to do it again. That's always a goal of mine, so we'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, 4 tops. You sure look great out there. I mean, despite a couple frustrating moments, your performance always seems to deliver, Kai. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we'll see you in semis. I'm pretty sure we will. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Out
Thanks
there.
so much for joining us, Kai.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yep. All right. Well, that was a treat too.
Yeah.
You get to talk to all the cool guys.
Oh.
Not
good
guys,
stuff.
guys and ladies.
Yeah.
All right. What's going on out there?
That was some interesting beta on men's too. I'd never seen before.
Yeah. Got all kinds of horizontal. Try to get back into the lineup here. See if we can see who's on men's number 1. It's funny, sometimes there's a bunch of people out there, and then sometimes there's not really anybody.
Yeah, I think we have a brushing break going on for one of the problems. We've got Zoe Leibovich on women's 4. At the same time, we have Bennett Kornbroth on the right of the screen. Now he's brushing.
This is a pretty impressive wall, and it's really cool how many different angles there are on this wall. I think it lends itself to all kinds of problems.
Yeah, there's a really good variety. We've heard a couple of the competitors say in interviews that they liked the kind of the variety of movement, the variety of holds and angles. I think it's a really well set comp.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to the setters about it too. So let's see. On men's number 4, the guy in green who you can see, that is Bennett Kornbrath, as you just said.
And Zoe Leibovich there in the center. The seldom repeated women's 4.
And then right to the right of men's 4 is women's number 5. And then we're coming up on men's number 5, Kyle Dontonvale. Man, that first move of number 5 looks so tricky.
Yeah.
Lots of coordination.
It was interesting to watch Kai Leitner work on that.
Yeah, I didn't get to see that.
He, gosh, yeah, he was flying off the wall in all sorts of ways, but then finally was somehow able to keep his lower hand on that bald-ass sloper. And it somehow totally worked for him. And he made it look easy that time.
Nice.
To her right, out of Denver, Colorado, Augie Cohn. With Augie stepping onto the wall, that marks our halfway point for the guys. That's right, for all of you who have been here all day long, that is halfway done for the guys.
Halfway done for the guys, we were just informed.
All right. There's a good look at Kyra Condi. She is currently ranked number 2 in the National Cup Series. Definitely expected to see her in the finals. Kyra Condi is a favorite. She is super strong. She's been competing a ton this year. And she just hiked the first problem.
So Kyra's 20 years old. She's from Minnesota. She's going to school there right now. She did a bunch of the Cup Series comps. She got second at Mesa Rim, second in the Vulcan Cup, 4th at Dark Horse, and she did the Portland Boulder Rally too and got second there.
Augie Cohn on the left of the screen in the green tank top. He's been competing for many, many years. Seen him bouldering outside at Red Rock, Nevada, super, super strong. And yeah, he always seems to do really well in comps. Not always podium finishes, but he does well, places top of the field.
He's 24 years old, out of Inglewood, Colorado. He's 5'7". Seems like he's from out east. He climbs at Rumney. That looked easy. So on women's number 5, we have Bronwyn Camus. And she's looking pretty good. Like she might top it out.
Bronwyn Camus.
She's another youngster at 16 years old, out of Burlington, Ontario.
Audrey Miller on the right of your screen. She's competed in Seco Block as well as many other comps. Always does pretty well. I think she's an up-and-comer. Got to keep our eyes on Audrey Miller.
That move. You need that lock-off strength that Margot Hayes showed us.
Next up on number 1, hailing from Boston, Massachusetts, on the far left, we have Lily Canavan. To her right.
All right, joining us in the commentating booth, we have Maya Madare. Great performance out there. How did you feel about that?
I was pretty psyched. Thank you so much. This is only my second time competing in Open Nationals, so it was definitely a lot of fun. The problems are really cool. I especially liked number 4. Those moves are super varied and challenging. I like the balance of different holds.
Nice. And, you know, you were still, I believe, I missed a few competitors, but you got the first, if not the only, top of women's 3. Really impressive. What clicked for you on that?
Well, you know, slab climbing is normally not actually my forte. But I saw that it was a slab, and I thought, like, okay, I'm going to have to go really slow on this. And then I got to the last move and realized I wasn't going to be able to try it again because I was out of time. And I think that's probably what gave me the extra try hard to actually stick the move. That was knowing that if I fell, that was going to be it.
Nice. And it was a perfect read.
Thanks.
yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I've been working on that skill a lot this year.
Yes.
Route reading.
Yeah.
Used to be a big challenge for me, but I've been working on it.
So you train on sighting? in the
Yes.
gym?
I live in Austin, where Austin Bouldering Project just opened this year, and it's actually, I think, the biggest bouldering gym in the country.
Really?
So there's always a lot of new problems for me to practice on sighting.
So I was wondering about that. Do you do like comp rehearsals where you only give yourselves 4 minutes?
Yeah, I'm on a youth team, actually. I'm 18, so I'm about to age out, but we do mock competitions a lot. Actually, last weekend we had one where the whole team, or as much of the team that us could make it, came in and just practiced, like set up a round basically in the same format as this, and just like 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off. And
You feel like it helps?
I feel like it really, really helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of practice is definitely one of the most important things, I think, for me to prepare for onsites.
Probably a lot mentally.
Oh, yes. It's all mental game for me.
Yeah. And speaking of, by the way, Megan Martin right now is trying women's 3, just a minute and a half left, but she tagged the finishing hold but didn't quite hold it. And we saw the same from Margot Hayes. And you just seemed to grab that thing correctly. That was...
Yeah, I think I got really lucky. I hit it at the exact right spot.
Is there like a little pinch on it?
Yeah, it's a bad sloper, and then it gets a little bit better if you get closer to the outside. So I hit it, and my hand slid a little bit, and then I was able to like re-grab it because there's a little lip on the bottom that you can thumb catch.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
So I have a question about, because you said that you've only done this a couple times, been in the open category.
This is my second time.
Yeah. So is it intimidating?
Oh, yes,
against?
it's very intimidating. A lot of these people, like, obviously they're famous, and like I've seen their names like in the news and in like Rock and Ice and stuff, and it's like it's pretty surreal to be like competing against them in person, and it could definitely be intimidating, but I really like the experience. It's thrilling, definitely more than scary.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Do you have high hopes for this comp?
Yeah, I think hopefully I'll be able to keep my act together in semifinals. Usually I have a pattern of having a better performance in qualifiers than semifinals, but hopefully gonna break out of that pattern this time.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, this year I feel a lot more prepared than last year. So hopefully things go in my favor.
Yeah, so far it shows.
Thanks.
So yeah, thanks so much for joining us in the booth, Maya.
Thank you.
Really
Good
appreciate
luck.
it.
Thanks.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Next up for the ladies, hailing from the great state of Texas, Claire Burfine.
Oh boy, Claire Burfine is up now. She is doing women's 1.
Meanwhile, Kyra's already halfway up women's 2, Kyra Condi.
You can see her there way on the left. Yeah, there she is.
All right, an easy flash from Kyra Condi. We now have Margot Hayes joining us in the booth.
Hello.
Hi, Margot.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, doing well.
How was it out there?
It was fun. The climbs were really enjoyable. The setters definitely did an awesome job, so I was happy climbing on every single one of them.
That's awesome. One thing we noticed is that there were a couple problems that you put a lot of effort into. You came down, you looked at the clock, you had to make that quick decision, do I try again? And it seemed like you pretty much always made the decision to try again. And I think it paid off. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it paid off. I was on number 3. I fell in the last move twice. So, of course, now I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I want to try it again. But women's 4, yeah, I took a couple kind of nasty falls, but I always wanted to try again. I always have so much fun when I'm on the wall, so it's hard when I'm making the decision to go or not to go. Most of the time I decide to go just because I want to get back on it.
Yeah, we noticed that you looked a little uncomfortable after a couple of those falls. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Back is definitely sore, but you know, it's all good. Take a hot shower and get to bed early and be psyched for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the same pain from your back injury way back in Pan Ams?
It can be kind of the pain that I get once in a while, and I think it is due to that injury, but it's nothing serious, you know?
Cool.
Nothing that will hold me back.
Good.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
So you spent a lot of time sport climbing this year. Do you feel like you've prepared a lot for a bouldering comp?
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of sport climbing and bouldering. When I climb outside, at least for the past several years, I've really only sport climbed. But I'd like to get into more bouldering outside.
But you train.
But I have trained both, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So what are your hopes for this climb? For this comp?
Well, my hopes for this comp are my goal is to top every climb. So I didn't succeed in that in this round, but I'll bring that to the next round.
And you're living in France right now?
I am, yeah. I'm in Aix-en-Provence, so it's in the south. It's about 30 minutes north of Marseille.
And how long do you get to be there?
Originally, I was going to stay there about 4 months, and I was going to just be back in Boulder by December, but I decided to extend my visa. So now I will be there through the World Cup season until October.
Well, it'll be easier for you to get to the World Cup.
It will, exactly. Yeah, it's going to end up being cheaper that way, me staying there. And it's nice to be immersed, learning another language. That's something I'd really like to, I'd like to progress in my French and eventually be fluent. So
yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah.
So what will you do to prepare for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, probably go eat some yummy food and then get to bed pretty early. And I have homework to do, so I'll be doing that. And I'll be watching the comp at the same time.
Yeah.
Because the men are going so late, but they're definitely troopers hanging in ISO for so long.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to be here with so many motivated climbers. The community is just so fantastic.
Yeah.
Every time I come to a comp, I'm just reminded.
It's good to be home then.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool, yeah. Well, it sure is fun to watch you climb. It's a little surprising to hear you say that you really have fun when you're on the wall competing. Like you're actually having fun when you're doing those problems.
Yeah, most of the time I feel very happy when I'm on the wall. I really enjoy it.
That's
every
great.
move and yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
We love watching you.
Thank you. That's really sweet.
You're really
I love watching all
inspirational.
the other climbers. It's so fun to see the different beta that people choose for the same climb. So
It is. It's been really interesting.
yeah, it's going to be a really exciting weekend. I'm excited.
Cool. Well, good
Awesome.
luck.
Well, yeah,
Thank
looking
you.
forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And yeah, rest well.
I will, for sure.
Cool.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much for joining us,
Yeah.
Margot.
That was fun. Megan Martin here on Women's 4. Megan, also a ninja warrior. What do they call her?
Mighty Megan.
Mighty Megan.
Hashtag, of course.
She's one of my favorites. She's so fun.
Yeah, Megan always has a smile on. It's great.
She does. It's contagious.
You know, probably the only other competitor I know of who I would say that about is Margot. And yeah, she was just here. So
She was smiling the whole time. Megan gearing up. Got her game face on right now.
heck yeah.
So Megan is 26. She lives in Boulder. She's actually a coach for Team ABC, so she coaches a lot of these kids and then competes with them.
She's currently ranked number 7 after the National Cup Series events. She got second place at the Seco Block Masters in 2015. And last year, I think she also got second place.
She did some of the cup comps. She got third in Yankin Yard this year. She got fifth at the Vulcan Cup.
Well, she's got less than a minute. These problems are complicated. I'd love to tell you who's next to her on the left, but I can't quite see.
Nice, Megan.
Oh, wow, she made the 1-2.
Yeah, she did.
She made that work for her.
She's a good dynamic
really impressive.
climber, yeah.
And pink is Megan's favorite color. Excellent effort. There's Claire Burfind.
So Claire, I don't know if we told you about her. She's 18. She's formerly Team Texas. She's from Texas, and now she goes to school in Seattle. She's 5'11". She's a tall woman. She didn't do any of the Cup Series competitions this year. She did come in second to the Dynamic competition, which was in Salt Lake City. She was third at Bouldering Nationals last year, fourth in Sport Nationals last year. She was actually first in Speed Nationals last year, so she's a crusher. She climbs.
Yeah, she's also good on the longer routes. She, in 2014, actually, she was the Seco Block champion. 2015 was third place. So she's got a long history of podium finishes here. Claire's definitely one to watch for finals as she just hiked number 2. No problem. Looks like Delaney Miller on problem 1. Former sport climbing champion 2 years in a row, Delaney Miller is definitely one to watch also. I think she's been training bouldering quite a bit more lately. She's done a bunch of World Cups for lead, World Cups for bouldering. It's going to be a good show by her. Kyra Condi is eyeing women's 3 with just over half of the time gone.
Kyra Condi just sent her first V12 outside at Red Rock this year, actually, in January. She's got 6 youth national titles, and she's a pre-vet student at the University of Minnesota. And speaking of back injuries, she had back surgery as a kid for scoliosis. She had it corrected, and then she said that that really, really helped her climbing. Let's see if she can get lucky on that final hold of women's number 3.
People, as always, we encourage photos.
Oh, so close.
Send them out into the world. Make sure to throw on the hashtag USAC Bouldering. Once again, that's hashtag
Hey, guys.
USAC
Hey, welcome back to the booth, Mr. Runnels. That was Brian Wong, by the way, on the right of the screen from Boulder, Colorado. Falling off men's 4 like almost everyone has.
I was noticing while I was taking a break there while you guys talked to Margot and Maya that we're about halfway done.
Indeed. Yeah, we are over halfway done for the ladies. And gosh.
I think we're over halfway for the men now, too. Don't look now.
Time just flew right by. It's 3:30. We've been doing this for 5 hours. They've been doing this for 5 hours, I should say.
And just think that the competitors that haven't come out yet have been sitting in the back this
yeah,
entire time playing
Hopefully-
ping pong.
Hopefully they have food and water back there.
And in the cruelest of jokes, no cell phones
Oh,
allowed in ISO.
Oh, snap. You're right.
Probably the longest many of the competitors have been separated from their cell phones.
Since birth.
Since birth,
they-
that's
yeah.
right.
I know they keep coming up here angrily asking for their phones back.
I know I wouldn't make it back there without my phone for this many hours, so.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't. Juliana Price is 29 years old. She's on the women's first problem. She's 5'10", and she's from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
And this is Megan Martin on women's number 5, making quick, very strong work of it.
And Megan's been climbing well today.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah.
She's powerful. Just campusing up. Oh, so strong.
Wow. Wow.
Nice, Megan.
That's going to be real good for her. Not too many women have top number 5.
Oh, that was great. I didn't actually follow. I couldn't follow what she did. Do you guys know how many tops she had?
I do not.
She did not do number 3, but I'm pretty sure she did 1 and 2.
And I didn't see her on 4. We'll have to find out later.
Yeah, looking at the unofficial results so far, we only have 2 women that have more than 3 tops. Maya Madere has 5, and Michaela Kirsch has 4.
And Margot.
Yeah, I think some of these results are a little bit behind. 'Cause
Yeah.
It shows Margot here with 3 tops, but yeah, like Neely said, I thought she got 4. Likewise for the men, only 1 competitor with 5 tops as defending champion Nathaniel Coleman. It's Matt Foltz there, swooping on men's 3. Definitely somebody to look out for to make finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the close-up views because you can see from a distance you can't tell what's going on. From real close, you're looking at them shaking and trying super hard.
Right. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can't
it's
see
so
that.
cool to actually see that.
This is Ross Fulkerson. Wow.
Strong work from Ross there. Nice one. He's going to be psyched about that. It always feels good when you jump for a move like that that's super powerful and you actually pull it in. Really
Yeah.
no better feeling in bouldering than that.
I wouldn't know what that feels like, actually. I don't think I've ever done that.
Maybe we can get an interview up here where we can ask somebody who has experiences.
We got Lily Canavan there. She's been competing a bunch and doing super well too. Lily Canavan, she's
18 from Newton, Massachusetts.
Such a tenuous problem.
She likes to climb in Rumney. Oh, she's using the knee beta there too.
Nice. She was last year's Dark Horse champion. She actually won several comps, bouldering comps last year, 2016.
Yeah, 2015 and 2016 Metro Rock Iron Maiden champion.
And coming out of the gate next for the ladies, we have Erica Meister. And to her right, we have John Brosler.
So in about 5 competitors for the women, we have Ashima and then Alex Puccio right after her. So I'm excited.
It's going to be a fun half hour.
Yeah.
Having them back to back. John Brosler there for the men, one of the fastest speed climbers in the country. In fact, the fastest speed climber in the country.
Yeah, I think he is the champion. He's from Plano, Texas. 19 years old, and that's Delaney Miller on women's too.
It's always fun to watch Delaney at Bouldering Nationals. Her style is just so like anti-bouldering. It's very slow and deliberate.
That's what I remember about Emily Harrington too.
She just makes it work.
Yeah, Delaney is really, really smooth and calculated.
They'll rest like they're on routes. That's Jenny Nall or Canal. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Women's
There's
number
our
4.
Airworks Cinema cable cam doing its job, providing you the best photography, cinematography there is. Kyra Condi, women's 4. Kyra is one of the fastest climbers out there. Jumpy, fast, and effective. I would be shocked if she did not make it to finals.
A lot of the women finding that knee bar.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Nice control. Yep. Excellent shot.
Kyra Condi finishing women's number 4. She didn't finish women's number 3 though, did she?
No,
Negative.
she didn't. Fell off that last move. I was talking to Margot about that last move on women's 3. She was telling me that she thought she just went to the wrong part of the hold, and I think that's what happened to Kyra also. If you get it in the sweet spot, I think it's pretty good. Or if you miss it, there's no second chance.
Now, if anyone's going to do problem 3, Claire Burfind may be the one. Less than a minute left, though. She's got to step it up.
I think it might be challenging with her height to get into position on this move.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a little kitty perch when you're 5'11".
Reminds me of Alex Johnson.
Yeah,
Nice.
Claire, one of the tallest women out there.
See if she can get her foot way up there. That right hand hold looks so small.
See how small those holds are. It's all about that left hand and the right foot.
Wow.
Ooh.
Who's slinking the right
Oh.
foot around or left foot around the corner, but not to be for Claire Burfine.
Well, that's her time there.
And next up on the far side, far left for the ladies, we have Isabel Gifford from Austin, Texas. For the guys right alongside, we have Connor Kurtzy from Yorba Linda, California.
So this is Isabel Gifford from Austin, Texas. She's 16 years old. She climbs at the Austin Bouldering Project.
We have Connor Gertze from Yorba Linda, California, 23 years old, 5'8". One of his favorite hobbies is sleeping, he says.
Nice.
I'm kind of right there with him.
Who doesn't like sleeping?
I don't know that that's a hobby.
Yeah,
when you
hobby
sleep as
implies
much as I do, it's a hobby. It's no longer a necessity.
Really?
Yeah, it's so fun. It's so
just
fun.
sleep for sport.
Yeah.
We're looking at Juliana Price here on women's number 2. And Julianne Jimrivat on women's number 3. Getting into that precarious
Oh, yeah.
perch.
Yeah, Jules Jimrivat. Yep, we've seen her compete. She was at Seco Block.
Yeah.
And I believe she's a Salt Lake local. Let's take a look. Yeah, she is.
She's 21 years old. 5'3". That's cute.
Wondering how to deal with the kitty kitty meow meow perch.
It's like the problem's not over. Not over right here.
Exactly.
She says she's been climbing for 15 years. So that's, I think, since she was 6.
Kids these days, they
Ugh.
start a little earlier than we did.
She's sponsored by Petzl.
Oh, no. A rare miss on that move on men's 3.
Becoming not so rare, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
We always jinx them. It's our fault.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about Infinite Bee Labs. Dedicated to the care of your climbing shoes, their grip spray is a pre- and post-climb
Well, Chris, you mentioned that Jules was a local climber. The local climbers are having a pretty good comp so far on the men's side. 3 of the top 4 in the unofficial results are locals. Nathaniel Coleman, Dalton Bunker, and Palmer Larson all in the top 4 right now.
Wow.
On
Nice
the unofficial results here that you can
Yeah,
check out at
unofficial.
usaclimbing.org.
Palmer Larson. Yeah, that's a...
Sean Rabitou there in second place.
Wow, and the unofficial, we're not really seeing D Woods.
Daniel Woods is in jeopardy of having some free time tomorrow. It's important when you look at these results, they are unofficial. It's because the climbers do have the ability to appeal any results once they're posted, which doesn't happen until after the comp round is over. The competitors get a chance to validate that the results that are been entered and posted by the system are what they agreed to with the judges. And so there's always that appeal time that happens before the results are actually official. So don't make travel plans based on what you're seeing just yet. But it gives you a sense for where the line is going to be. Remember, it's top 20 for semifinals for the men and the women. So for the men, you've got to beat over 100 competitors to get into semifinals.
Wow.
Can you tell everybody where to find those results again?
Yeah, you can go to usaclimbing.org. Go to the homepage there. There's a big button that says live results. Click on that and check out some of the unofficial results for the women that we haven't talked too much about. Maya Maderi, Michaela Kirsch, Margot Hayes, Sierra Blair Coyle, Nina Williams, all in the top 5 right now. But as we've been talking about, some of the heaviest hitters for the women still to come. Alex Puccio, Ashima Shireishi, young Brooke Rabitou still to come. Wouldn't be surprised to see all 3 of them at the top of the leaderboard by the time this is over.
Claire Burfine
looks puzzled.
trying and just barely missing the 1-2 move on women's 3. And now we have Delaney Miller. Excuse me, that was 4. Women's 4 for Claire Burfine, and Delaney Miller is the one on 3.
Delaney's also from Texas. She's from Frisco, Texas. She's 21 years old. I'm pretty sure she lives in Boulder now. saw her in rifle a bit this summer.
I think she moved to Victoria, Canada, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, going to school up there.
All these climbers just moving all over the place.
Yeah, she was in Fort Collins, Colorado for college, and now she went up to Victoria, BC.
Not a bad place to be.
And like Chris said before, she's the national sport climbing champion. Oh, wow. Is that Claire right next to her?
Yeah, it's fun seeing a couple of the podium finishers for rope comps and really almost everything competing neck and neck here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Strong move by Claire Burfine there.
God, Claire really keeping her composure on these.
Yeah, she just looks solid, except for that little bobble. It's so funny, you can't see that crimp.
Oh, wow.
Until they're on
strong.
it. Yeah.
Wow.
That was-
Just creeping her way to the top here, one by one. Claire Burfine's doing really well compared to everyone else.
She's got tops on 1, 2, and 4 now.
Coming up pretty soon for the men, we also have Sean McCall, returning champion of this event from 2011. One of our 4 nationals competing here this weekend. Important to keep in mind as you look at the results that the 4 nationals can win the competition, but they do not count towards the quota of competitors. We take the semifinals and finals. So if one of the 4 nationals is in the top 20, take 21 or 22 people to finals, or semifinals, excuse me, and same with finals. It's because we're trying to curate the U.S. national team for bouldering that will represent the U.S. on the World Cup circuit, and that comes from the top 6 finishers here of the American citizens competing. So an extra little wrinkle as you watch this weekend. As is often the case, the 4 nationals that compete are some of the best climbers in the world, and they've won this comp numerous times over the years. Julia Verme a couple years ago, Sean McCall several years back, Mohamed Jafari a couple years ago.
And for the guys, we have Nico Romero. Nico's out of Dallas, Texas.
So on women's 1, we have Molly Rennie.
32 years old from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
She's 5'6". And she climbs in Waco and Socorro. Molly's been climbing for 11 years.
It's funny, yeah, she started climbing when most of these competitors were not even born yet.
No. Well, when they were very small.
Whoa. Lily Canavan airing it out there. Matt Foltz struggling there on men's 5. Seen a lot of the men get pretty frustrated over there. Daniel Woods among them.
Yeah. Jules Jimrevat for another attempt on women's 4. I think she was having trouble on kind of the move on this one. That one.
It's a pretty cool move. You watch videos of Alex Puccio, well, I don't know if you do, but I've seen videos of Alex Puccio just doing training indoors, just jumping around.
Yeah.
On boulder problems, just making boulder problems for herself where she has to jump. And it seems like that's what you have to do in these comps, in all of them now.
Absolutely. As Juliana Price apparently trying not to jump.
Right. That or this.
It's always difficult when you're on like sort of easy terrain there where you're not in danger of falling, but doing the next move requires a little bit of commitment there. You can kind of just ease your way over without overcommitting yourself.
Yeah.
Yep, Juliana's trying to commit to the scratching post.
The scratching post. Kitty, kitty.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Speaking of scratching, Matt Foltz scratching in those tiny crimps there.
Yeah.
Just trying to bite his fingers in.
So this is where Carlo was talking about you can't touch that left wall.
Nice work
But
from Matt Foltz.
he didn't
Excellent
need
work
to.
from Matt Foltz, yes.
Where are we at with Matt Foltz? What does he have going on? Do you know how many tops he has, Chris?
Negative.
I believe this is Grace McKeon coming up way on the left.
Grace McKeon, no stranger to these comps.
And Grace is one of those competitors who made finals in her first year of eligibility when she was just 15 years old in Colorado Springs a few years back. First adult nationals making it through to finals.
Yeah. Thomas Pitzel is on men's one. He's from Georgia and also no stranger to comps. I know he's placed well in the past. One of the, used to be a dark horse, but now I think the name Thomas Pitzel is synonymous with
There he is.
with cranking. There he is, yep.
Claire on her last problem here. Trying to get her fourth top of the round.
Wow.
Wow,
Nicely
yes.
done.
Very strong work
From
by
low.
Claire Burfine.
Solid round from Claire.
So she got 1, 2, 4, and 5.
She looked a little uneven at times, but tops are tops.
Yeah. Nobody's
And
gotten
knots are knots.
all. Nobody's gotten all 5, right?
Other than Maya.
Maya Madare did.
Oh, I thought she didn't get 4. She did get 4.
According to the unofficial results,
They would know better than I.
they have her at 4. But one thing it is worth noting is that even though Claire got all 4 tops there, she did take a number of attempts on some of the problems. That does factor in a little bit after tops, so it's important to get these problems done as quickly as possible.
That contributes to their combined ranking.
And that's going to be a big factor coming into semifinals and finals. The winner of the comp could be decided by a single attempt.
That's right.
That's Erica Meister on women's number 2. Trying to navigate this transition. And Delaney Miller on number 4. She's a really static climber, so that jump is probably a little bit foreign to her.
30 seconds left, and Delaney's trying it again. She's definitely using different foot beta than anyone else. Closer, but not quite enough.
I think she's trying to make it a little bit less dynamic by putting it in a sort of a drop knee.
And just like that, out on problem number 1 for her nationals debut as an adult. The young phenom Ashima Shiraishi.
All right.
Here it is.
Brady Kotratz.
Here we go.
And Brady's left in her first Open Nationals.
Ashima's 15 years old, out of New York City.
Ashima Shiraishi.
She's 5'1", I believe.
Ashima is definitely one of the top few competitors we've wanted to see here. It's always been thought that she could be the one to challenge Puccio, although Alex Puccio sure has done so well lately. It's hard to say that, but Ashima certainly is a contender for finals and the podium. Really exciting to see her here. She has climbed recently a V15, the only woman on earth to have done so.
She's climbed 2 now. 1 in Japan.
Making quick work of her first problem.
That looked like V0.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch her climb in person because you get this, I think you get the sense just from watching her from afar in videos that she's like a small climber and she just grabs little holds, and that's why she's a good climber, but that's not the case at all when you see her climbing in person. She's got incredible technique and awareness of her body and how to use it on the wall. It's really quite interesting to watch.
Had an Alex Puccio sighting there. She's right after Ashima.
And they'll be sitting side by side.
Yeah, that'll be good.
We're watching Isabel Gifford try to get up women's 3. She's using the knee beta too.
Not able to keep her balance. Nothing to pull you in once your balance is gone there.
Jules Jimrevat.
The chat room was pretty excited about Ashima's debut there on problem number 1.
How do people get into that chat room?
You can check that out on YouTube player that you're watching this live feed in. A lot of people in there sharing their analysis of the competition, who they're rooting for, and other various internet things.
Hopefully good ones, positive ones.
15 seconds left here on problem number 4. And up next for the women on problem number 1, your 9-time national champion, but not defending national champion for the first time in quite a while, is Alex Puccio.
That's right, Alex Puccio, the one overwhelming favorite to win this competition. Alex Puccio.
I may or may not have some bets on her. Probably not, because that's illegal.
If gambling were legal,
Yeah.
you'd have some bets on her.
Theoretically.
And this is a storyline we'll be digging into more as the weekend goes along, but Alex suffered a back or neck injury over the summer, had to have surgery. Most people you think would take it easy for a while, maybe take up boating or something, I don't know, something a little less strenuous, but no, Alex has been possessed ever since she's come back to climbing, winning every single comp she's entered leading up to nationals this year. An overwhelming favorite.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Imagine winning every comp you enter.
Right.
And she enters a lot.
Yeah, she did all the national cups. She won all of them. She did Dynamic. She did the Portland Rally.
Yeah, and Alex can actually win the overall National Cup Series today just by making semifinals from what we were told.
Ah, because her ranking, it's because she did all of them.
Has such a lead in the points.
Delaney Miller's looking solid on 5.
Chalking up, taking a rest.
Grace McKeon in the foreground. Hiking 2, and Alex Puccio. Heavy hitters on the wall right now.
Alex has climbed V14, a couple of them, 15 V13s. You would think that after neck surgery, it'd be scary for her to jump down off of boulders, but I think she just started doing it so quickly after her surgery. She's just like right back to normal.
Well, also 2 years ago, she had that really bad knee injury.
Same
and then
thing.
She came back and she was really tenuous jumping down from the wall at nationals last year.
Delaney discovering some pretty unique beta for that women's 5 crux right at the top.
Interesting.
And in typical Delaney style, she's just kind of taking her time to figure it out. She's treating it like a route.
She has a minute and a half left.
The top 20 guys and the top 20 girls will move on to the semifinals. That will go on.
Just no sense of panic with her at all. She's just tried that one. It didn't work. She's just going to go back and reset.
Of course, with every shake, she can take a peek at the clock and know that she has just over a minute left. Unlikely she'll have another attempt, so she's really got to put all of her marbles into this one, huh?
Get her done, Delaney. Come on, go big. Not sure she has time for another one.
Such a strong effort by Delaney Miller.
And somewhat rare progress on men's 4 there. John Brosler.
That's Thomas Pitzel getting rowdy on 4. And of course, we don't get to see Alex Puccio climb much because she does everything so quickly.
And a couple climbers, we're going to see Brooke Rabatou.
Natalia Grossman, rather. Team ABC, Colorado.
Next up on number 1 for the ladies, we have Sophia Kwan. And for the guys,
Got Ashima out on her second boulder.
we have Nathan Wyby.
Easily dispatched problem number 1. See how she fares on problem number 2 here.
I've just been told it is pronounced Nathan Whippy.
This is looking casual.
It's definitely what you would expect, right, Neely? We've seen the first 2 problems been pretty doable for a lot of the women, so not surprising to see Ashima.
Ashima positively unchallenged.
It's for real, though. It doesn't look hard at all. It's such a contrast. Ashima was the second female and the youngest person ever to climb 515A.
even though this is her first adult national, she's been making news since she was, I think, 9 years old, climbing really hard double-digit boulder problems in Waco tanks. So
And
by the time she gets to the adult stage, she's kind of been around for quite a while at this point.
And on every news station and newspaper ever. More than I think any other climber has been. We're seeing Molly Rennie on women's number 3.
Not a lot of the women looking like they're having fun on that move.
I know.
Just looks awkward.
Questing around for some balance here. It's Molly Rennie.
She's doing it. She's getting it done.
Yeah, if she actually got this done, that would be a huge boon for her placement.
And we've seen very few tops of this problem.
Have we seen more than Maya?
And not that I recall.
Almost.
It may have only been topped once.
At this point, we've seen like 200 people climb boulder problems, so it's a little hard to keep track. But if it's more than one, it's not very many more. We've seen a lot of tops for the other problems for the women, but very few have unlocked. Tricky third boulder. You are watching continuing live coverage of the 2017 USAC Bouldering National Championships. We are at the Salt Palace here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, and Neely Quinn with you all afternoon here. It's a qualifying round. More than half over at this point, especially for the women. As we get some of our favorites out finally for the women with Alex Puccio.
Yeah, in
turning
fact,
around for her second problem right now, Chris.
We only have, I think, 11 more women to go.
Women's round has gone by really quickly. And
Next up for the ladies from
it happens when 65 fewer climbers. Feels like it goes by a lot quicker.
For the guys from Exton, Pennsylvania.
Alex Puccio prepping number 2. Meanwhile, Vian Charbonneau is up for women's number 1. 38 years old, part of Winter Las Vegas Climbing's Team Geriatric. It's been really fun. She would laugh at that. I'm excited to see how she does.
For it on that one, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see later, I suppose.
You don't really want to piss her off, I don't think.
She just placed second in a pretty big local comp in Las Vegas. So I think that was what made her want to come up here and just join nationals. Excited to see her here.
Yeah, she's been on the road for a while. She crushed in rifle this summer. Just did a lot of stuff. 514 climber.
Mike in the chat room confirms for us that Maya was the only one to top number 3. So if it's on the internet, it must be true.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for that, Mike.
Alex Puccio on women's number 2.
I love the contrast of climbing styles between Alex Puccio and Ashima Shiraishi. Kind of, Alex, of course, is kind of the burlier, visibly super strong one, but Ashima is like water over stone, as it were.
She's like an elf in The Hobbit or something. She just kind of floats. Was that too nerdy? Probably too nerdy.
Nice.
Alex Puccio continues her warm-up.
Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, I think last year the qualifying round for her, I think she just flashed all 5 boulders.
Yep.
Pretty easily as well. So
that's right.
She knows it's just part of the process. You can't win the comp today, but a bad day, you could lose it, which could very well be the case for Daniel Woods today. He's on the bubble.
Grace McKeon digging into some determination for which she is famous. Let's see if she can make this happen.
Oh.
Gosh, that looks so close. That's exactly how Maya did it, actually, with a back step.
I think she just needed to get her thumb around the bottom of the hold, and she just, on the top, we could see in some of the close-ups before, the bottom has a little bit more of an in-cut in it, but on the top, not much purchase to be had there. Such a precise move, low percentage, which is tough on a problem that takes that much time. You only get 1 or 2 shots at that move in 4 minutes. One minute left in this round. Climbers have 4 minutes to climb each problem, and then 4 minutes of rest. And they have 5 problems in qualifiers today. It'll be 4 in semis and 4 in finals tomorrow, so this is the volume round for the competitors.
There's Natalia Grossman on the right, making really good progress here on women's 4, with just 25 seconds to go.
Team ABC. Oh. Can see Ashima to the right of the North Face logo, checking out women's number 3.
It's gonna be fascinating to watch her on this problem.
I'd be surprised if she didn't make it. What do you think?
I think this might actually suit her style and her size pretty well.
Yeah, I think she'll be able to lock off that little left crimp up there and get her foot real high.
I believe that her mom makes all of her pants as well. So every time you see Ashima, you know she's wearing something original.
They're real into fashion at that house, and it seems like she's getting into it too, judging by her Instagram feed. Not that I've been stalking her or anything to do research for this.
It's just called research.
Yeah.
That is a blessing, isn't it?
Social media?
No, the fact that we can research athletes.
Yeah, it is. So far, she's doing really great.
She's got a long way to reach over there.
She counterweighted that with her foot up in the air. Well, that was pretty. Wow. It's going to be kind of hard for her to reach that thing.
Get a great look at those
a
holes.
jug at last.
And that left hand probably feels pretty good for her. She's gonna have to get her hip up to her armpit though.
You're right.
Or her foot, excuse me.
Oh, wow. Whoa, what's up there? Nobody's ever touched that.
A cool flash.
Wow.
By Ashima Shiraishi, women's 3, second top out of, what, 50? Almost 50 women. That's amazing.
We've seen so many women miss that hold, and she went to a part of it that didn't have any chalk on it.
Yeah.
And made it work.
It made it look like a jug.
That was really interesting.
I want to feel that hold.
I can only imagine what's going through Puccio's mind right now. She heard the audience.
Yeah.
And she knows she's going to have to put the pressure on. Not that she won't make it to semis, but, you know.
Yeah.
There's always some competition there, a little stress.
We should interview her later and see what is going through her mind.
It was interesting because the hold at the finish has a lot of chalk in that one spot, and she went to a totally unchalked section of it. I wonder if she saw something there or just happened to grab that spot and it worked.
It sure seemed like it was a calculated move.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't like dead point to that hold. She kind of floated to it.
You could tell she was really comfortable in the position that she was in though, with her left hand and her right hand digging into that crimp. The move just really suited her well.
Yeah. Or maybe it was because she knew she needed to match on it. So she left some room for herself. In any case, Alex Puccio's doing some calisthenics to warm up. follow that act by Ashima.
And that strikes me as the kind of move that Alex could have a little bit of trouble with.
You think?
A little more delicate.
Yeah, she was a 9-time national bouldering champion. She won in 06, 07, 08, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15. And then Megan Mascarenas took it from her last year. She's won 13 World Cup medals.
Just to her right from Westlake, California, we have Mike McGee.
Looks like Brooke Robitou is up for the women. Women's #1, Boulder, Colorado. Sister of Sean Robitou, whom you may have seen climb earlier, and daughter of Robin Erbisfield and Didier Robitou. We all expect to see her in the finals. She's finally old enough to compete at adult nationals. She's done very, very well in youths.
She got 3rd at the Dark Horse, 2nd at Yanking Yard, and 4th at the Vulcan Cup. Those were all part of the Cup series. She just hiked #1.
Well, we'll see whether Alex Puccio can pull off a flash of women's 3 like Ashima did.
She's used almost half her time already. There really is no more experienced competitor out here than Alex Puccio. Knows exactly what she's doing.
There she goes.
Yeah, it's so funny having watched so many women do this problem. Like, we kind of know, okay, hurry up the sequence, but you got to remember, that's the first time Alex has seen this problem, so she needs to figure it out just like everyone else.
Yeah. She's asking again, too, if that left side's on.
Well, what's interesting is that it sounds like she thinks the left side is, or it looks like she thinks the left side's off, as if the judges told her no.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what happened for the first competitor who asked the judges.
Yeah, she committed to a really awkward move there.
Yeah, look, yeah. She just couldn't get her balance over. Well,
As a competitor, you always want to know the parameters of the problem before you get on the wall. Make sure you understand what is in and what is not in. It's super important to know that stuff. Not always clear what the communication is down there between the climber and the judges there. It seemed like either Alex didn't understand that was on or didn't think that would be helpful. It's a really subtle corner there where the blue meets the gray section of the wall.
25 seconds to go. We'll see if Alex can pull this one off.
she figured it out. Yeah, she doesn't have much time.
13 seconds left. It's going to be her only chance at this last move.
Come on.
Oh,
no.
Just a second she paused her momentum, but not going to be for Alex Puccio on problem #3. So 2 tops for Alex Puccio. Still doing just fine in this round, though.
Yeah.
Next up for the ladies from Madison, Wisconsin, we have Katie Lawler.
You have to think that the 4th and 5th problem are going to suit Alex Puccio pretty nicely.
Guys from Arvada, California, Derek Anderson.
We're seeing Ashima gear up for women's number 4. See what she does here on this big move.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very, very well done by Ashima.
She's reading these problems so well.
She was named Time Magazine's one of the 30 most influential teens of 2015. She trains every day for 4 hours.
She's looking so impressive right now.
Oh, wow.
4 flashes for
Just not a problem for
Ashima.
her. Wow.
Yeah.
She's not getting very much climbing time here in qualifiers.
I know, she might have to do a bouldering session after this.
Yeah.
Just to feel like she did something today.
Uh-oh. To be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, that's right. We can only guess what Alex is talking about with one of the judges.
Right.
Didn't look like they were agreeing.
No.
But
We
I'm
won't make
sure
any assumptions.
they'll sort that out. I'm not a body language expert by any stretch. Could just be talking about current events for all we know.
Politics. Who knows?
I'm starting to get a pretty good sense, though, where the cut line is going to be for the men. Looks like it's going to be right around 3 tops. So anybody with 2 tops is going to be on the bubble. Possibly even anybody with 3 tops and a low score. Remember, you can always check the unofficial results at usaclimbing.org. Check back there for the official results as well. Daniel Woods right now unofficially in 19th place. Top 20 make it to semis.
Wow.
So
That's
that'll
not
be
looking
kind
good.
of a big deal.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Got Sophia Kwan here. Women's number 3.
I think they're calling her off because her feet swung around the corner there. It's hard to tell with the black curtain behind the wall, but the corner of the wall to the left of the blue streak is taped with black tape. Competitors know they can't go past that. I think it's a little easier for the climbers to see up by the wall. And for the women, still only a small handful of women who have finished climbing who have more than 2 tops. So there's Maya Madere, Michaela Kirsch, Margot Hayes, and Sierra Blair Coyle with 3 tops. But obviously we see that Ashima is going to be up there. She already has 4 tops. So she's going to be in at least 2nd place.
Sean McCall has now stepped out for the men, a foreign national who could very likely take this competition. We'll just have to wait and see. Excited to watch him climb here.
Yeah, he might be the one to oust Daniel from the 20 spots.
Wow.
Although his won't count because he's Canadian. It won't count in the...
Oh, right. They'll make an extra spot for him if it is Sean.
He kind of bobbled the start there.
Oh, yeah. He did not
Sure.
flash number 1.
Sure, he'll figure that out. He's been in isolation for 7+ hours at this point.
Yeah.
He's probably just excited to be out of there.
Alex making quick work of that big move on women's number 4.
Wow.
Wow.
2 fingers, no big deal.
Might as well. That is an uncommon way to have done that move today. When Sean fell
Oh,
again
wow.
on
Yeah.
palm 1 for the men there.
There you go, Alex. Get that knee. I mean, this is Alex's kind of problem right here. Big pinch.
Nice.
Back on track for Alex Puccio on women's number 4. It's 4 tops, or excuse me, 3 tops and 4 palms for her.
3 flashes.
Very likely she'll be making it through to semifinals at this rate.
Did we see what happened with Sean? Oh, he's still working on men's 1.
Yeah, he fell one of the last moves. You see Grace McKeon on her last problem in the qualifying round here. Ooh, working the corner.
Yeah, that's new.
That is not something I've seen a lot of the women do on that problem. Didn't quite work out.
A little surprised that on the left side of the screen there, Sean McCall is having so much trouble with men's 1.
Yeah, are we sure that's Sean McCall? Somebody check.
Well,
No.
yeah.
Confirmed.
It's just as surprising as Daniel not doing it first try.
Well, we were talking to Carlo Traversi about this problem when he was in the booth a little bit before. Just kind of a unsettling problem to come out of isolation on. It's not super straightforward, but of course not surprising to see Sean put it together here and get the top after a few attempts. Just like that, it's Ashima's last problem of the qualifying round. Goes by quick here at Bouldering Nationals.
And on men's number 1 from Philadelphia, Alex Perlstein.
Be very surprised if she had a problem with this particular boulder.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see how she does that last move.
Yeah.
I suspect she'll do it with aplomb.
Such a good reader.
Yeah, she climbs like somebody that's been climbing for 30 years.
Right?
Just 15 years old.
Wow, we have not seen many women lock that move off like that. Super impressive.
That was a non-issue for her.
And for your first adult nationals, your first qualifying round cannot go much better than that. 5 flashes. And she can go take.
And not only 5 flashes,
nap.
5 easy flashes. Wow.
Really impressive stuff. Looking forward to seeing her in semifinals tomorrow. Pretty sure she's going to make it.
Should we just call the whole thing off?
I know there's some math involved, but I'm pretty sure she's going to make it.
Yeah, that's Alexis Mascarenas, older sister of the more famous, at least in Bouldering World Championships and Nationals, Megan Mascarenas.
On women's 3, is that what you're talking?
Yeah, that's what I was talking.
So to the right of the North Face logo, that's Alexis Mascarenas.
They're calling her Flashima in the chat room.
Oh, nice.
That's smart. Gonna have to steal that one.
That was Emily Harrington who said that, apparently.
It's going to be a big fight for who's going to be her biggest fan out there, Emily.
We need Emily here.
Katie Lawler on women's 2 there in the center of your screen. We get back to Alexis Mascarenas here.
So like her sister, she climbs at the Sport Climbing Center in Colorado Springs. She's been climbing for 10 years. And she got into finals at Yankin Yard this year. I didn't even know that Megan had a sister.
Yeah, she has 2 sisters, actually.
Did they both climb?
Unconfirmed. Fancy way of saying, of course, I have no idea. All right. Some psych for Alex Borst over there, finishing number 3 for the men. And Alexis Mascarenas going for the final move on number 3.
Well, she made it look easy up to there. Maybe not easy, but she did it. It didn't fall off.
Yeah, and already Alex Puccio is on the last problem.
And to her right for the guy. From Baltimore, Maryland, we have Eric Jerome.
Meanwhile, Brooke Rabatou is getting ready to do women's number 3. You'd think that they could have somebody, you know, brush these problems for them.
I think it's all this part of the warm-up.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have their scheduled brushings every, I don't know how many competitors, like every 15 or so.
That's Sean McCall over there on men's number 2. The green problem. That's Alex Puccio on women's number 5.
Alex just powering through.
I know, it really looks like a completely different problem than when Ashima was on it.
She has the lockout strength to do the same thing that Ashima just did, though, right here. We'll see.
I think she's, yeah.
Ah,
That works.
good job.
Marinesi done for Alex Puccio.
Good job.
4 tops out of 5.
4
She'll-
flashes.
She'll be easily through to the semifinal. And Sean McCall flashing his second problem there for the men as well. Brooke Rabatou in the center right of your screen.
On the kitty hold.
Well into problem number 3.
Such a tiny little thing. Oh.
We've seen a lot of women go for the left side of that hold, and that has not proven to be the ticket. We've still only gotten 2 tops in that problem from Ashima and Maya Madere. Maya and Ashima both with 5 tops, but I think Ashima will be out in front with 5 flashes. I don't believe Maya flashed all her problems, but we'll check on that as we get some official results later on this afternoon. Check out usaclimbing.org for all the results from this weekend.
Ashima and Brooke have been competing against each other quite a bit.
Yeah, they're in the same youth category, so every year at Nationals it's always the 2 of them battling each other.
Neck and neck. So not only is it going to be cool to see, you know, Ashima and Brooke against Pooch, but also against each other on this stage.
Vian looking good on the right of the screen.
That's Nick Picarella there on men's number 4, doing some unconventional beta.
Brooke almost snagging that last hold, but not quite.
Did she go for the same spot on the left? Did she go right?
No, she went in the center.
It's been a while since we've seen a top on men's 4.
Is it still only 2?
I think so.
Just rapid
Mitch
fire?
just does 2 back-to-back, and that was it.
Female 1, Megan Mascarenas. And on male 1, Roland Chen.
You're looking at Megan Mascarenas there on the left, our defending champion from last year. She's been doing some comps lately, not performing quite as well as she has in the past, but obviously super strong climber here. Definitely could be a competitor to anyone. It would be really cool to see her in the finals again.
Yeah, she's a little bit of an unknown this year, even though she's the returning champion. Hasn't been out on the circuit as much as some of the other women. So we get a chance to see where she's at and her climbing here this afternoon. Looking just fine so far.
Yeah, Megan is 18 out of Colorado Springs. Interesting beta.
I like it.
Katie Lawler there. Problem number 3. Katie's a Madison local out there in Wisconsin.
Do you climb at boulders with her?
I have, yeah. Climbing out Devil's Lake.
Alexis Mascarenas eyeing up women's 4. Got both the climbing sisters here on the floor.
Checking some of the unofficial results here. Ashima in first place now, only climber to flash women's number 4. It looks like Kyra Condi actually finished that problem as well. I didn't catch that one as it was happening, but still I think only 3 tops.
Alexis doing quite well here on women's 4 with just about 30 seconds to go.
Still some strong climbers coming out for the men. Alexei Rybstov coming out, still Russian climber. Really strong and accomplished boulder. Josh Larson coming up quite a bit later still. Josh was this close to winning nationals 2 years ago in Madison. Never know what's going to happen with Josh. Excited to see him climbing this afternoon, or this evening as it were.
Olivia Ogier on women's 1.
On female number 1, that's Olivia Ogier. Her friend scholar, Olivia Ogier.
Olivia Ogier is the correct way to pronounce women's 1.
And on male number 1, that's Noel Hinkle.
It's going to be a top for Lisa Chulich.
On the right there, that's Sean McCall. Men's
Reverse
number 3.
Honnolding right there.
Yeah, he's doing it wrong.
Turn around, Sean. Oh.
Nicely done by Sean McCall.
Nice.
Back on track here. 3 tops. But quite a few attempts on the first boulder. It's Brooke Rabbitoux you just saw hitting the eject button on women's number 4. Evaluating her options with just over a minute left.
Nice, the old 1-2 beta working for Brooke Rabbitoux. Let's see if she can power through with just 40 seconds to go.
Brooke did V11 at age 11.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
Getting efficient with it, skipping 2 time-consuming and energy-sapping moves, skipping right to the finish.
No big deal.
She has time.
Nicely done by Brooke Rabbitoux.
Awesome work.
That was confidence on that move. Choosing to skip those 2 holds outright. Nicely done by Brooke.
3 tops for her.
And the last second top over there on women's number 1. And as Megan Mascarenas steps up to her second problem, we were talking about her recent results, guys, not having a lot of recent results, but last year she did make finals at the World Championships for bouldering. So she had a really strong 2016. Just haven't seen her out there in the last few months as much as some of the other competitors. So it's our chance to see how she's doing.
Male number 1.
Lila Nearing on women's number 3.
Meanwhile,
flash for Megan Mascarenas.
That's right, Brian. You just stripped the words out of my mouth.
But now the easy part of the round is over for her. So women's 3rd and 4th boulders get quite a bit more difficult, as we've seen throughout this afternoon.
It seems like for both the men and the women, the comp starts at problem 3. Lila Nearing there on women's 3. Trying to get up, established on the scratching post.
It's Alex Perlstein, men's number 3.
Yeah, it's pretty funny when these top competitors climb these problems so quickly. It's like we barely have a chance to see them, and then they're done.
I know, it's so sad.
Fortunately, we'll have all day tomorrow to watch as well.
Thank God.
Josh Levin over there putting in the final 30 seconds or so on men's 1. Josh Levin is from Sunnyvale, California, 22 years old.
He's been doing the Cup series. He's ranked number 26. Yep, number 26.
Female 1, this is Sarah Violet.
Sean McCall taking a peek there at men's 4.
Male 1 is Andrew.
It'd be pretty rad if he could make it to the top, because we think that only 2 guys have made it. So, be interesting to see. I think he'll be one of the guys of the remaining ones who could possibly top that out. Sean McCall himself getting stifled a little bit. Plenty of time left though.
So Sean, as we know, is a Canadian climber. He's a pretty well-known climber. He has claimed 5 world titles.
5 world titles.
During his youth career. He did really well as a youth.
And there's Brooke just to the right of Sean. Brooke Robitou on the last of her problems. She's done extremely well so far, as expected. Top 3 out of 4 so far.
Sean's super active on the World Cup circuit, and he's won at least 4 events. 2 in bouldering, 2 in lead, and he's been on the podium over 23 times. So he's a veteran competitor, to say the least. Nice.
Excellent show by Brooke Robitou, topping 4 out of 5. That is definitely going to put her way up there in the ranking.
Right. Even though she didn't flash most of them, she finished them, which is super important with this scoring system.
Actually, I'm surprised to see Sean struggling so much. Quite a few guys have gotten further than he has so far. Just over a minute left, we'll see. As you were mentioning earlier, Neely, he definitely is one of the most decorated world competitors ever. So, yeah, You never know.
He's a V15 climber. He's a 9A climber. Oh,
Not happening for Sean McCall on problem 4.
yeah, with only 30 seconds left. I wonder how he's been training for this. I interviewed him on the podcast, and he trains a lot, and it's his full-time job. He's a full-time climber. That's just what he does.
An excellent effort there by Lisa Chulich of Portland, Oregon on problem 3. We usually see Lisa Chulich in the semifinals at least. She's made it to finals on several occasions. Made it very close to the top of 3 there. Sounds like we're going to have Ashima Shiraishi coming into the booth here sometime soon, so stand by.
Very excited about that.
Yeah.
I want to ask Ashima how easy those problems felt for her.
Yeah. Right now we're finishing up actually our final female competitor, Sierra Dontonville, is on women's 1 right now. She's number 60 and she is the last one. Our former national champion,
Megan
or
Mascarenas.
actually I should say current national champion, defending, Megan Mascarenas right now on the catwalk here.
And this should be our
I
final.
love these names, Chris.
Sierra Dontonville.
And joining us right now in the booth, it is our pleasure to welcome you, Ashima Shiraishi. Welcome.
Thank you.
That was so fun to watch you climb.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
How did it feel out there?
I was extremely nervous, and in isolation, I was just like trying to calm my nerves. And you know, even during the comp, I was super nervous the whole time because this is my first, ABS Nationals. So I was like filled with excitement, which probably helped.
You know, it's amazing because you did not look nervous at all. It looked like you had not a single feather ruffled, even while you were climbing. How did you mask that so well, that nervousness?
I don't really prefer to do competitions that often, so I'm not like used to it as much as like other competitors are. But I feel like, I prefer to climb outside, so once in a while when I do these competitions, I put like a lot of energy into them, and I feel like I prepared a lot for this one. So.
Excellent.
So were any of those problems hard for you?
Yeah, they're all pretty challenging, and especially number 3 and number 4. Those are the hardest for me.
Yeah, we noticed on number 3 you grabbed the finish hold differently than any other competitor. Did you see something over there to the right?
Yeah, actually my dad, he always like tells me that it's a bad habit for me, but I have this habit of like really looking at the climb for like a long time, like before I try the problem. And with this one, I was like looking at the problem, and I saw that like next to where all the chalk is, like on the side, it looked like there was a better part to hold on to. So when I jumped to it, I grabbed the side instead of like where all the chalk is, and that was better, I think.
Well, you're the only competitor to have flashed all of the problems, giving you the hashtag Flashima on online. So going into tomorrow now with the confidence of having just done that, does that help you for tomorrow? Do you feel like a little more in the game or whatever than you could be today?
I feel like, I don't know, like tomorrow's a different day and the climbs are going to be different, and I can't really, expect myself to do anything, but like I feel like this gave me some confidence in myself and sort of gave me like an image of where I am in this competition. So I'm excited for tomorrow. Yeah.
What does it mean to you to be competing against Alex Puccio on this stage?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my first time that I've competed against Alex Puccio, but she's one of my heroes, and it's an honor to compete against her and so many of these talented climbers.
What do you think about the differences in the styles of your climbing between you and Alex Puccio?
Yeah, Alex and I have like dramatically different styles, and she's really powerful, while I'm more static and prefer to, not jump to everything. But I feel like, like on different climbs, it's nice to see like the contrasting styles.
Yeah, it's really cool for us too.
Yeah.
Definitely fun to watch you climb. We're all looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, definitely in semifinals, and I imagine in the finals as well. Is there anything in particular you're worried about in the finals?
I don't know. I feel like I'm just worried that I would get super nervous and just doubt myself, and I feel like at some competitions I end up like doubting myself, and that's what makes me not do as well as I expect myself. So just hope that I keep myself together, like mentally.
Do you have any tactics for calming yourself down?
Yes. I don't do too many comps, but what works for me is just like focusing on my breathing and, like look up sometimes. Like looking down really makes me flustered, so I like to just look up at the ceiling or something. Just focus on like a certain spot.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shima, thank you so much for joining us in the booth here. It's great to talk to you, and I hope we'll be talking to you in the booth again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Rest well tonight.
Awesome talk with Ashima Shiraishi. What a treat to have her here in the booth. That will be the first of many times, I imagine, we're going to be talking to Ashima.
It's so funny to have one of your heroes be 15 years old.
I know.
She's such a lovely, calming presence.
That was so surprising to me to hear her say she was nervous.
I know.
I mean, she looked absolutely calm.
Totally calm. But I guess that's her, one of her fortes is to be able to quell that nervousness and channel it. All right, once again, we need to reinsert ourselves into this action that's happening.
I am pretty sure Megan did not top out 3. Megan Mascarenas, that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to find out.
However, Megan Mascarenas, our defending champion, is stepping up to the wall for problem number 4.
Male 1, it's Peter Dixon.
So we're on competitor number 88 for the men. 88 out of 123. Peter Dixon is stepping up to men's number 1. Sure. Hello.
And we're joined in the booth right now by Michaela Kirsch. Michaela, Looks like you did pretty well during qualifiers today. How did the round go for you?
So far, so good. I felt like the slab boulders kind of tripped me up because I haven't really been training slab that much. And I actually.
Awesome. With at least a couple flashes.
Yeah, 3 flashes. Pretty psyched. That slab boulder number 3 really got me. I was falling going for the finish. That hole is horrible.
Yeah. I mean, that one's flustered.
It's made a lot of climbers look silly up there.
Almost everybody, yeah.
Yeah, and we have 2 appeals on it now, actually, surprisingly.
Because of the red on the left, right?
Yeah, exactly. The judges made the same mistake twice, but I think they learned their lesson.
Yeah, it's always confusing down there exactly what's going on.
Yeah, red tape, black tape.
Yep. Gosh, so you're going into tomorrow in a really high place so far. How do you feel about semifinals?
I always feel more nervous for qualifiers than semis, I think.
Really?
Because you don't know where you stack going into qualies, and then you can kind of like gauge from there going into semis and finals, like where you land and if you could have improved or if you had a bad day. You know, it just makes me more comfortable with the field and the setting.
And you haven't done a lot of bouldering comps leading up to this, right?
No,
I know I saw you rope climbing last weekend.
Yeah, so I pretty much have been in rope mode since the beginning of the fall season because it's no secret, I'm a sport climber and I love the red. I did the Prolo here in Salt Lake in November, and that's the last time I did a bouldering comp.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think a lot of people have seen that great video of you doing
Golden Ticket.
Golden Ticket. I can't believe I almost forgot that at Red River Gorge. If you haven't seen that, definitely check it out. It's a great video.
Yeah.
Really awesome ascent.
Yeah, those guys, Just Go Climb and Andy Wickstrom, did an awesome job editing it, and it really came together.
Super good video. Yeah, I've watched it a couple times. Yeah, so we're more familiar seeing you winning Seco Block last year, 3rd place in Sport Nationals, and here you are doing super well in qualifiers for Bouldering Nationals. How do the different genres of competition feel to you?
I think I'm always more comfortable going into endurance-based competitions like Seco Block and SCS just because I know that's my strong suit. And I've never considered myself a boulderer per se, just because it's all my weaknesses in one type of event. So it feels good. It feels good to have done so well in qualies, and it makes me more confident going into tomorrow. I was a nervous wreck this morning and last night.
What does Michaela Kirsch as a nervous wreck look like?
I talk a lot, more than normal, if you can imagine, when I'm nervous. And I just talk about like nothing. I just go on these long rambles, and I get kind of shaky because of the adrenaline, for sure.
Well, maybe we'll get you mic'd up for semis tomorrow.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'll just go on and on for you guys. Just fill the time. We still have so long to get through all these men.
Yeah, I would not hang out if I were you. I would go home and do something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna
go rest.
Eat.
But I appreciate you letting me drag you out of the crowd.
Yeah.
Join us in the booth here.
Yeah,
always a pleasure to speak with you, Michaela. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks to Michaela Kirsch for stopping by the booth. Saw Josh Levin there making the slam dunk on men's problem number 3 just a few moments ago. I see Josh Levin back here at Nationals. He's been dealing with some injuries in recent years. And the whole adulting thing really puts a cramp in a lot of people's climbing. You see Lisa Chulich getting high on women's number 5. Oh, not able to snag that crimp is Lisa Chulich. She'll have plenty of time to try again, though. Chris, it's been an exciting round so far for the women. It's almost over, which is kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, I know.
It's been 4.5 hours since it started, actually, for the women. Which
yeah, wow, that's gone fast. I'm staring at this list of men left to go, though, and we still have quite a bit. We're looking at probably another close to 3 hours more of men competing. But yeah, the women are on their way.
Reminder that you can go to usaclimbing.org for all the results from qualifiers as soon as they are available. They've got some unofficial results being posted as we go through the rounds this afternoon. But as Michaela mentioned, there will be some appeals, and there's an appeals period after the results get posted, so things are a little bit fluid as far as the results go. We'll be back here for semifinals tomorrow morning with our top 20 men and top 20 women. Be kicking off our live coverage for that starting at 9:45 a.m. Mountain Time, and then back for finals at 7:30 p.m. Top 6 men, top 6 women, crowning a national champion. Speaking of wearing the crown, Megan Martin joining us in the booth. Megan, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Starting to get to the weird part of the day where we get a little bit loopy and
Do you need coffee?
start to get a little dizzy.
Yeah, I can use some coffee.
Well, at least you're sitting down, so nobody has to catch you.
It's true. We're in a safe spot here.
Yeah.
In the Sol Palace.
As always, a pleasure to watch you climb.
Oh, thank
really
you.
strong. You did excellent. You finishing problem 5, which gave a lot of still giving a lot of people
Yeah.
problems. Yeah. What was your mindset during this qualifying round?
So little known fact, qualifiers is my least favorite round. I have a hard time. There's not a big crowd, I really love the crowd, obviously. It's, the thing to get to the next, part of the competition, right? You have to get to semis and then finals, and, semis is more of a show, so at least when you're there, you feel like, things are happening. So qualifiers is always a little hard for me. I felt strong. I felt a little stupid, maybe. I felt like my body was working, but my brain was, not functioning, little slips here and there, reading things wrong, making things harder, typical.
You're not the only person that had this problem.
Yeah.
So.
It's a typical qualifier round for me, so, as long as I can make it to the next round, it's, whatever, but I'm, how there's, a second half player or a second half team, I'm a second half climber, so it's never a good round for qualifiers for me. As long as I make it through, I'm happy.
So tomorrow in semis, tomorrow morning, we can expect to see perhaps both body and brain turned on from Megan Martin.
Lord willing, yes.
Yes.
It's always the hope.
Yeah, right? I'll try and get a good night's sleep and wake myself up or something. I don't know. But boulders were fun though. I had a good time. It's always frustrating when you don't flash number 1,
Yeah.
And when you just messed up, you're like, oh my goodness, of course, But whatever, you try and let it go and get through the rest of the round.
Is there anything in particular you're going to do tonight or tomorrow before semifinals to kind of mentally prepare you to compete?
Definitely try to go to sleep at a decent hour, get a good meal, really focus in ISO probably on being efficient as possible, because that's really what it comes down to in these kind of competitions. And, just positive attitude, try to have fun. I think I always do better if I have fun, not worry so much, so we shall see.
Nice.
All right, well, Megan, best of luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Looking forward to watching you in semis.
Awesome. Looking forward to climbing.
Yeah. Really appreciate your time here, Megan. It's great to talk with you.
Not a problem. It was super fun.
As always.
See y'all later.
All right. Take care.
Big thanks to Megan Martin for stopping by the booth. And Chris, one thing that was going on there during some of those interviews, Sean McCall not climbing up to his usual standard, I would say.
Yeah. I did not even get to catch how he did on number 5, but
I saw him struggling quite a bit. I don't know if he actually finished it.
Yeah, that would be good to know, because I know he did top 1, 2, and 3 and not 4. So
if I see the unofficial rankings here, they've got him with 3 tops.
Yeah, so wow.
So,
I mean, that's going to put him in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he made it very far in the 5th problem. So
It'll at least put him in question, or right now are we still saying that unofficially?
Yeah, I mean, these
3
are
tops may.
We can't really overemphasize that these are unofficial, just because of the way the rank scoring system works, that everybody's results factor into the scores, so how the last person does will actually trickle through the results that happened before it. So remember, the most important thing is the number of tops that the climbers achieve, but after that, it's the combined rank scoring system that evaluates how the climbers did against their peers on each individual boulder and ranks them according to that. Do have unofficially Daniel Woods on the bubble right now, unofficially in 21st place, with some foreign nationals in front of him though, so he would be in at the moment, but we still have a lot of guys still to come, so
yeah,
it's not looking hopeful for Daniel Woods. That would be a pretty shocking development, but that's how it goes here at Nationals. And we saw it in the moment when he was on men's number 4. He was so close to finishing the boulder. He had his hand just about on the finish hold and couldn't reel it in. And we knew that at the time that was going to be key. And it looks like that may have been the case. There's 20 seconds left in this round. We got Brian Reynolds, Chris Widener, Neely Quinn all back with you in the booth here at the Salt Palace here in Salt Lake City. Whittling down this field from 124 men and 60 women to 40 competitors for semifinals tomorrow.
Number 1, we have Ben Isaac Tresco.
Men's number 1 there is Ben Tresco, one of the 2 strong Bens. Ben Hanna, Ben Tresco. He is always a fun one to watch, a lot of spirit. Usually does really well.
Yeah, Ben's done really well at the Seco Comp the last couple years, as well as Rope Nationals. Not the start that you want after being an ISO for 8 hours.
He's 19 from Utah.
We're starting to get a pretty good sense who is going to be through for the women, and not a ton of surprises so far as people that you would have expected to make finals.
Maybe Maya Madere.
I mean, the bubble. Yeah, Maya being up there in second place.
Way up there, yeah.
That's a great point, Chris. And not surprising that she climbed well, but just how well she climbed.
Exactly.
Being one of the only women to finish column number 4, and only the second woman, or the first woman to finish all 5 in this round, but only other one besides Ashima Shiraishi to finish all 5 boulder problems. So incredible round for her.
Yeah, I'd say Maya performed very, very well.
Alex Puccio in 3rd, going into semis. Kyra Condi, no surprise. And Michaela Kirsch.
And these results will be what we use to determine the running order for tomorrow. So we'll go in reverse order. 20th place qualifier goes first, all the way to first place. The scores reset, so the actual scores from today will be erased starting tomorrow. And then it's anybody's game.
Just like the problems themselves. It's such an ephemeral sport here with competition climbing. Really got to enjoy the moment.
And since 6 are going into, 20 are going into semis. We have a good lineup for the ladies tomorrow.
Tresco figuring it out at men's number 1. Swooping to the finish. Nice work by him. About 35 men still to come.
35?
Almost an entire competition of climbers still to come.
Oh my.
Including Joel Zur, Alexei Rubstov. Really excited to see him climb. It'll be the first time I think I've seen him climb in person.
Austin Guyman, he'll be coming up as well. He's always a solid finisher here.
Yeah, always holding it down for the over 30 crowd.
And Nicholas Milburn as well. I think he could do super well. He placed excellently.
Nick has been climbing really strong lately outside. Just recently did his first V15.
And the National Cup Series.
Yeah, he's going to see how he does. It's a little bit of a wild card out here.
Joshy Lawson near the end as well. He's going to be fun to watch. Rumor has it he claims this might be his last Nationals, but
that's what they
we'll
always
see
say.
about that. We'll see about that. And the final male competitor is going to be Shane Puccio, as in Alex's brother. I've never seen him climb.
Yeah, Shane is on the youth circuit for a number of years. I don't know that he's been climbing in adult comps as much recently, so it'll be fun to see him back out here.
I think it'd be really cool to see the women on the men's problems and vice versa.
Yeah, that would be super fun.
After this, let's spend 10 more hours watching that happen.
It'll be the After Dark comp.
Yeah. Well, Megan Mascarenas did make it into semis in 11th place. Our defending champion.
Yeah, she didn't have the best qualifying round with only 3 tops, it looks like. But she made it through it, I would expect. Still some more results to come in.
Yeah, just a handful though.
Yeah, we are done with new female climbers. So that is it for the women's #1. You will not have to see that be climbed ever again.
It's true. There's a lot of familiar names here in going into semis. Nina Williams, Megan Martin, Megan Mascarenas, Sierra Blair Coyle, Brooke Rabatou, Claire Burfine. A lot of people that we expected.
Gonna go look at Peter Dixon there on men's #3. Always fun to watch Peter climb. If you're watching along at home and you missed one of your favorite climbers, you can always rewind the live stream, check out any action you might have missed. Missed Daniel Woods and Carla Traversi climbing earlier today. Scroll back and check out how they did.
A lot of action taking place right now.
It would have been pretty easy to miss Ashima climbing since she was not on the wall for very long at all.
I know, did that actually happen?
That was really awesome, and it was really great to hear some of the things she said when she sat down with you and Chris. Seems like she has a really good approach for the whole weekend here.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a 15-year-old.
No. Doesn't climb like a 15-year-old.
Seems like she's pretty aware, though, like the style of the boulders can really dictate how rounds go for any climber.
Mm-hmm.
Same with what Nathaniel Coleman was saying with his injury. You know, if the problems tomorrow are not quite, you know, what makes his finger feel nice, the wheels could come off.
It's true.
You just don't really know until you come out.
It seems like a handful of the competitors are dealing with injuries or old injuries. Megan Martin said she had some finger issues happening. I think it speaks to climbers' pain tolerance and their willingness to just push through.
I think we're just stubborn.
I think so too.
And impatient.
7 hours of isolation.
Sarah Violet there on the far right side of your screen on women's number 5. On her final boulder. Ben Tresco here, powering his way to the finish of men's number 2. 2 tops for him and 2 problems.
And he's a local. I'm not sure if you talked about him yet. He's from Utah, Harriman.
Yeah, Utah's been having a pretty good comp for the men so far.
Yeah.
Strong representation from the male contingent here in Salt Lake City.
There's some major representation from Texas, Colorado, and Utah today.
That is not surprising.
I guess not.
Often the case at these comps.
Yeah.
I believe that's Jordan Romig on the far right side of your screen. Can't quite see the bib number over there.
He's hiding it on his leg.
I guess that might have to be Oliver Miska. Oh. No, it is Jordan. Yeah, he's changed his look quite a bit over the years.
Oh, yeah? Grew the hair out.
He's just doing what works. Jordan originally from the Midwest. I think he lives out on the West Coast now. He's been climbing at nationals the last few years. Thought that was him.
So that is Tanner Mack that we're looking at on men's number 1. He's only 17 years old. He's from Mount Lemmon, Arizona. I didn't know that Mount Lemmon was a city. I thought it was a climbing area. But that's where he's from. In your experience, Brian, what is the difference between the problems in qualifiers compared to semis?
Typically, semifinals is always the most difficult round. Qualifiers, the route setters only have to get down to 20, so there's a little more wiggle room as far as separating the climbers, but semifinals, they've got to take 20 down to 6 and only 4 boulders, so they tend to make them a lot more difficult so they can get that separation and really separate out who should make it to finals. And then finals tends to be maybe a slight step back in difficulty. The climbers are going to be more tired and more nervous, I would think.
And what's the time? What's our schedule tomorrow? Like, how much time do the climbers have between semis and finals to rest?
They probably have about, so semi, I think we're going on the air around 9:45. So semis will start around 10, be done around 12:30. So that'll give the climbers about 7 hours before finals starts.
That's not
so
bad.
It's a pretty good amount of time for them to rest. It is advantageous if you come out, if you actually qualify for semis earlier. You could be done climbing by 10:30 versus the top qualifiers won't be done climbing until 12:30.
Yeah, it's a big day though still, and especially since they climbed today. But a lot of these people climb several days on in their training.
And they do get more time for the problems tomorrow. I think it's 5 minutes per problem.
And they're only doing 4.
And there are fewer problems, yeah.
Instead of 5.
I think the competitors they know that it's not going to be like this tomorrow, where, like for the women, the first 2 boulders were pretty easy. They will not have anything like that tomorrow. I'd
All
be very
of them
surprised.
are going to be hard.
I would think so. And not even so much harder, but definitely trickier, I would expect. More, maybe lower percentage moves, or moves that require you to commit to a specific sequence, and that if you run out of time, you run out of time.
Yeah, more dynos, I'm assuming. More dynamic moves, crowd-pleasing moves.
Yeah, it gets pretty wild during semifinals with 8 climbers on the wall. Although this qualifying round has given us a little more practice than usual, because in years past it was usually just one gender at a time during qualifiers. This year we've had both at the same time, so 10 people at once, but it's going to be pretty action-packed during semifinals with 8 climbers on the wall at a time, especially as it gets down to the top qualifiers.
Yeah.
8 of the best climbers in the comp
right
on the wall at the same exact time.
We're going to have to stay on top of that. Keep everybody informed of who's where.
Always a little bit of a challenge. The human brain was not meant to follow 8 climbers at one time.
Mine wasn't. That was interesting. You went up to that right hand. Now you guys can.
Next up for the guys, stepping up to number 1, Alexei Rubtsov.
Here we go in men's number 1. Another one of our 4 national competitors from Russia, Alexei Rubtsov.
For those of you in the audience looking to keep up on all
Rubtsov, excuse me.
Rubtsov.
Really talented international competitor. Be his first appearance at nationals. Sort of an interesting wrinkle of this comp, even though we are here to pick the U.S. national champion and the U.S. national team. They do allow foreign nationals to compete. Typically, some of the more talented climbers in the comp, it's sort of a unique experience for them, I think, to come to American nationals and see how they stack up against the best American climbers.
Well, did you see him just slip off there?
I did, yeah. That
was a bummer for him.
Yeah, that definitely counts.
Alexei's a 28-year-old. He lives in Boulder. He's been climbing for 11 years. He was a world champion in 2009. And he has medaled 8 times on World Cups. 2 wins in World Cups. So that's really impressive.
That automatically makes him one of the most decorated competitors in the male field, because most of the U.S. men do not compete in World Cups. Sean McCall does for Canada, one of the most decorated international competitors out there. And Alexei, pretty sterling record as well with that World Championship, like you said. It's an impressive achievement, since the World Championships only happen every other year, I think. It's always an insane field that you have to get through to win that.
It's only every other year? I thought it was every year.
I think usually the World Championships are every other year.
Oh, World Championships. Huh.
I'm sure the internet will correct me on that, though.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Correct
Alexei
us.
recovering, getting the thumbs up from the judge. Couple of falls there, but sorts it out. We've seen quite a few of the men fall in that problem when you wouldn't normally expect that. Everybody taking a break right now. There's Ben Tresco on his 3rd problem. All of a sudden feels quiet in here with the women
I
not
know.
climbing anymore. We're back to how it was
Yep.
the first couple hours of the morning.
Yeah, it's a lot less hectic. I was just going to say that. No more women. And pretty soon, no more men over on the left side. We're on number... Oh, 94. 95.
It does seem like the holds are getting pretty chalked up.
They do have pretty good temps in here, though. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a really big room.
It's like windy
the,
almost.
The part of the room you can see on camera right now is like a quarter of the space that we're in. It's a
Maybe.
massive space.
It's huge.
We could have a much bigger group of people in here, and I'm expecting it to be packed tomorrow night. They've been throwing out some numbers of crowd they're expecting.
I think they're expecting 3,000 or something, and they could fit 4 times that in here.
They could fit a lot of people in here.
Yeah. I'm glad we have these seats. Although you can't see. Brian's looking at the screen to see some problems.
There's a giant beam here. People in the chat room pointing out that the most recent World Championships were in Paris last fall. Definitely a really exciting competition to watch on the live streams. I was definitely checking that out. Just some incredible climbing taking place. Adam Ondra winning the lead climbing World Championship in incredible fashion. Our own Megan Mascarenas was there for the U.S. women bouldering. All right, do not go anywhere. We still have the last 20, 25 male competitors come here. We'll be right back. Salt Lake City, Utah for the 2017 USAC Bouldering National Championships. Qualifying round still underway here with our male competitors. Brian Reynolds and Neely Quinn here calling the action for you. And if you're just joining us recently, you've missed a pretty exciting qualifying round. The men's round has been going on for some 7 hours now, working our way through a field of 124 men. And our women's round just wrapped up. 60 women competing this afternoon, taking 20 men and 20 women to semifinals tomorrow morning. We'll be back with that at 9:45 in the morning, Mountain Time. Some of the outstanding performances we've seen earlier today. Nathaniel Coleman finishing all 5 boulders for the men, the only man to finish all 5 according to the unofficial rankings so far. Sean Rabitou, Dalton Bunker, Palmer Larson, and Sean Bailey in the top 5 right now for the men. And for the women, out in front with a superlative performance. It's Ashima Shireshi in her first adult nationals, flashing all 5 boulders. Followed closely by Maya Madera with 5 tops as well. Alex Puccio, Kyra Condi, Michaela Kirsch, and Margot Hayes behind her. You can go to usaclimbing.org for all the official and unofficial results as they come in throughout the entire weekend. It's your best resource. Figure out if your favorite climber is making on to the next round. Some other developments going on that we are tracking right now. Daniel Woods, 9-time champion for the men, is on the stone bubble right now for semifinals, unofficially in 21st place. But based on some of the foreign nationals in front of him, he would make it to semis at this time. But he is really cannot have any more competitors that come out do better than his 2 tops. Daniel struggled in his round. Did the first problem and the second problem, but struggled on the technical third boulder. Almost finished the fourth boulder, just barely missing the finish hold. A problem that only 2 other competitors have completed, and then struggled on the 5th problem. So not the kind of qualifying round that Daniel Woods was hoping for. But he just has to make it into semis. And then the scores reset, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. And you'll definitely want to check out usaclimbing.org for the full results, because they probably will not be official until after we go off the air sometime around 7:45 this evening, local time. It's just about 5:30 right now, so a little over 2 more hours to go. This men's round still to come for the men. Coming out pretty shortly, Joel Zur. Got Austin Guyman coming up, Nick Milburn, Josh Larson still to come.
Store designed to fulfill the gear needs of college outing clubs and outdoor education programs across the country. College Outside. Make sure to visit their booth in the vendor village just beyond the entrance into the building.
Competitors themselves trying to keep the energy up out there. They've been in isolation since probably 9 a.m. this morning, 9:30. In the back, waiting for their turn. This is an on-site format, so the competitors are not allowed to watch the other climbers go, so they have to be in the back, sequestered, no technology, no connection to the outside world, waiting for their turn to compete at nationals here. It gets to be a long afternoon back there, just hanging out, waiting to rock climb in 8 hours.
Yeah, and at that, thinking that you're only going to get to climb a few problems and then probably not make it to semis.
That is, I mean, this is by far the biggest men's field that I remember seeing at nationals. Almost 125 climbers, and only 20 make it to semi. It's pretty unheard of.
I could
for
see
adult
you
nationals here.
trying to do the math and then giving up.
Yeah, I don't do math on the air anymore after that one time.
You're seeing Addison Kim here on men's number 1. He's 24 from Dallas, Texas. He's been climbing 7 years. And he is 5'6".
Looking at the problems you see for the men here, you see problem number 3. Been climbed quite a bit at this point. Problem number 4 has been the standout for the men this round. Only 2 tops that we can recall at this point. And they were back-to-back. Within the span of probably 2 minutes, the problem got sent twice, and that was it.
Yep.
Nathaniel Coleman unlocked it.
That send train was a short one.
Next up on male number 1, wearing the 97 bib, Salt Lake City
Got
resident
Joel Zur coming up for men number 1. Living in Salt Lake City now after having lived in Boulder for quite a while. He's 32 years old. Repping for the over 30 crowd. 5 foot 11 and a half.
Also,
I think he's sandbagging there.
I know, sounds like it.
Also the boyfriend of Alex Puccio.
5 foot 11 and a half is like rating something 5'11 plus. It's always harder than a 12 minus.
begins for the semifinal round tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. The doors will open for you to come on in at 9:45. Make sure you show up here early so you get yourself a good seat for all the action. Climbing will end close to about 12:10, just after noon. If you're looking for something to do in between the semifinals and the finals, there is a citizens competition at the Front Climbing Club.
And they actually made the qualifying round bigger this year. They have 2 walls instead of 1 for the first time as part of their effort to accommodate all these qualifiers. See how things go in the years to come. If the crowd or the field keeps getting bigger and bigger, what they do at some point, you think they would have to cap the number of people that can compete. There's only so much time in the day.
That's right, Brian. And so far, anybody who wants to, who's a member of USAC Climbing, can just sign up. So, yeah, I expect there's going to be some kind of something limiting that in the future. But yeah, for now, 2 big walls, climbing all day long. Another look at Joel Zur.
Joel Zur is a V14 climber outside.
Got over 10 men so far with 4 tops or more. So on the pretty solid round for the men so far. Women, we only have 7 or 8 women with 4 tops or more. It looks like 8 right now.
I got to say, the setting appears to have been near perfect. I suppose there could have been a couple more people topping out all 5, but this is really what this qualifying round is designed to do. It's separating the field almost perfectly.
Even within those climbers with 4 tops or 3 tops, there's a lot of differences in how many attempts it took them to get the problems. Like we've seen the first problem for the men be relatively easy for some of the climbers, but they've fallen at the start or fallen trying to figure out the first couple moves. And once they sort it out, they get to the top. But we've seen a lot of variations in how many tries it takes, and tries are important. One of the most important criteria after tops.
Yeah, I would imagine that the route setting crew is pretty pleased with this.
Yeah, there have been no major situations thus far. No news is good news when it comes to the route setting.
Joel Zur got 2nd place at the 2016 Tri-State Bouldering Championships and 5th place at this year's Dynamic here in Salt Lake, which Alex Puccio, his other half, won. It looks like there's steam coming off of them. You see that?
I did not notice the steam.
It's a smoke room over there.
Next up on the wall, number 98, we have Ethan Hunt out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Ethan Hunt from Atlanta, Georgia, right there on men's problem number 1. Competitor number 98. We're looking for another 24 or so men.
Ethan Hunt is 16. He's one of the youngsters out of Georgia, Woodstock, Georgia. He's 5'9". Climbs at Stone Summit. He likes to climb at Rocktown. He's been climbing for 8 years. He did the Vulcan Cup and he came in 14th. See how he does on this.
On the right side of the screen is Tanner Mack, given his all on what has proven to be the most difficult men's problem so far, number 4.
Just to the left of the North Face logo, you can see Alexei Rubtsov. I don't know if I'll ever pronounce his name correctly. He's on men's number 3, making his way to the final hold. That's interesting. I haven't seen anybody do it with their right foot on that hold.
Looks relaxing anyway.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was good. You're looking at Addison Kim on men's number 2.
Seconds left in this round. Luke Murring is going to be our next competitor for the men, number 99. Luke Murring is from Atlanta, Georgia. He's 18 years old. Into computer coding.
He's been climbing for 5 years. He's a speed climber. Took 5th in speed IFSC World Youth in Guangzhou, China in this past year, 2016. He took 15th overall in the 3 disciplines in World Youth in China, and 3rd in speed in the SCS Youth Nationals.
Wow, Joel Zer really putting it out there on men's 2. Excellent effort. Awesome camera angle.
His pants match the holds too. Nice work, Joel. That's 2 tops for Joel.
People, keep in mind, we are not done by a long shot. We still have well over an hour of climbing remaining. There's still plenty of time for you to call somebody that you know. Tell them to tune in live online at LT11.tv to catch the free live stream from Louder Than 11. They'll be following all the action today through qualifiers, tomorrow through semis and finals, so you do not have to miss a thing. Once again, that's LT11.tv.
Back to relatively empty walls here, just because all of the women are finished competing. Got a bunch of men left. But yeah, back to how it felt this morning a little bit. Only quite a few more people in the audience here in the live arena. Not nearly what we're going to see tomorrow, but not bad for a qualifying round.
Yeah, if you're in the Salt Lake area, definitely come check it out, the Salt Palace. It's going to be a party, I think. That's one thing I love about comps. I've always loved the atmosphere. Everybody cheering, everybody on.
Yeah, there's an overwhelming feeling of support between the athletes. Certainly competition is there and there's some tension, but God, yeah, it's just almost always so supportive.
Yeah, it's kind of euphoric being in part of the audience and watching it all go down. Everybody cheering at the same time. I don't know. I don't go to any other sporting events. Maybe I should.
Do you like any other sporting events?
I don't know. I've never really been.
Sacramento, California.
For the men so far, again with the very unofficial results, as it gets updated, it's looking like the top 19 spots, all of the guys there and above have had at least 3 tops. So anyone with just 2 tops is at risk of not making it to semifinals, and that does include Daniel Woods.
Yeah, we've got Sean McCall at 18th place so far. Carlo Traversi, 14th. I'm just picking out names that a lot of people know. Tyler Landman at 10th.
And an excellent performance by both Dalton Bunker at number 3 unofficially, and Palmer Larson tied for 4th with Sean Bailey.
Matt Foltz was one of the people we were looking out for, and he definitely has done well so far at 6th place. And Sean Rabatou, number 2, Nathaniel Pullman, number 1. So he may, I mean, anything can happen, but he's in good shape to maybe defend his title.
And here, Alexei Rubtsov, this guy could be the 3rd person to top out this problem. Let's see.
Nice. Here he is on men's number 4, hoping to top out. And there it is.
Excellent performance by Alexei Rubtsov. Now, he will not bump the any American out of going to the semifinals because he is from Russia. He's a foreign national, so he does not count in the ranking per se, but he just did what only 2 other guys out of the 100 who've gone have been able to do, and that is top out men's 4.
And with relative ease.
Yeah.
The ladies going into semis, of course, we have Ashima, Maya Madere, Alex Puccio. All of the ladies that we were kind of looking out for, once again. Kyra Condi, Michaela Kirsch, Margot Hayes, Claire Burfiend, and Brooke Rabatou.
Yeah, to me, the surprise there in the women's top ranking is Maya Madera being just number 2. I mean, that is incredible. She does perform well almost always, but to perform that well is out of character and really awesome. So really looking forward to seeing Maya again tomorrow.
Yeah, and she kind of admittedly accidentally sent women's 3. She said that she kind of slipped down off of the top of that finish hold and happened upon the good part of it. So that was lucky and skillful on her part. And that counted for a whole lot because tops count the most in the scoring system.
We will stress again and again, these are unofficial results that you yourself can find at usaclimbing.org. Just click on the results button, and they are being updated as things move along here.
A lot of ABC representatives in the finals here. I'm just looking through this list and whether they are on the team or they're a coach on the team. Alex Puccio was a coach for a while at ABC. Margot Hayes.
As things are winding down here in the qualification round, there are plenty of times that you can make your way over to the North Face stand. I am over here right now. It seems like there is a crazy party going on inside. I see some alcoholic beverages with some snacks and games. Make sure to come on over. There's a whole bunch of you to see me. They are going to be raffling off prizes, including 4 packs over the next day. Once again, that is the North Face, our partnership sponsor.
On that green problem over to your left, you can see Luke Mooring going for men's number 2. And yep, there's the top. And Joel, right to the left of the North Face logo, is on men's 3. We'll see how he does on that jump move at the top. Whoop, come on. A lot of the earlier guys would press it out, that left hand, and that's what got them up to that further hold.
I am over chilling out next to the awesome North Face band. I've just been told that at 6 p.m., which means in 10 minutes time, they are going to be announcing a winner for a raffle. What they are raffling off is the Iron Peak bag.
Joel's got about 1 minute 10 seconds left to size up men's problem number 3. I gotta say, this is probably the easiest of his remaining 3-8 problems, and he will most likely need to top one more in order to have a chance at semifinals. So this next minute's gonna be decisive for Joel Zur.
He's got 45 seconds left, getting on the wall now. Not much time for this thinker problem. Come on, Joel. Needs to lock it off just a little bit further.
Joel Zur,
17 seconds. Last ditch. He's gonna have to speed climb up this thing. Come on, buddy. Nah. Well, Joel's got 2 tops. Didn't succeed on the 3rd.
Next up, out of the gate, we're at number 102, Mark Buckman from Rockville, Maryland.
Hey guys, I was just backstage talking to one of the judges. They're doing some calculations. One of the interesting wrinkles with this competition is that certain competitors don't count as far as the quota for semifinals because they might be continental champion or world champion in their discipline. So they're working out some interesting details for the women's side, figuring out how many continental champions there actually are. And also Brooke Rabbit, is the all-around world champion in her age division, so they're trying to figure out how that factors into things here. So
They don't count?
They don't count as far. They're already on the national team. So as far as the 20 to semi, 6 to finals, they don't count for that. We're taking 6 new people to the national team. That's part of this competition. So anybody that's a foreign national or somebody that's already a world champion in the discipline doesn't count as far as who advances to semis and finals. So it's very likely that we're going to have bonus climbers for both the men and the women over 20.
Sounds like maybe
in
several
semis.
of them. That's exciting.
Yeah.
That's Alexei Rubstov. He topped number 4, Brian.
Yeah, I
don't know
saw
if,
that.
You
Oh.
did see that, okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, this is last one for him.
So he's one of those situations that if he makes the top 20, we'll take an additional climber to semifinals. So there's going to be some free bonus climbing tomorrow for all the viewers at home.
Here he is on men's 5.
And I was just talking to Peter Dixon backstage. He said it's really hard to get your fingers in that slot there that
Wow.
Alexei was just on there.
Nice.
Well, he didn't have a problem.
Yeah, no problem.
I believe that's a top on all of them, isn't it?
I think
for
so
Alexei?
too. Yeah.
Peter was also telling me he thought that this is some of the best setting that they've had in qualifiers at nationals.
I believe it, judging by, as we talked about earlier, the spread. This is just awesome.
He did say that and a lot of people have been commenting about this in the chat room, that the holds look really chalky, but he said actually the footholds are the ones that have gotten really slippery with the rubber on, especially like men's 3, really key footholds that are
yes.
got a lot of rubber on them, and it's really hard to get off with the brushes that they have here.
Yeah, they need to take a pressure washer out here or something.
I said they should have like a NASCAR pit stop and just swap out the holds with fresh ones.
There you go.
That's not a bad idea.
Be a good challenge for our route setting crew here.
It's actually a really good idea. Ouch. Addison Kim here on number 4 just took kind of a back slapper fall. Got right back up. He looks a little bit tired. Eight seconds left. That's it for him.
Joel Zur with his 8-pack there. Eyeing up
know.
problem 4.
I think I count like 16. I think he and Alex are the most muscular couple in the world.
In the climbing world anyway, that's for sure.
Joel's sizing up men's number 4. He's got tops on 1 and 2, but not 3. Got some action happening on men's number 2.
Steven Salemi taking it down.
Seems like the taller you are on men's 4, the harder it might be to really get
It seems
set up on that second hold.
Yeah, it's like one of those where it requires so much tension and scrunchiness at the start that, yeah, it seems taller is harder for that part of the
Right,
problem.
yeah.
And then it's hard to tell after that.
Yeah. That might be better. There he goes. You can see Joel Zur. We're looking at him. He's on the right side of your screen in the green pants. We're looking at Lucas Mewering here on men's number 3.
And we can say with increasing confidence now that for the men, you need to finish 3 boulder problems and make it into semifinals. 2 tops is going to be very dicey. So you're going to want to get to 3 for sure. But of course, as we've been saying all day here, the climbers don't know what they need to do to make it into semifinals. They just go out and put up the best score that they possibly can and see how it stacks up against the competition.
Joel Zur surely tried very hard there on men's 4. Did not make it past about halfway up, but excellent effort.
This is Ethan Hunt on men's number 4. We're seeing Mark Podrabinek on men's number 2 there in the green, or on the green holds.
Joseph Diaz right there on men's 3. Not a whole lot of upward progress at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of mat time right now in this round.
A lot of them looking up. That was interesting that Ashima said that one of her tactics to stay positive was to look up.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting.
Huh.
I hadn't thought of that before.
She said that looking down makes her feel, what was the word she used?
I can't recall exactly, but it didn't sound good.
Yeah, it was like sad or negative. And so she looks up, changes that. Maybe I'll try that.
We're gonna have some pretty interesting beta over there on men's 3, trying to skip most of the holds it looked like, trying to go straight with a hand up to the heart-shaped pinky.
It's kind of funny how much chalk is on that blue corner there. Digging into some of these scores, it's some examples of how this ranked scoring system works, as we've talked about a lot throughout this round. Each individual problem is its own competition for the climbers. They'll get a rank between 1 and 123, depending on how they compare to their competitors. So if we look at Daniel Woods' scores, for example, and see why he's in the spot that he's in, his rank score on prom number 5 for the men is 86 right now. So that means he's, out of the competitors that have gone so far, he's got the 86th best result in that problem. Problem number 3, he's got the 44th rank right now. So those are the 2 problems that he really struggled on, and they're going to be the potential difference between him making semifinals and not. But likewise, we see he's got a rank score of 3 on problem number 4. That's where he got 1 move from the finish. Only competitors with a higher rank than him on that problem finish the boulder. So that's a little bit of an example. You can go to usaclimbing.org to see all these scores and sort of get a sense for how this system works. Tops is the most important criteria, and then it's followed by ranking points, and that is where you want a lower score. That means you did better ranked against your competitors across all 5 boulders on average. As it stands right now, unofficially, Daniel Woods would be in finals, or semifinals, excuse me. So we'll keep an eye on that, though, as we know still a number of competitors to go. Although it seems like a lot of the stronger competitors have gone, which is just by chance, really. The running order was randomly assigned. I think we can see that it was definitely advantageous to come out earlier in the round. I think it always is, though. Less time in isolation. Climbs are a little bit fresher. But it's part of the competition process here.
It is pretty surprising how many guys, some of whom you wouldn't really consider to be in the top 20, have gotten a better score so far than Daniel Woods.
There's Joel Zur on men's number 5, almost getting purchase. Well, getting purchase, just not totally sticking that hold up there that so many people have failed to grab, including Daniel Woods.
Yeah, if Joel could make the top of this one,
nice,
there would be a good
Joel.
chance he'd be in semifinals.
There you go.
Not too much time left here for Joel. Maybe about a minute. Oh no, I'm sorry, 2 minutes.
He's gotta
yeah,
get
he's
that.
good.
Oh, no.
Foot
You can
slip.
see. I don't think he was confident about his grip on that slot crimp there.
Yeah, there he is, brushing it off. I suppose the bigger your fingers, the worse it feels. Well, he caught it again. He's got about a minute left.
See
He
him
really
just
doesn't like that
whip.
Oh
hold.
man.
It's not going to get any better, Joel.
Got it.
Gonna get worse.
Nice work by Joel
Oh,
Zur.
yeah.
Come on.
Oh wow.
He did
That
it.
is awesome. Yeah,
Nice work by Joel
that
Zur.
may have put him in. I mean, we will not know, but that was awesome.
And he's got 3 tops, 1, 2, and 5.
That should put him right in the mix.
Next up for the guys out of Colorado Springs, we have Austin Guyman.
Got Kyle Struthers there on the left side of your screen, eyeing up men's number 2, those big green holds.
Austin Guyman is stepping up the men. Definitely a very likely person to have in semifinals. I'm excited to watch him climb.
Yeah, Austin's made finals here a few years back when it was in his hometown of Colorado Springs. It always helps climbing in front of the home crowd. Early slip for him.
His national ranking for this series is 4th. So he's way up there. He got 3rd at Mesa Rim and 7th at Vulcan Cup.
Kyle Struthers took probably the worst fall that I've seen at Nationals last year. Remember that first boulder in qualifiers where a lot of the climbers were flying Superman style out to the side, face planting in the mat. Had to get our medics out there for Kyle last year, but he's back again this year.
Johnny Hork was busy that year, our medic.
He had to show he knew what he was doing.
Were there any concussions or anything? It's always surprising to me how few injuries there are.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the, I mean, you can never prevent all injuries, but it's definitely something we know the route setters take into account. They don't want anybody to get hurt. They want the show to be exciting, of course, but they don't want people risking their livelihood.
I think they learned that pretty early on. I remember at the spot in Boulder, there was that comp where that girl just broke her ankle.
Yeah, there was the one where Ethan Pringle separated his shoulder from his body.
Oh, yeah.
And that Rose Move dyno.
Yeah, he had immediate surgery after that.
Yeah, I think they did it in the back room at the spot.
That's how good Johnny Hork is.
Obviously safety, paramount concern for competitors and route setters alike. Nobody wants to get hurt when they go climbing.
6 feet tall and 28 years old. There's Austin Guyman.
He's a V13 climber outside. And it shows.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I
Wow.
jinxed him.
That is not a top for Austin Guyman.
Huh.
Shoot.
You must have control with both hands in the box. So
I think that was the only person, actually, to grab that hold at all and not stick it.
It just looked like he lost his focus there for a second, or was maybe expecting the hold to be a little bit better.
Or maybe it's slimy up there.
He is only 30 seconds. Just have to move quickly.
Not good news. Let's go, Austin.
Oh, and Austin is deciding to step away. Just a few seconds left. That might cost him a little bit, since that is one of the easier ones in this set to top.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
Of course, he doesn't know that, does he? So hopefully he'll just be as psyched
optimistic
as he was, for the next problem. I'm not worried about him yet.
We have Matthew Grossman here up on problem 1.
Matthew is 16 years old from Sacramento, California. He looks bigger than 16.
He's 5'7", and he likes to climb at Bishop.
I'm seeing 5'11" here.
I think that's his wingspan.
Is that right?
I think so. We get 2 measurements. One is their height. One's their ape.
I'm showing that as height, but
yeah, I could be wrong.
We'll see. In any case, let's see how he climbs.
He was the 2015 Male Youth B National Champion, so he's done well in comps. He's no stranger to them. seeing Lex Sanchez on men's number 2. That's the green one.
Over on men's number 1, working his way around the corner, wearing the 107 bib, we have Matt Grossman.
And Trevor Rusin on men's number 3 in the orange and white shirt.
Lex Sanchez.
Oh, just holding it.
Nicely done. He's squeezing really hard right now. Ooh.
Oh.
Rebate.
Come on.
Really
Oh,
nicely
Put
done.
the foot on.
Nice technique there.
Great effort.
Wow, Alexei Rubtsov is in first place.
Yeah, look at that. You can follow along with these scores at usaclimbing.org. You click the large red button that says live scores. Remember, these are unofficial.
He was the only one to top men's 4.
I think Alexei is out in front of Nathaniel on the strength of flashing men's number 4. Took Nathaniel multiple attempts to finish men's number 4.
Sorry, I was wrong. He was definitely not the only one to do men's 4. Nathaniel Coleman did as well.
Yeah, Nathaniel and Alexei are the only guys to have climbed all 5. All 5 tops.
Trying to be fed some fake news from the back of the broadcast area here.
I think they're calling them alternative facts back there.
And I fell for them.
Kyle Struthers trying to figure that sequence out. So not too surprising, as Neely was saying earlier, Alexei has an incredible international competition record, former world champion. Knew coming in that he was going to be a threat to win this comp.
Hoping to see Austin Guyman top number 2 here. He got as close as you can possibly get on number 1. I think he'll need this top in order to make it to semifinals.
A nice recovery from Austin Guyman. Sure, he's going to be thinking about problem number 1 after this round's over, because like competitors know how important tops are, and when you have the top in your hand like that,
yeah,
it's just so penalizing. It's hard to make up for that later in the round when you know the problems are likely to get harder.
usaclimbing.org. Go to the homepage, click on the button that says live results, and you can see who is currently moving into the semifinal round. That goes down tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All of the 4 nationals have already competed, and 3 are moving on to the semis. So the magic number to watch right now is 23. The top 23 competitors, as of now for the guys, are moving on to semifinals.
I wonder how often Americans go to other countries and win national events.
I think it's somewhat common for them to go to Canadian nationals, but I don't know how it works in Europe, if that's a common thing or not. Obviously, distance is a problem.
Right, because American athletes don't have the funds maybe that Europeans do to make it all the way over there.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, you have a lot of European climbers come to Boulder for the winter or Las Vegas or something, and then do nationals just because they happen to be out here climbing outside.
Yeah, that's true. We're just too desirable of a place. So we've got Nathaniel Coleman in second place, Sean Rabatou in third place.
Matt Price right there on problem number 1.
Matt Price is 20-year-old from Durango. He's been climbing for 7 years.
All right, so with us in the booth now, we have Alex Puccio, now of Salt Lake City, formerly of Boulder, Colorado. Awesome to watch you climb, Alex. You topped 4 of the 5 problems in very good style. How did it go for you? How did you feel?
Yeah, it went pretty well. I had a little bit of a technical that me and a bunch of people feel like I should have won, but I didn't. I've had technicals about the last couple of years. I've never won one. Whatever, it happens. Yeah, so I flashed 4 of them. The third one that I didn't do, I asked the judge if the arete was on when I was on it. I pointed to it. The whole crowd even saw it. It was like,
we saw it.
Yeah, I was like, is this on? Her answer was, no, there's black tape.
Oh.
And then she says, but there is a blue wall. She's like, but the blue wall's on. In that position, you can't see around the arete. But my question, when I pointed, was, is this arete on? No, there is black tape. So that's why I avoided it.
Sure, sure.
And then fell. And after I fell, I realized, oh, there's another arete. I don't know if she didn't realize that that was considered an arete as well, because the second arete was off.
Well, yeah, we'll look forward to hearing kind of what the judges decide.
Oh, they already decided.
Okay, they already
Yes.
decided. Okay.
I had this huge debacle. I was in a secondary isolation zone. Pete Torchicolo told me that he went and back and talked to the judges, and the judges changed their wording and said, we didn't say no. We said that there is a blue wall, and the arete after the blue wall is off.
Well, in any case, you're still sitting in an excellent position. for
Hopefully he
tomorrow.
doesn't come back
So-
tomorrow to count backs of anyone that's above me. And I knew when I was making the appeal that I knew I was going to be in even before I saw the results. I knew how I climbed well enough, but it's one of those things. It's like the principle of it.
Of course, of course.
And, I mean,
you want to feel like
fair.
it was fair, yeah.
And I don't
fair enough.
like judge. Everyone makes mistakes, and that's completely fine. I just feel like it's nice when someone owns up to the mistake, because we're all human. But it happened. I just have to move forward from that. I definitely was a little blood boiling at first, if I'm completely honest, in which usually times I am. But I watched my boyfriend climb and having fun watching everyone else climb.
Yeah.
Well, and you got, I think you flashed both 4 and 5 too, didn't you?
You did.
Yes, I did.
Which is super impressive, because those proved to be pretty hard problems for a lot of the women. And maybe it was the blood boiling that you're talking about that helped propel that. But in any case, it was awesome to watch you. How did you feel on those problems?
I mean, they're quite pinchy, and if anyone knows my style, I feel like the third one would be least my style, and the fourth, and the first one I felt the most nervous on. But the fourth and fifth, I looked at the pinches and I was like, okay, this is a lot nicer right now.
That's what we were saying. We were like, well,
Pinching.
this is Pooch's style.
And then the last one, it was like lots of heel hooks, which I like as well. So, yeah, actually the fourth one I would have to say was physically the hardest. That like they're at the top, some of the holds were a little worse than I was expecting, but yeah, they're fun and there's a lot going on today.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
tell
of
us about
action.
it. Yeah.
How are you feeling? Like, how's your body holding up?
Pretty good. I'm still getting over this virus, which it's been like 20-something days. I ended up taking a course of antibiotics, and I know, like, I posted on my Instagram, and everyone's like, you shouldn't take antibiotics for a virus, but the doctor told me after 10 days, if it doesn't get better, take the antibiotics, because it might actually be a bacterial infection, which I think is just a virus. But I'm getting better from that. I think the hard part is breathing when I'm on the wall.
Yeah.
But
How do you feel about finishing as well as you did and then heading into semifinals tomorrow, being the 9-time defending champion? What's your mindset going into tomorrow?
hopefully there's not going to be a need for technicals. That would be nice. No, but in all honesty, I'm psyched, and I mean, I think I'm like one of the older competitors now, which is kind of cool. Like I've been saying, it feels like it just happened overnight. I don't know where all the time has passed, but I feel really strong. I feel excited. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting stronger as I'm getting older, which is really cool. Coming back from injuries is an inspiration even to myself to be like, okay, yeah, I can do this, and it's another challenge. And people ask me how my neck is. I'm like, I forget that I had that injury. Like I don't feel anything from it, which is awesome.
Does it make you nervous mentally at all when you're jumping down?
No, actually my knee, I still feel I'll always feel my knee, and I think about my knee more than I do my neck. And I think about falling weird on dynos and for the sake of my other knee, and just I don't know, injuries just suck. But I think once you've had one big injury, you kind of know that you can get over them. I think the first one is always the worst, and then after that, you just hope you don't get another one, but you know you can handle it if you do get injured. So
yeah.
But yeah, I'm just psyched for tomorrow and whatever tomorrow brings. Hopefully, awesome boulders, fun time. Yeah.
Is there anything you're worried about in particular, considering tomorrow and some of the younger athletes coming in, and anything at all?
Not really. I just get nervous. Ever since I started competing, I get nervous if it's a big comp, little comp, all the same. Like, I don't worry about other people. I've never wished that someone wasn't there for me to win. That would be ridiculous. I want the best of the best to be there and to climb my best that day, and that's why I won. Not because so-and-so messed up or so-and-so wasn't there. It just makes me get stronger seeing the level of athletes and female get stronger. It makes me push myself, and that's ultimately an amazing thing. Because if they weren't there, then I would just be stuck, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't need to progress then. So everyone else getting stronger is making me stay with that wave and get stronger as well.
So how have you been preparing for this comp in particular?
It's funny, I haven't really been training that, this is the first time when this year I've decided kind of carelessly just climb for fun. Just go to the gym and climb more and maybe listen to my body. If I'm tired, don't push it. But I don't do a structured training. The only things I do regularly is running 5 days a week, and that's just because I like to stay fit all around, and I like it. I don't know, I like that weird stuff. I like to sweat, and I don't really get that climbing, and doing my core workouts. But other than that, I don't have a strict thing of I have to climb this many boulders. I do 4x4s today. I haven't done that in over a year. So it's just going out climbing. And I think for me, I've decided this year I want to just climb outside and do competitions when they're there and just have fun. Because for me, it's never been not being strong enough. It's more of a mental block and me messing up in finals because I put all my eggs in one basket.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's only happened once or twice ever, though, right?
I don't know. In the World Cups, it's happened a lot. Here, I think if you start winning a lot of comps in a certain type of comp, then you have that mentality and that knowledge that you know you can, and it's like a snowball effect. So
yeah, that's what I was going to ask is how's your confidence level having won 9 out of 9 comps?
I mean, I haven't honestly competed against Ashima in any of them, but I competed against, I feel like, most of all the other athletes. But I know anyone can have a bad day. I mean, I have had plenty of bad days. And just because you say beat someone at one of the other comps doesn't mean that they can't beat me here. And doesn't mean they're not strong enough to be the day, like that day is just their day. So it comes down to the perfect boulders for you, how you feel that day, how you can manage the stress level, it just all of it.
Yeah.
You gonna get some good sleep tonight?
I hope so. I banged my knee really hard in ISO. There's like this wall of all these volumes, and this horrible knot, and it hurts so bad. I mean, it's superficial, so it's something, one of those things that just hurts. It doesn't actually, it's not injury. But I have to like ice and stretch and take ibuprofen. I'm like, why? Like, actually, it's a funny, like Grace was, my friend Grace McKean, she was doing this run and jump. I was like, oh, that looks cool. It's like, it looks like you could potentially hit this volume. And she was like, that's what I thought. But my friend that made it up was like, no, you won't hit it. And I was like, watch, I'll hit it. And then I go and do it and just like bang my knee so hard. I'm like, all right, that's enough. I'm done.
Yeah. No more of that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, Alex, thanks for joining us. We're really looking forward to seeing you in semis tomorrow and almost certainly in finals tomorrow night. So
cross my fingers.
Yeah, it's great to have you here in the booth, and I think we'll probably be talking to you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks so much.
In case you did not know, this is just the beginning of all the action. This is the qualifiers. Tomorrow morning, we will have the semifinals where the top 20 from
Back to the action here on the screen. That's Austin Guyman, hoping to top number 3 with 1.5 minutes left. If you recall, he was so close on number 1. He did get number 2. I think he's going to need this one in order to make it to semifinals tomorrow morning, so, or at least to have a chance.
You can see Austin Guyman there to the left of the middle.
Dustin Skinner, please report to the scoring table. Dustin Skinner, please report to the scoring table.
Next guy up on the mat from South Lake Tahoe, we have Dustin Sabo.
Matthew Grossman right there, stepping up for number 3. On the left of the screen there, we got Nicholas Milburn. He is definitely one of the competitors to watch out for. Very high chance of moving on tomorrow. He's recently placed really well in National Cup Series events. I'd be surprised if he did not progress to semis tomorrow.
He got second at Yankin Yard. He got 6th at Mesa Rim.
There it is for Nicholas Milburn of Boulder, Colorado, 21 years old.
People, make sure that all of the photos and videos that you are sending out into the world, that you throw on the hashtag USAC Bouldering. Once again, that's hashtag USAC Bouldering. Let the world know what's happening here in Salt Lake City. Also, I've been told that broadcasters in the booth are paying attention to Twitter. So throw on the hashtag with any questions or comments you may have about what you're seeing here today. Once again, that's hashtag USAC Bouldering.
Matthew Grossman there, left of the North Face logo on the screen. Still trying number 3 there. He was actually the male Youth B national champion a couple years ago. Just 16 years old.
Looking at Lex Sanchez on men's number 4. And that's time. Switching that out for Austin Guyman on men's number 4. We're on competitor 112 of 123. Max Hammer just joined us on men's number 1 in the pink shorts. Max Hammer is 17 from Ann Arbor, Michigan. 5'8". He's been climbing for 7 years. He was the U.S. Youth National Speed Champion in 2012, 2014, and 2015, so this kid is fast. Yeah, he's done a lot of speed comps and done very well in them. He's watching Charlie Andrews there.
We're starting to see some late threats for semifinals here.
You think? That is Guyman on men's number 4. Yeah. There's the threat you were talking about.
This would be a big deal for Austin Guyman to finish this problem.
Oh boy.
Austin Guyman needs this.
Oh.
No. Lost the heel at the last second.
So close. We've got 1 minute and 35 seconds left.
That's going to be hard to repeat
Yeah.
in that amount of time.
But he'll get some points on that.
Kyle Struthers there in his last boulder. We know since Austin didn't do the first boulder that he's got some ground to make up. That would have been a big help. Kyle just typewritering. Sticking it. Nicely done for Kyle Struthers. You gotta feel good to finish the last problem in the round.
Do you know how many tops he's got?
I do not. He has at least one.
Yes, he has 5.
That I can say. Remember, you can go to usaclimbing.org to check out how many tops Kyle got, as well as the rest of our competitors here this morning and afternoon and evening, as we make our way through this massive men's qualifying field. The women wrapped up just a couple of hours ago. Check out the results for the women there. All results still showing as unofficial as I check them at the moment, but you get a pretty good sense of who's going to make the semifinals. Top 20 or so will make it for the men or the women. We see people with the status of WC or FN next to their name. They do not count against that 20 climber quota, so they're going to be at least 22 women in semifinals, and looking like 23 men.
23 women looks like. Because Brooke Rabatou, Margot Hayes, and Ashima are all world champions.
Yeah, I think you're right. So it'll be a bigger semifinal, likely a bigger final as well. Typically take the top 6 to finals, but because of these special circumstances, we'll probably take a little bit more. The top 6 finishers who are not already continental champions or world champions will make the U.S. national team. Those world champions are already on the national team. They have the ability to compete for the U.S. and World Cups around the globe.
You were just looking at Jared Friedrichs over there. He just joined us on problem 1, which is over to the left.
Means we have just about 10 climbers to go. So within the next 45 minutes, we'll have our last competitor out of isolation. Shane Puccio has been back there since before the election, I think.
Poor guy.
He's been back there for a long time.
This is Nick Milburn. One to watch.
Nick has made the first 2 problems look pretty easy. Struggling a little bit there. Problem 3 in particular, I think, has gotten a little bit harder late in the day here.
Looks slippery.
You can see that really crucial foot out right there, covered in shoe rubber. Something for these climbers to adapt to and adjust for.
Yeah, and I mean, when you go to the gym and you climb, which is where a lot of these guys spend a lot of their time, it's not like the holds are clean.
Yeah.
So they're used to it.
I think Nick just has to sort things out here. Definitely capable of topping this 3rd problem. He's getting in position totally easily, really. He's just a little bit stuck. I think this time he's got it. Yep. He's monoing the bolt hole. Do not recommend trying that ever. But that is part of the hold, so the climbers can use it.
That was a lovely transition.
Nick Milburn on way to his 3rd top.
Adding
3 problems.
Adding chalk to our feathery collection.
Kind of like an impressionist painting they've got going on there. Nick Milburn, 3 for 3 thus far. Vying for a spot in semifinals. That is going to position him pretty nicely so far. He's got 2 problems to go. He could definitely finish one or both to solidify his spot in semifinals. The cut line right now for the men is right around 3 tops. So he's in the mix for sure. Looks like there's about 7 or 8 climbers with 3 tops. Speaking of judges, I heard Alex Puccio talking about them with you and Chris there nearly. That was Alex's mom judging down there, talking to Nick Milburn. A lot of the parents of the climbers out here volunteering their time judging the event.
Yeah. Well, and her mom is also a coach for Team Texas. I think this is kind of her job. I'm sure her mom isn't very psyched about that technical that Alex got.
Yeah, it's always an unfortunate thing when those situations come up. And it was a key point that Alex made there. It wasn't that she was appealing just because she wanted to have a better score. If there's a tie in semis and in finals, the results here can potentially matter for breaking ties. I have been saying that the scores are reset, and they do as far as advancing to the next round, but they are used as basically a last second tiebreaker.
Yeah.
If there is a tie in finals, then you go back to semifinal results, and if there's a tie in semifinals, then you go back to qualifiers. You don't hope for that to happen, and it's not likely, but being a savvy competitor, she knows that she's got to cover all her bases just in case that were to come up.
Right, especially because the field is so close with her and Ashima competing against each other. Who knows what could happen?
Just another challenge for the route setters to make sure that competitors are separated in each round. See Austin Guyman there on his last boulder. Definitely needs to finish this to have any chance of making semifinals.
Tickling that hold that all the competitors seem to dislike.
And that's a hard hold to brush.
Yeah,
from the
right.
ground.
Yeah.
Since they've got that capper hold on top that's blocking it. And you can see him lose his foot there.
It's not the first time we've seen that. It seems like that foot is probably pretty terrible. But he has 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, so he has time for one more attempt.
And if you're joining us late, 9-time champion Daniel Woods climbed earlier this morning before the noon hour. Did not have a great qualifying round. He is on the bubble for semifinals right now. Currently is currently in 23rd place. So he is right on the bubble. Looks like cut line is about 24 for the men.
Probably necessary.
All right, we got Delaney Miller joining us in the booth right now. Delaney, how's it going?
Good.
How was the qualifying round for you today?
For me, it was definitely not the best climbing, but I had fun, so.
And I know that you're more of a sport climber. I think people would recognize you from your national championships and rope climbing, but what's your approach when you come to these bouldering competitions? Is it something you're really focused on bouldering, or do you just try to do the best you can? What's your approach as you come into nationals?
Yeah, my approach is just to try to have fun with it. You're definitely correct in saying that I'm more of a sport climber. And recently, I've been feeling a little burnt out with competitions in general. So for me, I was just trying to have some fun.
Sure, you've been doing these for a really long time at this point.
Yeah.
But you're still pretty young. You've got a lot of competitive years. We've seen Alex Puccio out here, Austin Guyman right on the wall. Now he's in his 30s. That seems ancient compared to half the field, it seems like, especially on the women's side. How do you think about your future in climbing as you go forward with competing?
That's such a hard question. For me, I think my future right now is a lot of outdoor climbing, and then I'll go from there. I really like the comp scene, and it's always a good time. I think I might take a break from it, to be honest, for like a year, but then come back for sure.
Nice.
How did you like women's number 4?
Women's number 4, which one was that?
With the pink holds on.
I was a little disappointed that I never stuck the jump. I definitely feel like it's well within my range of abilities to do that, but not every day can be the best day. So,
yeah. Did you think that the route setting was okay in general?
Yeah, the route setting was great. I will admit that I was surprised about the hold selection. I thought there would be more volumes. I mean, there is a lot of volumes, and all the holds that are on the wall are big. But I don't know, for some reason I was picturing like something, just more European with more volumes. But it's good. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Are you going to stay and watch tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
So what are your goals outside? What are your plans?
Right now, I'm going to do some outdoor climbing in Colorado for the next month. And then I'll head to Corsica, and from Corsica, I'll go to Spain.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Any routes that you're trying to take down?
No, I just, I realized today that the most time I've ever spent outside consecutively is about 5 days.
Oh, wow.
So that's about to change. I just want to like pick some projects as I go and have some fun and just really be outside.
And what about Rope Nationals that's coming up in about a month? Will we see you in Denver?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be in the area, so definitely.
Awesome. Definitely looking forward to that. Delaney Miller, thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and great climbing today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to Delaney Miller for joining us in the booth. Let's see, Nick Milburn getting twisted up on men's 4. I don't think we've seen that method too often today. Nick with 3 tops so far, but he's about to face the hardest problem of this men's round. Just a handful of the 120 climbers that have gone so far have actually finished this problem. About 100, Nick's the 109th climber out, so just 3 or 4 competitors have finished men's 4.
Again, he's a 21-year-old from Boulder. He says his favorite place to climb is the Dirty South. That's funny.
That's a pretty great place to climb.
It is. He's sponsored by 510 Organic Climbing and Scratch Labs. So he's on his way.
He did just do his first V15, which was on a roof, not too dissimilar from this problem here, men's number 4. I think he probably took more than 4 minutes to work on that boulder, though.
Yeah, it's a big difference between climbing outside and being in here.
Yeah.
Even though there may be V15 climbers, this is still hard in 4 minutes.
A little over a minute left for this round.
Taking the shirt off. I think for some people that means they're about to try hard. So maybe we'll see us end here. Come on. Dig deep.
Oh. Looking back at some of the unofficial results here, I think when we saw Joel Zur finish men's number 5, we thought that that was his 3rd top, but it doesn't look like he actually finished the first problem. So only 2 tops for Joel Zur.
Really?
According to the unofficial results here.
Huh.
Seems different than we had written down here, but wait to see what the final results look like.
Well, that means that he's got 3 tops. Nick Milburn, that is.
Yeah, Nick's still in a good spot to make it to semifinals.
Especially if he can get number 5.
Gonna have Josh Larson out pretty soon for the men, another contender to make semifinals. It looks like right now that we have Graham Hess. Remember, this is the first time the competitors seen any of these problems. They come out, they look at the problem, and then they have 4 minutes to evaluate and climb the boulder. And then they look away from the wall before they move to the next problem. So they do not get any free time to study and think about what they're going to do. It's all part of the 4-minute allotment. You see Graham taking the first minute plus to get off the ground on this problem.
Graham Hess here is 39 years old. He's a local Salt Lake City guy. He's 6 feet tall.
Just over 2 minutes remaining for Graham Hassover on number 1.
Seeing Garrett McClellan there on problem number 2, the green one. And Max Hammer on 3 in the pink shorts. He's having a hard time establishing. And he's got 1 minute, 20 seconds left.
What's that? If he would, I mean, if he wants to.
On the right there, you can see Charlie Andrews on men's number 4. He's got a crowd of people screaming for him.
Trying to will him up that problem.
Yeah. That problem takes a lot of left bicep strength, I think, among other things.
Yeah, there's no real way to like finesse your way through that move or like move your foot a little bit or something. You just either can pull into that or you can't.
Yeah.
Next up on the mat for the guys out of Boston, Massachusetts, we have Sam Enright.
Sam Enright out for the men. He is the 117th person in the running order for the men.
You can see Sam Enright there.
As we watch these competitors battle these problems. Getting a very special guest into the booth here, Daniel Woods. Daniel, welcome to the broadcast booth, sir.
How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Whew, pretty good.
How are you feeling today? We've been talking about your round quite a bit today. It was a very interesting round for
perfect.
a lot of reasons. What do you make of how things went out there?
I guess it is what it is, you know. I felt sort of good, but just didn't climb the best I've ever climbed before. And
Sure.
nature of competition. So, but the boulders were well set and they were powerful and actually really fun to climb on. Just head wasn't, I guess, completely in the game. So, but kind of on the bubble at the moment. So
a little bit of a waiting game for you.
Yeah, but
hanging out to see.
I've kind of accepted the fate and might just move on. We'll see what happens.
Take us through a couple of the problems in the middle around the third boulder, this technical slab that we're looking at here.
Yeah.
What do you make of how things went on that problem?
I mean, didn't feel the best on it, I guess. It was, to be honest, it was kind of like a straightforward boulder. You just kind of had to like stick to the slopers and trust the feet, but there wasn't any like trickery or anything to it. And I guess this morning, for some reason, I couldn't like stick to any of the grips. They felt like
it was pretty early in the round still.
Yeah, they just they felt like kind of too new. I don't know, like they didn't have enough chalk on them, but I don't know. I would always get purchased on them and just feel like my body's sliding out. But yeah, it is what it is.
So then you moved on to the fourth problem, and we knew at the time you had this moment down the problem. You were one of the first climbers. I think the first climber to actually stick the moves and get onto the head wall.
To that crimper,
Yeah,
yeah.
and you felt going to the finish hold, and to that we knew at the time that was probably an important difference,
Yeah.
given how problem 3 had gone for you. Did that affect how you climbed on problem 5 at all, or was it out of your mind by the time you got on problem 5? 'Cause it seemed like you struggled a little bit on that one.
It was pretty much out of my mind. I mean, like in general, problem number 5, I wouldn't say is my forte.
Sure.
Like I'm probably not the best coordination climber out there, but I knew like after I fell off of number 4, I was like, oh man, I think I needed like that 3rd climb to like to secure a semifinal spot, and I was just like this was my shot to do that, but I don't know. You're like disappointed for like 5 seconds, and then you just
Sure.
move on.
Yeah, I mean, you just do the best you can.
Exactly.
How are you feeling about comp climbing in general these days?
I think it's cool. I feel actually pretty psyched on it. I haven't had the best last couple of comps. Dark Horse didn't really go so well for me, and then this hasn't gone that well. But to be honest, it's like the level of climbing is just going up right now. There's like a lot of new, really good, talented climbers getting into it, and the style's getting a little bit different. And I don't know, you just have to like really be on your A game, to like be able to make it into the round. So it's definitely felt like a lot of pressure and stuff like that, and just trying to like deal with the pressure and accept it and be like, hey, look, this is just one day, It's like I'm not going to stop competing because I've had one bad comp,
Yeah.
It's like just a good learning experience. So I actually feel more psyched because I didn't do good. So
Interesting. The challenge.
I kind of want like to go back and like perfect some things and stuff like that. So
How have you been preparing? I know you've been moonboarding up at the BRC a little bit.
yeah, a little moonboard, but I mean moonboard probably is the worst way to prepare for a comp like
Yes,
this.
I was mentioning that.
Style problems out
No,
here.
it's better for outdoors. So I was hitting it up a lot, but I kind of took a break because I knew I had these comps coming up. Mostly just bend and movement, a little bit in ABC and stuff, and
just bouldering.
Just bouldering, yeah, and trying to like set some funk, but it's kind of hard to set it on your own. It's good to have someone else help set it for you.
Yeah, I saw you there was some video of you doing one arms with weight in your other arm.
Oh yeah.
How do you feel like that helps?
Helps your Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, like the thing is like I don't think like raw, like pure strength is necessarily key to doing well in these things. It's like it's more coming to like problem solving and being confident and just being able to like read moves well and execute them well. So but yeah, I don't know, we'll just figure out what to do next, I guess, after this.
Yeah. Any projects outside that you have right now, or any trips coming up?
Ooh, nice. Josh just did number 1. So coming up, the goal is to try to get to Europe in March. Other than that, I'll probably be at the rodeo next weekend, and then the goal was to do some of the World Cups as well.
Nice.
So starting in April, but it also depends too, like if the whole U.S. team decides to go do it, then that kind of eliminates that goal. So because they only send like 4 people, so
right.
But over the years, there's usually a spot open, so
Cool.
maybe I'll luck out.
Yeah. Cool. Well, nice work today.
Thank you.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we
Thanks.
definitely hope to see you out there in semifinals going for number 10. So
Yeah, we'll try.
Best of luck to you.
We'll see what happens, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no worries.
Daniel.
Nice hanging out. We'll see you guys later.
See you,
All right.
Daniel.
Big thank you to Daniel Woods for stopping by the booth. So we can go back to the waiting game. And as we were talking to Daniel, we saw Josh Larson coming out, sending problem number 1. So he is on the board. One of the remaining threats to push Daniel out of semifinals. But Neely, that was really nice of Daniel to come up here. Obviously not the best day for him. It's been easy for him to just go home and just wait it out there.
Yeah.
But really professional.
Very professional. I mean, he's been doing this so long. I'm sure he's had about 50 of those exact conversations. So he's super humble and takes it in stride.
And he is on the bubble at the moment, looking like 24 climbers for the men are going to make semifinals. And Daniel's right about 23rd place right now.
And you never know.
With a couple of scores. And we know that Nick Milburn's score is going to push Daniel down as well. So he's going to be on the stone bubble as we wait to see how Josh Larson does. Stone cold bubble.
Yeah, I spoke with Daniel a little bit before this interview as well. Just, yeah, I agree with you guys. Super professional, psyched. Very first time ever that he hasn't been a shoe-in for semis.
Yeah, I mean, there was that comp when Sean McCall won where I don't think he made finals, which was kind of a big deal then because he had won nationals several times leading up to that. And so that was a big deal, but not making semifinals is, it'd be shocking.
You have such a good memory. Yeah, that year Sean McCall, and then Alex Johnson was silver and Kyle Owen with bronze.
Yeah, whatever happened to Alex Johnson? Love that kid.
I think he became a bodybuilder or
Yeah,
something.
doesn't mesh well with rock climbing.
No, it's opposite.
Kind of the same way that Natasha Barnes went with it
That's
as well.
true.
I mean,
Yeah.
she was crushing super hard.
And the Bautista brothers. Remember those guys from Colorado Springs a few years ago? Julian and Michael. Getting buff doesn't always work out
They're
for
bodybuilders?
climbing. They were, it seemed like.
Okay.
Although I think Julian still took second, or Michael, one of those two took podium in Colorado Springs. I think the first year it was there. That was a rowdy comp. Sport climbers making the podium, it got weird.
We just had a top, but I don't know.
It's like
Oh,
bib
it's
117.
Sam, yep, Sam Enright, just top number 2.
We have 5 climbers left in isolation. Just
Those of you who are still hanging with us until the end, keep in mind the action does not stop tonight. This is only the beginning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to pick things back up with the semifinal round with the top 20 guys. The top 20 girls are going to go down and have a chance to move on to finals tomorrow night. You do not want to miss any of it. If you're going to be here, make sure you get here early to get a good seat. And if you're not, you can tune in live online.
reminder, if you're just tuning in, you can go to usaclimbing.org for all the results this weekend. Right now they have some unofficial results for the women and the men on the website right now. Really impressive women's qualifying round before. Super excited for semifinals tomorrow. Really deep field for the women and the men for that matter. I think a couple of the competitors that have come up here and talked to us have touched on this point that the field just keeps getting deeper and deeper every year. It gets harder and harder to make your way through to semifinals and finals. It used to be, 5-6 years ago, there were only 30 women in the comp, so making semis was a matter of beating 10 competitors. Now this year you got to beat 40 for the women and 105 for the men.
That's crazy.
Remember, we'll be live with semifinals tomorrow morning around 9:45 Mountain Time. LT11.tv is always your home for the live broadcast of USA Climbing events.
Always.
Free, whether you like it or not.
I like it.
Everybody likes free.
Yeah.
And as we were talking with Delaney Miller before, we'll be back in just about a month in Denver for Rope Nationals. Always a quick turnaround for that. Climbers have to get back in rope shape in a hurry. Really psyched to bring Rope Nationals movement down there in Denver this year.
That will be really fun to have it in Denver this year.
Man, I hope you guys like me enough to have me back for that.
You're booked.
Psyched for that. Yeah, and if you want to join the conversation, well, the social media conversation, you can use the hashtag USAC Bouldering.
Next up on the map, we're in the 120 bib. We have Matthew Bayo.
Josh looking for his second top in qualifiers here. Definitely expect to see him do this second problem. It's proven to be very doable for the men.
Josh Larson, again, 31 years old, out of Rockdale, Massachusetts.
And if Josh can get through to finals, you just don't even know what'll happen. 2 years ago in Madison, he just had that insane moment on the problem where he was pushing like crazy for the finish hold and just missed it. Would have made him national champion.
He ended up third, 2015 ABS Nationals, and there he is with his second top.
That was one of the most incredible ABS Nationals memories I have from that series.
That was a good one. I remember that one.
So 2 for 2 for Josh.
Did he flash one?
He definitely topped it. It's a little, it can be deceiving on that because a lot of guys can have quick falls, and I wasn't paying attention as we were talking to Daniel Woods there. I didn't catch if he flashed or not. Really interesting wrinkle in this rank scoring where we've been talking about the competitors are ranked on how they do on each problem. Daniel Woods and Sean McCall both on problem number 5 have a rank of 100.
Oh, wow.
They both struggled mightily on that problem, which is especially surprising for Sean McCall, given that he has had a lot more experience with that style of boulder, but obviously didn't sit him well this afternoon. Sean likely to make it to finals. He's going to be right on the bubble. He's actually in danger of not making it.
To semis.
Yeah, semis. Excuse me. 19th place right now unofficially.
Yeah, I'm seeing Sean unofficially bumped actually to 20. Dang.
Gotta hit that refresh button. Oh yeah, because Nick Milburn slotting in there in 17th place with his 3 tops. So Daniel Woods needs no more climbers to get 3 tops at this point. So if Josh Larson finishes one more problem, Daniel Woods is likely out for semis.
Yeah. And I would have to guess, judging on how Josh just looked, that he will top 3.
I think there's a pretty good chance he could do at least one of the last 3 problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, the reason that we're taking 24 people is because there are 3 foreign nationals and 1, what is CC?
Continental champion?
Continental champion.
That's Sean Bailey.
That means they just get extra spots. And that wouldn't happen in any other comp except for nationals.
We have Nicholas Edwards.
That's right, because we're trying to select our U.S. national team here. Sean Bailey already on the national team on the strength of his Continental Championship, so
and
we want to get 6 new people on the team.
All of the foreign nationals would obviously not be eligible to be on the U.S. team. Watching Sam Enright on the right there on men's 3. On men's 2 in the blue is Rafael Leo.
Matthew Bayo in the background there in the green just fell off of men's 1. He's from Lincoln, Nebraska, 27 years old. Among the elders in this comp, really.
I think that's actually Nicholas Edwards. I'm sort of blind, so I can't totally see, but I think he's 121.
Snap.
Climbers really worked over that section of the wall there, peeling the paint off. I don't think that was there this morning.
$40 seconds left. Well, I will say I think the production team here is pretty amazing. LT11 is doing a great job of making our jobs easy and bringing you some really great views of everybody.
Yeah, I can see them there mashing buttons in the background of that shot. But Josh Larson stepping up to men's number 3. Trying to punch his ticket to semifinals. Vicious rumor going around that Josh might retire from nationals after this comp, but we can't let that happen.
Nope.
Can't retire if you're still in the comp.
I think it was pretty cool that Daniel said that not doing super well is making him want to try harder at the next comp. And not that he wants to give up or anything.
Yeah, I think it's been a challenging few years for Daniel at nationals. There was a little bit of that controversy 2 years ago where he was national champion but didn't win the comp. Last year, getting bested by Nathaniel Coleman. Obviously still one of the best climbers in the world though, so like a lot of the climbers have been saying, these comps are sort of one-off events that, you know, there's certain randomness to the outcome. Well, if you watch Alex Puccio, it doesn't seem all that random.
Right.
Yeah. And of course, you could say the same about D Woods for so many years.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, when you think about just the inherent randomness in these comps, you know, one move, one attempt can separate you from winning and finishing 5th or 6th or not making set finals. That Alex and Daniel are able to win so consistently is just incredible.
Yep.
And for so long. Daniel won his first nationals 12 years ago.
Yeah, and I mean, like Puccio said, and Daniel, everybody has not such good days. I mean, Daniel was putting up V16, you know, a couple months ago, if not more recently than that. So I think what he said about the style of the comps changing means a lot.
Josh Larson's got just over a minute and a half to make this happen on men's 3.
See him just easing his weight over that foot. Tiptoeing across.
Yeah, that hold around the corner sure has to look like it's a long way away.
Oh!
Wow. Oh! Dang. Oh. And I think Daniel is just watching that right now. He's in front of us. He is now standing up and walking away. Daniel saw that, and I think he thinks that means he's out of semis. Wow, that was a power moment. Powerful.
Disappointing.
So 3 tops and 3 boulders for Josh Larson. Still plenty to go for him. He can position himself even better in semifinals. Another top in one of the last 2 problems. Or 2, why not? Just 2 climbers right now for the men with 5 tops, excuse me. Alexei Rubtsov and Nathaniel Coleman. Only competitors to finish all 5 problems. And then 9 male competitors to finish 4 of the boulders. So we're seeing relatively doable set of problems for the men. At least for the top end of the field.
Next, at 123, we have John Gass.
And there is Daniel Woods. We can only imagine what's actually going through his mind, but I think he's thinking that he's out.
And Lacey Hendricks in front of him. But
She's trying to figure out how she can get out of here.
Johnny Horick, our medic, my former roommate. I like these random shots of my friends.
We're just a big family here, Neely, aren't we?
Aren't we? Oh, Mike Moulter. He's owner of Movement Boulder in Denver.
Going to see a lot of him next month at Sport Nationals. It looked like he's has a robotic arm or something.
What is happening with
Not
that?
sure what's going on. We'll get you the scoop next month.
Who do we got here in problem number 2? Nicholas Edwards.
Nicholas Edwards, the guy that I accidentally called
Geriatric.
Matthew Bayo. Yeah, that's Nicholas Edwards.
Over on the far left side of the wall is John Gass, Denver-based climber.
And following him will be Shane Puccio, Alex's brother and our final climber.
Get out.
I will not.
That's crazy. Some 9 hours after the climbing began for the men. Almost non-stop action for the men on these boulders.
It's been pretty awesome.
So many exciting storylines to follow here at 2017 Open Bouldering Nationals. Remember to come back for semifinals tomorrow morning, 9:45 Mountain Time. LT11.TV. See who's going to punch their ticket to finals. Who's going to be our next national champion. Will be crowned tomorrow night starting at 7:30 Mountain Time. Do not want to miss that. Always an exciting show.
And we will actually be having awards for 2 different crownings. There's also going to be the National Cup champion. This is the 5th in a series of comps called the National Cup. This is actually the debut year of them all. And so this counts for double points compared to the other 4 competitions, some of which you've heard of, like the Dark Horse Comp and Vulcan Cup. And tomorrow we're going to be crowning the Bouldering National Champion and the National Cup Champion. So there's going to be 2 award ceremonies. It's going to be awesome.
Each of which has a purse, I believe, of $10,000 each to be spread across all of the winners.
Oh.
Oh, that was a nasty fall. He's okay.
Putting those flash mats to use.
And our final competitor of the qualification round, stepping up onto the
Woohoo!
And just like that, just under 9 hours after we began this 2017 Nationals qualifying round, Shane Puccio out on the mat for the men. He'll be our final climber on each of these problems, and then they are history, never to be seen or climbed on ever again.
So sad.
Which, if you have some of these competitors, is not soon enough.
That's for sure.
Josh Larson eyeing up M4.
Of course, tomorrow we start with a fresh slate of boulder problems for semifinals. Only 4 for the men and 4 for the women. It's sure to be a harder slate for the competitors. Always a punishing round for semifinals.
This would be Josh Larson's 4th top if he gets this. And we've decided it's the hardest boulder of them all.
He's a little out of sorts right now.
Definitely off the standard sequence.
I think most climbers have put their left foot out where his left hand was. Josh has about 2 minutes to figure it out. Josh in no hurry. That was, we were talking with Ian Dory earlier. Experienced competitors know how to bide their time in the 4-minute window and just give the problems 2 or 3 really good attempts, and it's really all that you can do. Except diminishing returns pretty quickly in 4 minutes. Things start to go awry. You start to press and force things.
Oh, he's got it.
Josh Larson going for it. Letting out the try hard scream, but it didn't help.
Seems like most climbers who didn't get that one right away, they went up like Josh did with one hand and then decided, okay, next time I need to actually go double hand.
Yeah, you got to get serious.
That's right. All two-handed, all the time.
I mean, that's how we saw Nathaniel Coleman. We didn't, it just looked like he wasn't going to figure it out, and then all of a sudden he did the boulder. So we'll see how Josh Larson does here.
Well, and that's what he said. He said, once I felt that hold and knew that I could grab it next time, I knew I could do that.
Yep, just like that, but not able to bring the left hand in tight enough. Josh frustrated, but I think that's got to be it for him. Just 15 seconds to go. Yep. Seems to be in some discomfort.
Yeah, I think we all would be after that problem, wouldn't we?
I'm uncomfortable looking at it. I don't think that Shane Puccio got a top on men's 1.
And with that, we are down to 4 problems, 2 through 5. Once again, the action is going to continue tomorrow morning with the semifinals. You can find out who is going to semis with the live results on usaclimbing.org. Go to the homepage, click on the button that says live results, and you can find out who's going in real time. The girls are pretty much set. It's going to be the top 20. For the guys, I believe it's going to be the top 24.
That's Nicholas Edwards on men's 3, just to the left of the middle. John Gass to the left of him on men's 2. John Gass is 28, the one on the left there. He's out of Lakewood, Colorado. He's 5'7". He climbs at DBC, Denver Bouldering Club. And he's been climbing for 18 years. Oh.
Slip and slide.
Tenuous toe hook there. So you can see they've got a minute and 30 left. And those clocks aren't always within view of them. So sometimes they don't know how much time they've got.
As this round winds down, take a look at some of the unofficial scores here for the women. Give you a sense of the climbers you'll see tomorrow in semifinals. Looking through the top 20 here in first place after the qualifying round, Ashima Shiraishi, flashing all 5 problems, followed closely by Maya Madere, Alex Puccio, Kyra Condi, Michaela Kirsch, Margot Hayes, Claire Burfine, Brooke Rabitou, Sierra Blair Coyle, Megan Martin, all in the top 10 right now. Megan Mascarenas, our defending champion, 11th place. Talia Grossman, Nina Williams, Georgia Bank, Lisa Chulich, Grace McKeon, Victoria Perkins, Stella Noble, Lily Kahneman, and Chauncey Carroll in the top 20 at the moment. And that seems pretty solid for the top 20 for the women. I would think they'd take a couple more, but we'll wait for the final results before we confirm anything. I would expect to see all of those women in finals or semifinals tomorrow, excuse me.
I suppose we could do the same thing for at least the top 10 of the males. What do you think?
I think that's probably pretty safe. I think Alexei is safe at the top of the leaderboard at this point.
You think? Yeah, he and then Nathaniel Coleman, Sean Rabitou, Dalton Bunker, Sean Bailey, Palmer Larson, Matt Foltz, Rudolph Ruana. That's Drew Ruana, Kai Leitner, and Michael O'Rourke are our top 10.
A very solid top 10 for the men. But a lot of, I think, new names for some folks at home. Not seeing like Carla Traversi on the outside of the top 10, but likely to make it to semifinals. We talked a lot about Daniel Woods, probably not going to make it to semifinals.
The fact that Dalton Bunker and Palmer Larson are in the top 5, that's really cool. We've seen Dalton up high before in qualies, but yeah, it's just great to see him again. And yeah, a couple other names that maybe not too common up there.
We've got Shane Puccio up here on men's number 2. He's 22 years old. He's Alex's younger brother.
Frisco, Texas.
Looks like he's having some shoulder problems. Saw the tape. This is Gabe McKenzie. Trying to get that leg up. It's a pretty high step. Some guys have had a hard time getting their foot up on that hold. I had a question. Sean Bailey and Palmer Larson are tied for 5th.
Yep.
So does that mean that they make an extra space for them as well? It's just
No.
the top 20 plus our foreign nationals.
Yeah, because there's no number 6 because they're tied.
Oh, right. Got it. Oh.
Josh.
Wow.
Pirouetting his way out of men's number 5. Using that toe hook to at least readjust his fingers in that slot.
That looks like a
That's grim.
hideous hold.
Especially now.
Oh no.
Oh, that foot.
It looked like he might
It's only
get
got
it back, but
45 seconds, too.
see if he can make this first sequence a little bit easier for himself. 30 seconds or so. Plenty of time.
This would make 4 tops for him if he did this.
Only like 3 moves on this boulder.
Oh.
Nicely
Dang.
done.
Paste that foot on, Josh.
Oh no.
Oh.
You can see him just lost it, and that's going to be it for Josh Larson. 3 tops though for him. He's going to be right in the mix on the semifinals bubble. Everybody in the top 20 at this point has 3 tops, so we'll see how Josh slots in there with those climbers, but he is likely through to the semifinal. See Josh conferring with Brian Rafferty, our MC there, and Dave Wetmore on the right, one of the route setters.
Longtime route setter. That's why these guys are so good at what they do.
John Gass on men's 3 here.
We're on the final 3 problems of the evening. Just 3, 4, and 5 to go for the men.
I already kind of missed problem number 2. That was a good one.
Yeah, he's got to lock that off a little bit more. Common problem we've seen.
I think I'll miss problem 4 the most because it is doable, but it's almost not doable, as our competitors have proven. It's so exciting when people actually get past the 3rd hold on this thing.
As the action is winding down here at the qualification round, please make sure that any photos, videos, tweets, anything that you send out into the world has the hashtag USAC Bouldering on it. Once again, that's hashtag USAC Bouldering.
That was interesting what Delaney said about being surprised that there weren't more volumes on the wall. What do you guys think about that?
Well, it's become such a style in bouldering comps the last few years, really driven by the European circuit, World Cups being very volume heavy. So it's sort of made its way into nationals the last few years also. So, I mean, certainly could happen in semis and finals, but the problems have been a little more straightforward.
Yeah, they're
maybe
more
than
like
years past.
things that you'd find in a gym.
A little more like climbing.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, less 5-dimensional.
We'll have to edit this part out when tomorrow is all volumes, but that's okay. We have no prior knowledge of what is coming tomorrow.
Which is exciting. I'm excited to see what they put out there for them.
Yeah, semis is always really cool to come in and see what the boulders look like.
But they preset the boulders, and then they just come in and put the holds on the walls where they're supposed to be. It's not like they're coming in late tonight and tomorrow and setting.
Starting from scratch, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think they typically will set the whole competition the week before, and then as the rounds go, they'll make adjustments based on how they see the climbers doing it. I think we talked pretty early in the broadcast about grades. The setters they're not trying for certain grades. They're just trying to see how the climbers are doing and then do what they can to separate them most evenly based on the skills that the climbers are demonstrating in the competition.
Right, and as Daniel said, it's not just about pure strength. It's so many other elements. There's Shane Puccio again, trying men's 3. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to talk to the setters and see what they've learned from this round. They're definitely all here watching, kind of parsing what they've seen from the top competitors and evaluating how they think they'll do on these routes tomorrow.
Kind of a lonely house here for Shane Puccio there. I'm sure he would be getting a lot of cheers had this been closer to noon. But right now, most of the house is kind of cleared out. And Shane is left climbing on his own after the penalty of being an ISO for about 9 hours.
Poor guy.
I hope they give him like a free drink ticket or something.
Yeah.
For having to wait that long.
Oh, his shoulder looks like it's not doing so great. I know that. I know that motion. He's got 1:42 left. Enough time.
Seems like an incredibly bad move if you have any problem with your left shoulder.
Yeah, the worst move.
Just full press.
It's a bummer. It's young for a 22-year-old to have both of his shoulders taped up like that. Oh. Looks like Shane's calling it at about 30 seconds, with 30 seconds left. As is Gabe McKenzie. 5 seconds left in this round.
Unofficially, we're seeing Josh Larson in 16th place, actually just after Carlo Traversi, which is an awesome showing for Josh. And that has, again, unofficially bumped Sean McCall down to 21, getting dangerously close to the line of not making it. But of course, we will not know for sure.
Sean needs to finish in the top 20 to make it because he has a foreign national. He doesn't calculate in all these sort of weird edge cases we've been talking about. They only apply to American citizens, those free rides into semifinals. So Sean McCall.
Does that mean he's definitely out?
Looking to be out, yeah.
Because Alex Waterhouse, also a foreign national, is in number 20. So both 20 will make it, though.
20 should make it, yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So
imagine that, Sean McCall and D Woods not making it to semifinals.
See when the scores go official, which should take 20, 30 minutes after the round closes. There is an appeal period, so there's a reason why the scores are not official. And also the way the ranked scoring system works, I actually have to wait until all the competitors are done before you know the scores, because everyone's score on each problem affects everyone else's score, potentially.
Well, these results just speak to this new young group of guys. They're really strong. And they're really good at this kind of climbing.
Yeah, it definitely skews younger for the men, especially Alexei, Ty Landman, Carlo Traversi might be on the older side actually for this field. Carlo and Ty are not that old.
No, they're not even 30.
Veteran competitors for the men's field. Although pretty much all these kids are veterans at this point. They've done hundreds of comps, it seems like, by the time they get their driver's license.
I think we're on our last 3 competitors. Is that right?
I think so. And with Sean getting bumped out of the top 20, that means his foreign national status does not count for the top 20. So it means one fewer person through to semis. So that's a big development.
Does that mean
Puts
anything
Brian
for D
Anthony's
Woods?
on the bubble as well.
I'm still rooting for Simon Hibbler to make it in. It looks like he probably will at number 22.
He's got the best climbing team name.
Team
Sickbird.
That's right. Go movement.
Got to get Team Sickbird in there. John Gass here winding down his time on men's 4. Number 1 final attempt here. Just about 20 seconds left. Not able to get much going here for John Gass.
Not enough gas in the tank for that move.
Oh, man.
I see what you did there.
I've been wanting to say that, but I didn't.
Probably a smart move, Neely.
Professional restraint.
Restraint is something I only know in the first 7 hours of live broadcast.
it's winding down.
And with that, we have 12 minutes left. We'll mercifully end this broadcast and regroup for semifinals tomorrow.
Go home, get a couple hours of sleep.
It's going to be hard to sleep knowing that we've got the semifinal round coming tomorrow. I'm super excited for it.
I'm not that excited for
No?
it, Brian. I'm definitely going to sleep well tonight.
Well, I mean, I'm also sick, so maybe that won't be able to sleep. I tell you what I really can't wait to see is I can't wait to see some of these climbers tested. We saw Ashima out here before. She really didn't get tested on any of the problems. Can't wait to see what happens when things maybe don't go as well as they did today. See how she reacts.
Yeah, she may need to start doing the men's problems.
I thought you were going to say drug tested.
Well, I was almost going to bring that up too, but I figured we could talk about it tomorrow. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
a long conversation.
That's a different can of worms.
Yeah. We need an expert up here to tell us all about it. So Shane Puccio, men's 4. Let's see how this does with his shoulders. Oh.
Really excited to see if Nathaniel Coleman can keep it up. We talked to him after his round today. He's got that finger injury. Slowed him down a little bit, it seemed like, but not all that much considering he got 5 tops.
Yep.
But it definitely sounds like a tenuous situation just with his preparation and the fact that he sort of needs the style of the problems to suit him.
Well, if history repeats itself, then there will be a lot of slopers out there tomorrow. He won't have a problem.
And do they not make crimps anymore?
I know.
Pockets? Edges?
I think there might be an edge or two on this wall out of the dozens of holds.
I just see it. Pinches, volumes, and foot chips for
Yep.
hands.
Tiny, tiny foot chips. And Puccio's mom must be very proud of them, having 2 of her kids in nationals.
It's always a little tough to be the only person out on the wall.
Oh.
It's kind of like being the only broadcaster in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
Feels pretty lonely, kind of isolating, scary even.
That's going to do it for Shane. He'll have one more rest cycle for his final problem.
So tomorrow, isolation opens at 8:30 a.m. for the competitors. Closes at 9:30, so they have to be here by 9:30.
With that sound, we are down to our final 2 competitors. 1 problem remaining. All eyes on men's number 5, far right side of the stage.
Climbing starts at 10 tomorrow for semifinals and ends at 12:10 p.m. if everything goes well. And they clear the venue. And climbing begins again at 2 p.m. and ends at 5 p.m. I am super smart. Can you correct me? I can't even find it. That is for Citizens Comp. From 2 to 5, I was wrong. So open finals is at 7:45 p.m. That's when they start, then they and they end when they end.
And they end when they end.
We might be here all night tomorrow.
I mean, we have to do 2 award ceremonies, so there's no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 award, that's going to be good.
Getting our last glimpses at problem 5. Every other problem is done.
It's like art that's only shown for a brief moment
and then forgotten.
It's been a puzzling problem for the men. We've seen a bunch of climbers do it, and then a bunch of really talented climbers really struggle to get anywhere on it. That's really what the route setters are looking for, is to get, dynamic results. They want everyone getting to the same spot or everyone finishing the problem on their first try. So I'd like to see the wide variety of results. Not playing favorites this year with Daniel Woods on the outside looking in for semifinals.
Yeah, I'd say that's a shock.
Really ruins my fantasy pool.
We don't need to hear about your fantasies right now, Brian.
I have to start over tomorrow. Get some new picks out there. Who we think is going to make it to finals.
I got it.
And that's probably going to do it for John Gass on men's number 5. I guess he's going to get his money's worth here. One last attempt as the clock expires. He'll be called off the wall. And that's going to do it for John Gass. And just like that, we are down to our final competitor here at the 2017 Bouldering National Championships. Shane Puccio going to close things out for us in what has been a lengthy, fascinating qualifying round. A lot of interesting stories for us moving into semifinals. We look forward to resetting all of that for you tomorrow morning, starting around 9:45.
If you are still in the crowd, make some noise. Give them some support in this final climb of the
Going to be an exciting semifinal round. But first, we got to finish qualifying. Shane not really able to get anything going here. In this qualifying round. That's the way it goes sometimes. Really working the artistic angles out here now.
Little foreground. Yeah.
See the clock ticking down there. This has got to be a frustrating problem to work on if you can't figure it out in the first couple tries. We've seen it from climbers like Daniel Woods to any number of the competitors. There's no real halts until you get onto that big volume. So it's not like you can tease out the sequence or feel the grips or anything. You just got to kind of go for it and do it or not.
Practice your sideways coordination dynos at home.
The coordination problems are frustrating when they don't go well because you feel like you don't know it, you just kind of feel silly. Like everybody out here, everybody watching that's bouldered and tried a problem like that knows that feeling.
Yeah. If you don't get it, you don't get it.
There's like a dyno that you can't quite do it. You just feel like gravity is really fighting against you.
I prefer to think of it as a dance with gravity, Brian.
Sure.
There's really a dyno that I can do, so.
Yeah, dynos aren't my thing either.
I usually just reach for the hold.
That's true. You are about 8'7".
Yeah. I just reach stronger.
Dance harder.
Final attempts here for Shane Puccio.
Oh.
Almost getting it there.
Valiant effort there on the full-on dyno, ignoring the gray blobs.
He's going to give it one more shot here.
People, give it up for Shane Puccio, his final attempt of the evening.
Not going to be for Shane Puccio. That's going to do it. He's calling it. That is going to wrap up the qualifying round. Seems like it just started.
I wish that was the case, Brian, but here we are at the end of it, and it has been an exciting evening, to say the least.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting day. We've seen 60 women and 124 men making their way through these qualifying problems. Some exciting storylines starting to come together for semifinals tomorrow. Remember to check out usaclimbing.org for all the updated scoring as soon as they go official, which we expect to be in the next hour or so. So usaclimbing.org for all the final qualifying results, see who made it to the semifinals. And be sure to check back tomorrow morning, 9:45 Mountain Time, for semifinal coverage from LT11.tv. Neely, Chris, great job today, guys. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:45. We'll see everybody then. Thanks for watching.
Looking forward to it. See you then.